فرجة أحسن فرجة.
Nous sommes les lève-tôt, nous sommes les matinaux. Marocains et fiers, nous avons la passion dans la peau. Nous sommes les bienveillants, un peuple au grand cœur. Notre devise, transmettre tout notre savoir. Pour porter le flambeau des jeunes espoirs et célébrer ensemble toutes les victoires. La joie de vivre est dans notre culture. L'énergie positive est notre seconde nature. L'énergie, c'est la vie.
Assieds-toi, je lance.
Alors Madeleine, ça vous intéresse le cinéma?
Il m'arrive des choses bizarres.
C'est toi qui es chelou.
Tu veux qu'on fasse un trip à trois?
Bah. Je pense qu'on va plutôt commencer par un exercice de respiration.
Ne me faites pas vos yeux de velours, vous me troublez.
Bah, qu'est-ce que tu fais là, toi? Alors, content?
Tu vois que c'est utile, la jeunesse.
Africa Business School is an inclusive hub of lifelong learners and mindful doers, shaping the business and societal landscape in Africa and beyond. It is a place unique of its kind. We are disruptive. We believe in a breakaway with existing education systems. We are confident. We take risks because we believe that it can work. We are passionate explorers. We believe that our differences are richness. We act as both an engine and the bridge for the diffusion and expansion of African business and innovation to the rest of the world. Africa Business School is an inclusive hub of lifelong learners and mindful doers, shaping the business and societal landscape in Africa and beyond. It is a place unique of its kind. We are disruptive. We believe in a breakaway with existing education systems. We are confident. We take risks because we believe that it can work. We are passionate explorers. We believe that our differences are richness. We act as both an engine and the bridge for the diffusion and expansion of African business and innovation to the rest of the world.
La distribution de courriers et colis fait partie de notre quotidien. Et si aujourd'hui elle devenait écologique? Le groupe Barida El Maghrib poursuit son engagement pour l'environnement, en complétant sa flotte avec des véhicules 100% électriques. Désormais, vos courriers et colis seront distribués sans émission de CO2, sans bruit et sans frais supplémentaires. Une solution durable pour mieux servir nos concitoyens et contribuer à un Maroc plus vert. Barida El Maghrib, avancez en toute confiance.
عندي بزاف ميتة وما مسالياش. انت مسالي؟
مرحبا.
عرفتي راه كنتفكر لي فاكتور حتى كنكون في الخدمه وكنعاود ننساهم وكنعاود نتفكرهم حتى كندخل دار بالليل. انا خاصني نخلص لي فاكتور ديال الماء وديال الضوء وديال التليفونات بجوج، وخاصني ندير هادشي كامل بلا ما نخرج حيت فيا البرد. وهادشي راه ماشي عجز، نو، حيت ما مسالياش.
بون.
وانت عندك شي حل؟
مسالية تسمعي الحل، حيت مع بانكو في افريكا ديما كاين الحل. بامسيو ديراكت، خلصي كاع لي فاكتور ديالك غير من تليفونك وبلا ما تحركي. بغيتو تعرفوا اكثر؟ بانكو في افريكا بوينما.
أنا الباشا، أنا سيد الكل في الكل. نبغي حاجة سهلة الوصول. نكونكتي كل مرة نحكي ونعبر، ما نشبع من الهضرة دقيقة ما نصبر. معروفة بالعروض وحتى الخدمات، الريزو ديما موجود عند اتصالات. أنا الباشا، أنا سيد الكل في الكل. نبغي حاجة سهلة الوصول.
الباشا ديما كيختار اتصالات المغرب.
واجدين الوي في إنوي.
إنوي معكم كل يوم.
اليوم حياة كانت غتكمل 6 سنين، ولكن كانت ضحية حادثة مؤلمة. وكون غير الأب ديال حياة احترم العدد المسموح به في الدراجة النارية واختار الحل الآمن ليه ولعائلته. وكون حياة ما زال في الحياة وكتحتفل بعيد ميلادها. كون غير احترموا قانون السير، كون ما وقعوش هاد الآفات كاملين.
مرحبا باللي زارنا وجاي فرح دارنا معالا في بركينا كل شي تكونكتا اليوم وهادي انا ترنت عطيني المود باس طلقني بالزربة خلاص نبارطاجي مع الناس ستوري كل نهار ونعيش انا كي بغيت يا نانا اللي حبيته يا نانا اللي حطيته وسط دويرتي ولقيته كيف تمنيت انا من زمان.
لا فيبر اورانج الوي في ماكس دي بي 50 ميجا ليكم كاملين غير 249 درهم للشهر.
اورانج كاينه.
ديما حيرة سهرانة كنفكر كيفاش نكون ليك أحسن قدام عيني تكبر ندير ما في جهدي نعطيك صفا ما كاين عيوني كتجاوبني صوتك ينطق عليا ماما ماما انتي يا صفا خليكي ما انتي أحسن شوفيها بعيني.
A new day has dawned. A continent reveals itself. For us, for them, for everyone. The time has come to unveil a new reality. Live the days, live the nights, see the endless opportunities, dream of the future, of all you can become, wherever we roam and however far we roam. Let's share our passions, carve our legacies, be all that you can be, moving forward without limitations, because the world is out there, ready to be explored.
فرصة أول منصة الفيديو تحت طلب أحسن ما كاين في الأفلام المسلسلات والسلسلات وثائقية 100% مغربية.
صافي تهنين وأيتونا صافي راه بعدا تبعنا الخدمة هو نبقاو نعاودوا في هذا الشيء راه ما نقدروش نبقاو نعاودوا مرة واحدة غنعاودها معاكم ونحبسها.
فرجة أحسن فرجة.
Nous sommes les lève-tôt, nous sommes les matinaux. Marocains et fiers, nous avons la passion dans la peau. Nous sommes les bienveillants, un peuple au grand cœur. Notre devise, transmettre tout notre savoir. Pour porter le flambeau des jeunes espoirs et célébrer ensemble toutes les victoires. La joie de vivre est dans notre culture. L'énergie positive est notre seconde nature. L'énergie, c'est la vie.
Assieds-toi, je lance.
Alors Madeleine, ça vous intéresse le cinéma?
Il m'arrive des choses bizarres.
C'est toi qui es chelou.
Tu veux qu'on fasse un trip à trois?
Je pense qu'on va plutôt commencer par un exercice de respiration.
Ne me faites pas vos yeux de velours, vous me troublez.
Bah, qu'est-ce que tu fais là, toi? Alors, content?
Tu vois que c'est utile, la jeunesse.
Africa Business School is an inclusive hub of lifelong learners and mindful doers, shaping the business and societal landscape in Africa and beyond. It is a place unique of its kind. We are disruptive. We believe in a breakaway with existing education systems. We are confident. We take risks because we believe that it can work. We are passionate explorers. We believe that our differences are richness. We act as both an engine and the bridge for the diffusion and expansion of African business and innovation to the rest of the world. Africa Business School is an inclusive hub of lifelong learners and mindful doers, shaping the business and societal landscape in Africa and beyond. It is a place unique of its kind. We are disruptive. We believe in a breakaway with existing education systems. We are confident. We take risks because we believe that it can work. We are passionate explorers. We believe that our differences are richness. We act as both an engine and the bridge for the diffusion and expansion of African business and innovation to the rest of the world.
La distribution de courriers et colis fait partie de notre quotidien. Et si aujourd'hui elle devenait écologique? Le groupe Balid El Maghrib poursuit son engagement pour l'environnement, en complétant sa flotte avec des véhicules 100% électriques. Désormais, vos courriers et colis seront distribués sans émission de CO2, sans bruit et sans frais supplémentaires. Une solution durable pour mieux servir nos concitoyens et contribuer à un Maroc plus vert. Balid El Maghrib, avancez en toute confiance.
عندي بزاف ما يدار وما مسالياش. انت مسالي؟
مرحبا.
عرفتي راه كنفكر لي فاكتور حتى كنكون في الخدمه وكنعاود ننساهم وكنعاود نتفكرهم حتى كندخل دار بالليل. انا خاصني نخلص لي فاكتور ديال الماء وديال الضوء وديال التليفونات بجوج، وخاصني ندير هادشي كامل بلا ما نخرج حيت فيا البرد. وهادشي راه ماشي عكز، نو حيت ما مسالياش.
بون.
وانت عندك شي حل؟
مسالية تسمعي الحل، حيت مع بانكو في افريكا ديما كاين الحل. بمسيو ديراكت، خلصي كاع لي فاكتور ديالك غير من تليفونك وبلا ما تحركي. بغيتو تعرفوا اكثر؟ bankofafrica.ma.
أنا الباشا، أنا سيد الكل في الكل. نبغي حاجة سهلة الوصول. نكونكتي كل مرة نحكي ونعبر. ما نشبع من الهضرة دقيقة ما نصبر. معروفة بالعروض وحتى الخدمات. الريزو ديما موجود عند اتصالات. أنا الباشا، أنا سيد الكل في الكل. نبغي حاجة سهلة الوصول.
الباشا ديما كيختار اتصالات المغرب.
واجدين الويفي إلوي.
إنوي معكم كل يوم. اليوم حياة كانت غتكمل 6 سنين، ولكن كانت ضحية حادثة مؤلمة. وكون غير الأب ديال الحياة احترم العدد المسموح به في الدراجة النارية واختار الحل الآمن ليه ولعائلته. وكون حياة مازال في الحياة وكتحتفل بعيد ميلادها. كون غير احترموا قانون السير، كون ما وقعوش هاد الآفات كاملين.
مرحبا باللي زارنا وجاي يفرح دارنا. معانا في بركينا كل شي تكونيكتا اليوم وهادي انا ترنيت. عطيني المود باس طلقني بالزر بخلاص. نبارطاجي مع الناس ستوري كل نهار ونعيش انا كي بغيت. يا نانا اللي حبيته، يا نانا اللي حطيته وسط دويرتي ولقيته كيف تمنيت. انا من زمان
لا فيبر اورانج الويفي ماكس ديبي 50 ميجا ليكم كاملين غير 249 درهم للشهر.
اورانج كاينه.
ديما حيرة سهرانة كنفكر كيفاش نكون ليك احسن قدام عيني تكبر. ندير ما في جهدي نعطيك صفا ما كاين. عيونك تجاوبني صوتك ينطق عليا. ماما ماما انتي اسفة خليكي ما انتي احسن شوفيها بيني.
A new day has dawned. A continent reveals itself. For us, for them, for everyone. The time has come to unveil a new reality. Live the days, live the nights, see the endless opportunities, dream of the future, of all you can become, wherever we roam and however far we roam. Let's share our passions, carve our legacies, be all that you can be, moving forward without limitations, because the world is out there, ready to be explored.
فرجة أول منصة للفيديو تحت طلب أحسن ما كاين في الأفلام المسلسلات والسلسلات وثائقية 100% مغربية.
صافي تهنين ويتونا صافي راه عندها بعد الخدمه واعر نبقاو نعاودوا في هذا الشيء راه ما نقدروش نبقاو نعاودوا مره واحده غنعاودها معاكم وغنحبسها.
فرجة أحسن فرجة.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous vous prions de bien vouloir vous installer afin de démarrer notre cérémonie. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you take your seats to start officially our ceremony? Thank you.
Pour porter le flambeau des jeunes espoirs et célébrer ensemble toutes les victoires. La joie de vivre est dans notre culture. L'énergie positive est notre seconde nature. L'énergie, c'est la vie.
Assieds-toi, je lance.
Alors, madame, ça vous intéresse le cinéma?
Il m'arrive des choses bizarres.
C'est toi qui es chelou.
Tu veux qu'on fasse un trip à trois?
Bah. Je pense qu'on va plutôt commencer par un exercice de respiration.
Ne me faites pas vos yeux de velours, vous me troublez.
Bah, qu'est-ce que tu fais là, toi? Alors, content?
Tu vois que c'est utile, la jeunesse.
Africa Business School is an inclusive hub of lifelong learners.
L'hymne national. Là, l'hymne national. Mettez-vous debout pour l'hymne national.
Excellency, Madam and Mr. Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, welcome to the African Digital Summit. To officially begin our meeting, we respectfully ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to please stand up to the Sherifian anthem, the national anthem of the Kingdom of Morocco.
منتدى السؤدد وحماه دمت منتدى وحماه عشت في الأوطان للعلا عنوان ملء كل جنان ذكرى كل لسان بالروح بالجسد هب فتاك لب نداك في فمي وبدمها وكثر نور ونار لإخوتي هيا للعلا سعيا نشهد الدنيا أنه لا نحيا بشعب الله الوطن الملك.
Marhaba, Akwaba, bienvenue, welcome to this 6th edition of the African Digital Summit. Under the high patronage of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist. I'm so exciting. How are you today? Just good. How are you today? Yes, I'm truly honored to be here with a so important person. Thank you, dear Minister, to be here for sure, and a wonderful audience. I'm Eric Mboua. I'm from Côte d'Ivoire. This is the reason of my country. But more important, I'm living here in Morocco, this wonderful country. And I would like to say for the people coming from the first time, marhaba again, welcome to this wonderful city, Casablanca. We welcome this event. And talking about Morocco is also talking about cultural beauty, cultural diversity. And to start this ceremony, we are proud to present an exclusive creation especially designed for you for this event, where classical music, ballet, and virtual projections coming together in a perfect harmony. On stage, musicians and ballet dancers will perform in unison, symbolize the seamless blend of classical and modern art. The harmony between the music, the dance, and the virtual projections will create a captivating experience illustrating the Africa's digital transition. Ladies, gentlemen, we are proudly to present Symphony of Digital Age. Sorry. Wow, what a refreshing start. Can we have a round of applause again for this wonderful performance? Sometimes I put a disclosure in my mind to say, Eric, don't do the tippy toes. You can hurt yourself. So please don't do that at home too. Even in work, in the office, don't do that. They work professionally. More seriously, over the next 2 days, we will dive into keynotes and discussions around game-changing topics in our digital landscape. This year, the team centered on AI-powered customer engagement, retail media, transformation, sports marketing strategy. Yes, sport. Thank you to put this sport in this program. I like it. and also power of personal brand in the digital age. Well, also explore how to build resonant African digital community that connect globally. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, help me to welcome on stage our minister and the president of the GAM with a round of applause. First of all, Madame Rita Mezur, please join me on stage, the ministerial delegate of the head of government in charge of the digital transition and administration reform. Help me to welcome on stage with a round of applause. She's not ready. It's okay, we can take time. Sorry, Miss. So sorry. But at the same time, we can have also the and also asked to join me on stage the Minister of the Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation, Mr. Ablatif Miraoui. And sure, it's a great honor to receive the president of the GAM, Mr. Dr. Youssef Chekri, with a round of applause. Yes, it's important to give a high level of these events, and it's a great honor to receive our minister today. Thank you for your presence here. We all know your busy agenda, but thank you to be here. Minister, Madame Rita Mezur, can we start with you with an opening remark?
السيد وزير التعليم العالي، السيد المدير ديال القام، السيدات والساده اللي حاضرين معنا اليوم، انا فرحانه بزاف نكون معكم اليوم على هذا التجمع اللي جو تيكون كل عام وتنهنئكم عليه، وتنهنئكم كثير على الاهتمام ديالكم بمجال الرقمنه ومجال الذكاء الاصطناعي، وانه يكون صلب الاهتمام ديالكم. فكوزيره الانتقال الرقمي صنف فريمون شو كور، وتنهنئكم على هذا الاهتمام ديالكم فيه، وانكم نخرطوا في هذا المجال المهم. فهذه حاجه تتعرفوها على انه الذكاء الاصطناعي تيوفر امكانيات كبيره في المجال ديالكم، تيوفر واحد الامكانيات دو بيرسوناليزاسيون دو كاستمايزيشن. سافيتير كل واحد من الاودينس ديالنا، من التارجت اودينس ديالنا، نعطيوه ونوريوه الكونتوني اللي هو تيهمو، اللي هو اللي تيخصو، ان دوغري دو بيرسوناليزاسيون اللي الوحيد اللي يقدر يديرو هو الذكاء الاصطناعي والاناليز دي دوني. وهذا الشيء تزيد بواحد القيمه كبيره الانجيجمنت اللي يكون عندكم الاودينس والتفاعل الايجابي معكم. راه لي بلو غروند بلاتفورم اللي كاينين في العالم دو كونتوني واليوم في الاعلانات، راه القوه ديالهم الاولى والكبيره هي الذكاء الاصطناعي. انا شفت بروغرام اللي عندكم خبراء جايين من العالم كله باش يتحدثوا لكم اكثر في هذا المجال، فما غنزيدش نطول في هذا المجال لان كاينين خبراء اللي غادي يتكلموا فيه من بعد. الذكاء الاصطناعي توفر لكم ايضا امكانيات كبيره ومهمه. شنو هي صناعه المحتوى بطريقه اسرع. كان عندي هذا العدد الاسبوع تسولوني الناس قالوا لي واش دابا منين كاين الذكاء الاصطناعي وكاين هذا واش هاد لي كرياتور دو كونتوني فون ديسباريتر؟ قلت له لا، بالعكس، الذكاء الاصطناعي يقدر يسرع صناعه المحتوى، تقدر ديزيدي مع الذكاء الاصطناعي مع هاد لي زوتي. دابا الذكاء الاصطناعي يقدر يدير لنا دو تكست اللي تعرفوها، يقدر يدير لنا دي فيديو، يقدر يدير لنا دي زيماج، يقدر يدير لنا دي طابلو، يقدر يدير ميم دلا ميوزيك. ولكن هاد الشيء كما ما عندوش على انه صناعه المحتوى ما بقاتش عندها بلاصتها، بالعكس ولا لك تخدم الذكاء الاصطناعي بور برودوير بلو فيت، بور فير بلو فيت. راه حنا في المغرب صناعه المحتوى عندنا مازال عندكم دو لاسباس، مازال بغيناكم انا que vous créez plus de contenu اللي تيعكس ثقافتنا المغربيه، اللي تيعكس شنو حنا. الثقافه المغربيه ثقافه جميله، وخص المحتوى وخص هذا اللي يزيد يبرزها للعالم، والذكاء الاصطناعي سيقدر يسرع هذا المجال بشكل كبير. هادو اشياء اخرى اللي ناقد خبراء نخليهم يتكلموا في هذا المجال اكثر. نجي اليوم نتكلم لكم فاحنا وزاره الانتقال الرقمي واصلاح الاداره واكثر من حنا الدوله اوجوردي شنو تدير في هذا المجال ديال الرقمنه. فكما عرفتوا هذه قل من 2 أسابيع تم الاطلاق الرسمي ديال الاستراتيجيه الوطنيه للانتقال الرقمي، والتساؤل اليوم لكل شيء عنده شنو يمكن انا في المجال ديالي نقدر نستافد من هذه الاستراتيجيه كي غاديك تعاوني في خدمتي. اول حاجه الاستراتيجيه تقدر تواكب هذا الانتقال نحو الرقمنه والذكاء الاصطناعي اللي تشتغلوا عليه هو المواهب الشابه. مجال الرقمنه هو مجال معرفه بامتياز. اول حاجه تنحتاجوها هو المواهب الشابه. اليوم المواهب الشابه راها في صلب الاهتمامات ديال الاستراتيجيه الرقميه. حنا تنعتبروا على انها هي المحرك الكبير ديال الانتقال الرقمي في بلادنا، والحمد لله عندنا في المغرب شباب اللي تيهتم كثير في هذا المجال وتيتألق في هذا المجال. حنا تيجينا we take it for granted. Oui, bien sûr, on a des jeunes. Non, c'est une vraie richesse اللي بزاف د البلدان ما عندهمش. حنا في المغرب الحمد لله عندنا شباب تيتألق في هذا المجال. عاد في سبتمبر اللي فات 3 ديال الشباب المغاربه دي ليسي ولادات الليسي بوبليك في المغرب حرزوا على الميداليه البرونزيه في الاولمبياد العالمي اللي تتنافسوا فيه جميع الدول ديال لانفورماتيك. وليدات صغار ميداليه برونز سافيتير كوا كانت امريكا لاشين والمغرب جوست ابري يعني. وهذا غير مثال، نعطيكم مثال اخر. واحد الوليد اخر سميتو الموساوي تيخدم الذكاء الاصطناعي باش يدير دي طابلو، باش يدير ابداعات فنيه، كل شهرين تنشوفوا حرز على شي جائزه في شي بلاصه في العالم على ديك الابداعات اللي تيدير باعتماد الذكاء الاصطناعي. فالحمد لله المواهب الشابه عندنا في المغرب، ولكن اللي خاصنا هو نكونوا اكثر من هذه المواهب الشابه tout en préservant la qualité. وهذا كان واحد البرنامج مهم اللي طلقناه مع وزاره التعليم العالي اللي في 2022 كان تقريبا المغرب تكون 8000 خريج في مجال الرقمنه في المستوى الجامعي، وكاينه واحد 6000 اخرين تيتكونوا في مختلف التكوينات عن بعد لو بي بي تي اتسيتيرا، يعني تقريبا 14000 سنويا سنه 2022. الهدف ديال الاستراتيجيه هو ندوزو من 14000 2022 سنويا ل 100000 سنويا، يعني ارتفاع كبير. لا بون نوفيل هو ديجا في 2023 وبشراكه مع وزاره التعليم العالي تمت مضاعفه عدد الشباب اللي تيتبعوا دراستهم في مجال الرقمنه عبر فتح تكوينات جديده في مختلف جهات المملكه في 12 جامعه عموميه مغربيه، تكوينات في الذكاء الاصطناعي، في الرقمنه، في مختلف التكوينات. كاين ايضا برنامج جوب انتاك اللي طلقناه من اجل تكوين 15000 شابه وشاب في مجال الرقمنه. هادو اعاده التاهيل، مثلا شاب عنده شي تكوين في مجال اخر فتكوينات من 3 ل 6 شهور في مجال الرقمنه بري اون شارج باغ الدوله مجانا بالنسبه لهاد الشباب، ومن بعد تكون مواكبه ديالهم في ولوج لسوق الشغل. فهادو مثلا دي جون اللي عندهم دي ليسونس مات فيزيك كي فو سو ريكونفيرتير لو ديجيتال لو بروغرام مارش تري بيان. كاين مدارس البرمجه ولا مازال بغيتيو جوست بون ما نقولش هذا الا مازال المجال ديالكم بغا مازال ينفتح على هذا المجال ديال التكوينات وفوزات انتريسي بار تكوينات اللي تتواكبكم بالضبط، ادخلوا اون كونتاكت معنا. اون بو ميتر اون بلاس ان بروغرام ديديي المجال ديالكم، لان اون ميز بوكو على هذا المجال ديال لي طالون. مجال نبداو دونك هذا المجال ديال لي طالون اون y croit بوكو. المجال الثاني اللي تهتم به الاستراتيجيه بشكل كبير هو الشركات الناشئه المغربيه لي ستارت اب. علاش نهتموا كثير بلي ستارت اب؟ نهتموا كثير بلي ستارت اب ماشي حيت سي لا مود و تو الموند بارل دو ستارت اب و سي كول انوفون اي تو، مي باسكو يا ان فري بوتونسيال ايكونوميك. راه نعطيكم واحد الرقم. لي 5 بلو غروند انتربريز تك في العالم كلهم بداو كوم دي ستارت اب. دابا كاع هذيك لي غروند انتربريز تك في العالم اللي تتعرفوهم بداو كوم دي ستارت اب. مي اليوم الا شدينا لي 5 انتربريز تك في العالم بلا ما نسميهم راكم تتعرفوهم وجمعنا لا فالوريزاسيون ديالهم راه فايته لو بيب دو فرنسا، فايته لو بيب دو انجلترا، فايته لو بيب دو لاند. دونك on parle beaucoup de une grande opportunité pour notre pays. في افريقيا ديجا il y a ce qu'on appelle des licornes. كاينين شي 10 ديال لي licornes. شنو هي licorne؟ c'est une start-up qui est valorisée aujourd'hui à 1 milliard de dollars. Donc, في المغرب, quand on parle start-up, c'est pas juste parce qu'encore c'est déjà c'est vraiment, on y croit comme un vrai levier de transformation digitale, comme un vrai levier de création de valeur. Et la force des start-up, ils ont une capacité d'innovation rapide. Ils s'adaptent rapidement, ils ont des solutions مبتكرة, ils sortent de l'ordinaire, ونجاوبوا معاهم. Alors la stratégie a prévu beaucoup de choses pour les startups. شنو درنا؟ كاين d'abord un financement tout au long de la vie, من la bourse de vie, des subventions, من بعد تنجلبوا مستثمرين جداد. هذا واحد المشروع اللي طلقناه مع صندوق محمد السادس للاستثمار وصندوق الإيداع والتدبير. فكاينه تمويلات مهمه. ايضا تنخدموا باش نقويو المواكبه اللي كاينه في المغرب، اننا نقويو لي زانكوباتور اللي عندنا في المغرب، وايضا نجلبوا حاضنات لي زانكوباتور عالميين عندنا في المغرب باش يواكبوا الشركات الناشئه. نخدموا ايضا على الاطار القانوني، وايضا حاجه مهمه هي الولوج الاسواق. انتم عارفين انه شركه الى ما باعتش elle existe pas. الشركه اللي ما تتبيعش elle existe pas. وباش نكون عندنا شركات ناشئه مطوره خصنا نشريو منها حنا الاولى، كاع خصنا حنا الاولى نشريو منها. الوغ مثلا حنا مع وزاره الانتقال الرقمي واصلاح الاداره، مع وزاره التربيه الوطنيه حطينا ان بودجي مع لا سي دي جي حتى هي دو 240 مليون دو درهم. هذا لو بودجي قلنا لونسينا واحد لابيل ا مانيفيستاسيون دانتيري، قلنا هذا غنشريو حنا غير من لي ستارت اب ماروكان ولا اللي عندهم ولا او موا اللي عندهم اون باز دو برودكسيون في المغرب، باش نشريو من لي ستارت اب باسكو كروا كو لي ستارت اب عندهم مغربيه عندهم قدره باش يرقمنوا ويديروا لنا حلول ديال الذكاء الاصطناعي باش يقريو الوليدات، باش يعاونوا المدرسين. ماشي غير بغينا نشريو اون باز برودكتريس. وانا قلت لكم حطينا ان بودجي 240 مليون دو درهم. فهنا علاش نقول هاد الهضره؟ نقول هاد الهضره باش نشجعكم كاملين شريو من لي ستارت اب، فيت كونفيونس لي ستارت اب. حنا في الاداره تنديروا واحد لو بري سنوي ديال شكون هما الحلول الرقميه العموميه اللي تتالق، ودائما تنسول شكون اللي طور هاد الحلول الرقميه اللي تتالق. بلوبار دو طون سي شركات ناشئه مغربيه اللي طورت، باسكو الشركه الناشئه المغربيه غتجلس معاك وغتفهمك و elle va s'adapter à toi, elle a un degré de personnalisation. دونك نداء قوي. حنا تنديروا في الاداره مجهودات باش نبداو نشريو من الشركات الناشئه المغربيه اكثر. تانتوما في القطاع الخاص وفي هذا ديالكم ثقوا في هذه الشركات الناشئه وشريو منها باسكو ne vous déçoivront pas. ايضا من اجل تسقيع الانتقال الرقمي والذكاء الاصطناعي فكاين واحد الموضوع مهم اللي هو البنيه التحتيه، الكلاود كومبيوتين. علاش الكلاود كومبيوتين مهم؟ الكلاود كومبيوتين مهم لان الذكاء الاصطناعي خصو واحد لا بويسونس دو كالكول، خصو واحد لا بويسونس دو كالكول. لا بويسونس دو كالكول سي بلو فاسيل دو لا تروفي في الكلاود كانك تمشي تشري السيرفور عندك اون انترن. ايضا لا كلاود كومبيوتين بارمي دو باسي ا ليشيل، يمكن لك تبدا غير صغيور ومن بعد الا كثر عليك الطلب يمكن لك في كلكو مينوت ولا كلكو زور تكبر لا كاباسيتي ديالك. هي اون اسكون ابل اون الاستيسيتي. ففي الاستراتيجيه ديال المغرب الرقمي حطينا بلي الذكاء الاصطناعي هو من الركائز ديال الاستراتيجيه اي با لوان كو البارح كان عندنا واحد الندوه مع المديريه العامه ديال الامن السيبراني باش نشجعوا مختلف الفاعلين باش ينخرطوا في هذا الورش ديال الحوسبه تكون ابل كلاود كومبيوتين. وكاينين اليوم فاعلين محليين اللي تيديروا دي سوليوشن كلاود، وكاين ايضا فاعلين عالميين من كبار الفاعلين العالميين اللي جاوا المغرب وبداوا الاستثمارات ديالهم باش في القريب ان شاء الله يكونوا دي سوليوشن دو ساس كون ابل سوفتوير از سيرفيس، وتقدروا نخدموا هذه الحلول ديال الذكاء الاصطناعي بطريقه اسهل. فكما قلت لكم هنيئا وتي سام في فريمون شو كور هذا الاهتمام ديالكم بالرقمنه وبالذكاء الاصطناعي اللي هي لانها هي المستقبل ديال المجال ديالكم. ضروري نواكبوا هذا المجال ديال الذكاء الاصطناعي لان الفاعلين اللي تألقوا نحو العالم راهم تألقوا بفضل الذكاء الاصطناعي. الاستراتيجيه دارت عدد ديال الركائز اللي تقدر تعاونكم في هذا التحول ديالكم وشكرا.
Shukran Bezef, Mr. Minister. I would like to translate in Arabic, but we don't have time for that. Sorry about that. Thank you for your word. I would like also to mention that you can use the headset to have the translation in French, English, and Arabic. Thank you. Madame Rita Mizou, you are the Minister Delegate of the Head of Government in charge of the Digital Transition and Administration Reform. We are so lucky to have two ministers in an event, two members of the American government, which underlines the importance of the team that unites us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Minister of the Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation with a round of applause, Mr. Abdelatif Yedaoui.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre, Mesdames, Messieurs les PDG, Mesdames, Messieurs. C'est d'abord un réel plaisir que de me retrouver parmi vous dans une manifestation qui devient aujourd'hui importante, pas que chez nous, dans notre continent africain, mais aussi dans le monde entier. Et j'ai tendance de dire que nous sommes en train de voir un changement dans plusieurs civilisations. Et j'aimerais juste rappeler qu'il y a 1000 ans, et je ne citerai pas quelle civilisation, vu mes responsabilités, qu'il y a des civilisations qui ont disparu, qu'il y en a d'autres qui sont arrivées. Et j'ai l'impression qu'on est en train de vivre une période qui est très importante pour toutes les nations et pour l'humanité, sur tous les plans socio-économiques, mais également aussi sur le plan sociétal. Et c'est un des points qui est vraiment aujourd'hui manque, j'estime, manque dans tous les travaux que nous sommes en train de mener. J'espère qu'on arrivera tous, toute l'humanité arrivera à faire face à ce mouvement de manière positive. Je voudrais juste rappeler, si on regarde les dernières révolutions qu'on a eues, on a eu la révolution 1800, que je décris juste avec la machine à vapeur, et bien évidemment, vous connaissez tout ce qui s'en est suivi. La deuxième, qui était la révolution industrielle, l'arrivée de l'électricité, tout ce qui s'ensuit. J'estime personnellement que c'est cette rupture, cette révolution qui nous permet d'être là où nous sommes aujourd'hui, qu'on n'a pas une grande révolution. On est en train d'utiliser les résultats de tous les travaux qui sont passés pendant ce siècle 1900. Et puis, bien évidemment, début des années 2000, on a assisté à l'arrivée du digital de manière extraordinaire. C'est vraiment une amplification. Et puis, depuis je dirais 2015, j'ai encore pour les plus jeunes, depuis 2020, on assiste à un engouement, on assiste à des transformations qui sont vraiment de vraies ruptures. Et on a tous l'impression que ce qu'on a vécu avec les dernières révolutions, c'est en train de se répéter en très peu de temps. Avant, on avait une révolution tous les siècles. Et qu'aujourd'hui, on est en train de subir, je dirais, pas des révolutions, mais en tout cas, une révolution qui est en train de se construire depuis 2022, pour encore une fois être encore le plus schématique possible, avec l'arrivée de l'intelligence artificielle générative. Beaucoup de gens croient que l'intelligence artificielle vient d'arriver. Non, elle est là depuis très longtemps. Et personnellement, j'ai soutenu un travail de recherche en 1992. Et j'utilisais déjà l'intelligence artificielle, les réseaux de neurones en particulier. Mais aujourd'hui, avec la puissance de calcul, avec la puissance des ordinateurs, on assiste à des transformations considérables. Les hautes orientations de Sa Majesté n'ont eu de cesse que de réaffirmer le rôle déterminant du digital et de suivre ces technologies, bien évidemment en faisant en profiter notre population et la population de notre continent africain. Nous avons la chance d'avoir dans ce continent une jeunesse que beaucoup d'autres continents aujourd'hui auraient bien aimé avoir, si j'exclus l'Asie. Et donc nous devons absolument profiter de ces transformations. Souvent on parle de défis, on parle de contraintes, mais en réalité ce sont de vraies opportunités, que les cartes se redistribuent et qu'aujourd'hui nous avons accès à toutes les sciences, à toutes les technologies, bien évidemment dans le cadre de ce que nous avons comme moyen. Nous avons la chance aujourd'hui, nous commençons à recevoir, et tout à l'heure, je discutais avec Nadia Rahim et qui me disait qu'on a la chance d'avoir la génération Z. Pour moi, la génération Z, bien évidemment, elle va continuer à faire son temps, mais nous avons surtout la génération Alpha. Elle est née avec l'iPad. Et bien évidemment, c'est une génération qui n'a rien à voir avec les autres. Et j'aime bien rappeler de temps en temps qu'aujourd'hui, quand vous donnez une photo papier à un enfant de 1 an ou 2 ans, il est en train de chercher à la zoomer, et il commence à pleurer parce qu'il ne comprend pas, parce qu'il est né avec l'iPad, et quand il prend une photo, il zoome avec sa main. Et je pense qu'il faut absolument être conscient que cette génération alpha que nous commençons à avoir dans nos universités, il faut se comporter complètement différemment avec elle, parce qu'elle n'a plus rien à voir avec ce que je pourrais appeler la génération Z ou celle d'avant. Alors bien évidemment, c'est une contrainte pour les enseignants-chercheurs, pour les universités, mais en réalité, c'est une vraie opportunité pour qu'on puisse revisiter nos modèles de formation. Aujourd'hui, l'intelligence artificielle, qu'elle soit générative ou pas, elle inonde, j'allais dire, tous les secteurs. Et je le disais tout à l'heure, il va falloir aussi qu'on prenne du temps sur le plan international, pas qu'à l'échelle d'un pays ou d'un continent, mais sur le plan de toute l'humanité, qu'on puisse réfléchir qu'est-ce que ça va générer sur nos sociétés, j'allais dire nos manières de vivre. Quelle est la relation que nous allons avoir tous ensemble en tant qu'humains? Et je vous rappelle qu'il y a eu une histoire qui était au début heureuse, mais qui est devenue malheureuse, celle du nucléaire. Et que nous sommes en train de subir aujourd'hui, de manière assez douce, j'allais dire, cette révolution qui pourrait aller dans un sens ou dans l'autre, mais nous ne pouvons croiser les doigts et attendre que ça se passe. Nous devons absolument y être. Et c'est là le choix que nous avons fait dans notre pays. Et c'est le choix qui a été fait par le rapport de la Commission nationale, Commission spéciale du nouveau modèle de développement de notre pays. Alors bien évidemment, il faut le faire de manière concertée, de manière avec une intelligence collective la plus diffusée possible. et que tout ce travail-là devrait être fait dans les plus brefs délais. Qu'est-ce que nous avons fait aujourd'hui dans notre gouvernement et en particulier dans le département ministériel que je dirige? Nous avons d'abord décidé d'augmenter le nombre de spécialistes dans ces domaines. Madame la ministre l'a dit tout à l'heure, nous avons décidé de tripler le nombre d'ici 2026. Nous avions 8 000 lauréats qui sortent à l'échelle de l'université, donc 14 000 bien évidemment si on prend en compte tous les autres dispositifs. Et donc nous allons sortir d'ici 2026 plus de 23 000. Probablement on sera aux alentours de 30 000 compte tenu de la cadence, compte tenu de ce qu'on a mis en place, mais compte tenu aussi de la conscience de notre jeunesse. Aujourd'hui, les jeunes veulent ces métiers-là, choisissent ces métiers-là, parce que, bien évidemment, ils ont compris que ce sont des métiers qui vont faire la croissance dans les années à venir, pour ne pas dire dans les mois à venir. Ce que nous avons également fait, nous avons considéré que l'analphabétisation dont on parlait depuis très longtemps, ça ne sera plus simplement savoir lire et écrire. Je crois que le digital, on doit absolument régler cette question pour qu'il n'y ait pas de fracture sur le plan social. Il faut absolument que les jeunes et les moins jeunes, et j'aime bien rappeler un grand projet qu'a fait Singapour dernièrement pour les plus de 40 ans. Et c'est ce que nous sommes en train de mettre en place dans nos universités marocaines, comment faire l'université tout au long de la vie, de telle sorte de pouvoir embarquer la génération qui n'est pas digitalisée, qui n'est pas dans ce mouvement pour l'accompagner et l'aider à se transformer. Nous avons, dans tous les cycles de l'université, nous avons généralisé ce qu'on appelle les digital skills, de telle sorte à ce que tout étudiant aura un module sur les digital skills chaque année. Parce que chaque année, il va y avoir Digital Skills 1, Digital Skills 2. Bien évidemment, on évolue de l'initiation jusqu'à Bac plus 3 et on enchaîne jusqu'à Bac plus 5. De telle sorte à ce que le digital soit généralisé à toutes les formations. Pour les juristes, pour les géographes, pour les historiens et bien évidemment pour toutes les autres spécialités, sciences exactes. Aujourd'hui, les sciences humaines et sociales ne peuvent faire face à ces transformations que s'ils dominent ces sujets. Parce que ce ne sont pas des sujets que techniques, ce sont aussi des sujets qui répondent à des enjeux sociétaux et qu'aujourd'hui, un avocat ou un psychologue ou un sociologue a besoin de bien gérer, de bien manipuler ces éléments d'intelligence artificielle générative, en tout cas le digital dans sa globalité. Ces éléments vont nous permettre de pouvoir toucher le plus grand nombre. Et nous avons aussi, à l'intérieur de nos universités, nous avons mis en place des espaces que nous avons appelés Code 212. Ce sont des espaces qui permettront à tous les étudiants accès libre toute la journée, pour ne pas dire 24 sur 24, quand ils veulent, pour venir se certifier dans un domaine particulier. Et nous visons 100 000 certifications d'ici 2026 à l'échelle de tout le pays. L'idée est de permettre à un jeune qui a choisi de faire une filière sciences humaines et sociales ou une filière sciences et techniques de pouvoir faire un certificat dans un domaine particulier. Et on commence à voir que souvent, ces jeunes, avec ce certificat, il peut en faire sa vie personnelle parce qu'il a pris goût et parce que, justement, il a ce moyen de transformation. Alors, bien évidemment, dans le domaine de la recherche, il y a aussi un accompagnement qui est très important, dont un direct avec Madame la Ministre sur la formation de docteurs de nouvelle génération. Nous avons signé pour 560 bourses de doctorat avec obligation de mobilité une année à l'étranger. Et rien que cette année, nous avions déjà lancé 200 doctorats, l'année qui vient de s'écouler. Et l'année prochaine, nous enchaînerons avec 560 doctorats de nouvelle génération. Nous allons également, et Monsieur le ministre de l'Industrie et du Commerce n'est pas là, nous allons lancer également 1000 doctorants avec universités entreprises dans tous les domaines, y compris l'intelligence artificielle, y compris le digital. Et donc, bien évidemment, c'est une occasion de vous avoir tous ici pour dire que nous avons fait le pari d'investir dans la R&D et d'investir dans notre jeunesse. Et bien évidemment, nos entreprises dans les domaines du digital sont les bienvenues et nous allons lancer ça très bientôt lors de la journée de l'industrie qui sera probablement d'ici fin du mois. Alors bien évidemment, tout ça, nous avons mis également un institut national de recherche sur l'intelligence artificielle qui sera localisé à Fès, ou qui va regrouper tous les enseignants-chercheurs, toutes les compétences marocaines dans le domaine du digital et de l'intelligence artificielle et aussi des sciences des données, et qui, bien évidemment, cet institut national nous permettra d'avoir une vitrine et puis aussi de regrouper toutes les compétences dont on dispose dans notre pays. Bien évidemment, vous comprendrez que toutes ces transformations, elles arrivent, elles n'ont pas fini. Et je pense que vous tous qui êtes là, je suis persuadé que vous avez toutes les versions de ChatGPT, de Claude, de je ne sais quel outil aujourd'hui qui existe, et que vous suivez les évolutions pratiquement toutes les semaines, pour ne pas dire tous les jours, et que nous, dans notre ministère, on a une cellule qui travaille justement sur cet aspect, de telle sorte de pouvoir suivre ces évolutions. Encore une fois, c'est des vrais défis, mais encore une fois pour nous, sont de vraies opportunités et qu'il faut absolument qu'on arrive à le saisir. Notre continent africain est un continent qui regorge pas simplement de richesses minières, mais c'est surtout de jeunesse. Et que vous savez, la compétition qu'il y a aujourd'hui autour de cette question des talents, et que, juste une anecdote, en juillet, nous avons diplômé dans une école d'ingénieurs, Knetra pour ne pas la citer, 80% des jeunes ont déjà trouvé un emploi à l'étranger. C'est simplement pour vous dire que nous sommes aujourd'hui dans une mondialisation des talents et que la compétition se joue à ce niveau. Et bien évidemment, vous connaissez cette difficulté que vous avez éventuellement des fois à recruter, mais nous sommes là pour vous accompagner. Ce ministère est ouvert pour toutes les formations que vous pouvez imaginer, qu'on peut co-construire ensemble. Nous allons mettre en place, dans cette rentrée universitaire, nous avons déjà commencé par des filières, mais on va encore accentuer toutes les filières par alternance. Et que nous sommes disposés, si vous avez le besoin, si vous estimez que vous devez avoir des alternants, nous sommes prêts à faire ce travail. Vous savez qu'à l'échelle de notre gouvernement, Monsieur le chef de gouvernement est en train de travailler sur une feuille de route pour l'emploi qui va bientôt voir le jour, et que dans cet aspect d'emploi, nous sommes bien évidemment tous, je dirais, mobilisés pour qu'on puisse répondre à cette question. Nous voudrions former plus pour en garder plus, parce que nous savons que nous allons, bien évidemment, que nous avons, je dirais pas perdre, mais que nous allons, bien évidemment, voir un certain nombre de jeunes qui vont partir à l'étranger. Je vous invite à regarder ce qui se passe en ce moment dans les domaines de médecine. C'est un domaine où les ruptures sont en train d'être visibles pratiquement toutes les semaines. Il n'y a pas plus tard qu'hier, si vous avez suivi, une chirurgie a pu se faire à distance à des milliers de kilomètres, de France en Chine, avec bien évidemment un robot, j'appellerais ça téléchirurgie, télémédecine. Vous allez voir qu'aujourd'hui, nous allons assister, car ça a déjà commencé, avec bien évidemment la souveraineté médicale, que chacun de nous peut éventuellement réserver une consultation sur le plan international. Nous allons commencer à avoir des choix de médecins avec des étoiles comme Booking, comme d'autres. Et donc, il faut absolument que notre continent puisse être résilient et puisse être adaptable pour qu'il puisse faire face à toutes ces transformations. Aujourd'hui, on assiste dans tous les domaines sans exclusion, et bien évidemment à des transformations qui sont plus qu'importantes. Et nous devons absolument profiter de cette situation pour en faire de vraies opportunités. Je vous remercie pour votre attention. Merci.
Merci infiniment, Monsieur le Ministre. Et nous avons entendu, à travers votre programme, une vision dynamique, adaptée surtout à la jeunesse. Et quand vous avez dit la jeunesse, je me suis senti concerné. D'ailleurs, Monsieur le Ministre, vous devez vous sentir aussi concerné parce qu'avec l'intelligence artificielle, aujourd'hui, on peut vous transformer votre image et vous allez dire « je suis jeune à jamais ». Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir Monsieur le Ministre encore pour tout le travail fait et son équipe. Federating, involving, and innovating an organization is a real challenge, thanks to his leadership and vision with the support of the partner. Our next speaker invited us to this transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome for the president of the GAM, Monsieur Dr. Youssef Chekri, sous vos applaudissements.
Monsieur le ministre, chers invités, chers partenaires, chers amis, c'est avec un profond honneur et une immense gratitude que nous nous réunissons aujourd'hui sous le haut patronage de Sa Majesté le Roi, que Dieu l'assiste. Cette édition est particulièrement significative. Elle se tient et coïncide avec le lancement de la stratégie Maroc Digital 2030, une stratégie ambitieuse qui vise à positionner le Maroc comme hub numérique. Mais surtout, c'est une stratégie avec des objectifs concrets en matière de création d'emplois, en matière de contribution au PIB. Félicitations, Madame la Ministre, pour cet excellent travail et cette belle initiative. Cette édition coïncide également avec le 40e anniversaire du GAM. 40 ans. C'est bien plus qu'une durée, elle symbolise des décennies d'engagement vis-à-vis des marques, des marketeurs et de l'ensemble de leur écosystème. Le GAM a démarré en tant qu'association d'annonceurs pour les représenter, pour défendre leurs intérêts, et au fil des années, il s'est transformé en véritable plateforme qui fédère l'ensemble des acteurs du marketing, de la communication, du digital et des médias. Et aujourd'hui, l'événement d'aujourd'hui témoigne de ce rôle que joue le GAM aujourd'hui. Grâce à cette dynamique, grâce à cette mobilisation, à cette concertation avec l'ensemble des acteurs, nous avons pu sortir un certain nombre de projets qui sont en train de changer ou qui ont déjà changé la pratique du marketing, de la publicité au Maroc. Pour ne citer que le travail qui a été fait par les bureaux précédents sur la mesure d'audience. Et aujourd'hui, le Maroc est le seul pays à disposer d'un système de mesure d'audience automatique en Afrique. Et c'est un système qu'on va lancer sa deuxième version. Donc, grâce au travail qui est fait dans le cadre du SIOMED, qui est un groupement d'économiques qui réunit le GAM, les agences de communication à travers l'UACC, les régies publicitaires et les diffuseurs. Et ce système et la data qu'on reçoit chaque jour à 8 heures du matin nous permet de mieux structurer et de mieux choisir donc, les passages de nos campagnes. Cette dynamique a continué et nous travaillons toujours main dans la main avec l'UACC. Et nous avançons dans la même direction. C'est ce qui nous a permis de signer il y a quelques mois la charte de confiance ou la charte qui régit la relation entre les agences et les annonceurs, qui pose un cadre de déontologie, qui présente les bonnes pratiques. Donc on a été benchmarké un peu au niveau international. Nous avons organisé un certain nombre de workshops, d'échanges, de concertations pour arriver enfin à signer cette charte dont nous sommes fiers. Nous continuons à œuvrer dans ce sens, mais en s'ouvrant aussi sur des fonctions qui sortent du domaine du marketing et de la communication. C'est dans ce sens qu'on avait signé il y a 3 ans une convention avec l'OSIM et nous avons enclenché un certain nombre d'actions parce que nous estimons que nous devons nous rapprocher. Donc nous avons le digital en commun et nous devons nous rapprocher, savoir communiquer ensemble, avancer ensemble et trouver les belles synergies. Et ce partenariat, aujourd'hui, on aura le plaisir, dans quelques minutes, de signer une convention tripartite avec AGEF, l'association des DRH, OSIM, association des DSI, et Gama, association qui regroupe les marketeurs. Et donc tout ça parce qu'on trouve que nous avons des synergies ensemble et on est convaincu qu'on peut même aller au-delà de cette convention de partenariat pour créer éventuellement un cadre commun de travail. Nous avançons aussi dans le sens de l'Afrique. Et en marge de cet événement, nous allons tenir une première réunion de concertation avec les associations africaines d'annonceurs, nos homologues dans les pays africains, pour essayer de se concerter, d'échanger autour de nos priorités et définir un cadre commun. Cette réunion se tient dans le cadre de la WFA, la Fédération mondiale des annonceurs, dont nous sommes membres, et cette réflexion donc, pourra aboutir à la création d'un réseau africain des marketeurs. Notre priorité pour 2025, donc, que nous avons fixée aujourd'hui, que nous avons fixée dès maintenant, c'est d'aller vers une charte de durabilité. Donc, c'est un sujet aujourd'hui au centre des préoccupations des marketeurs, un peu partout dans le monde. Une étude récente qui a été menée par la WFA et dont le Gama a contribué a trouvé que 80% des marketeurs ont déclaré que leur priorité sur les 5 prochaines années sera la sustainability. Et c'est dans ce sens que nous souhaitons mettre en place cette charte pour accompagner les annonceurs marocains dans ce sens. Et pour ce faire, donc nous avons le plaisir aujourd'hui de signer 2 conventions de partenariat avec ABG Dubaï, donc qui est l'association des annonceurs à Dubaï, et l'Union des marques, notre homologue français. Pour revenir un peu à l'événement d'aujourd'hui. Donc l'événement, cette 6e édition de l'African Digital Summit, promet une programmation scientifique inspirante et dynamique grâce au travail acharné et de longue haleine, des réflexions profondes pendant 6 mois menées par notre comité scientifique, présidé par la brillante Dr Nadja Rahim, donc, qui a su créer une belle dynamique, qui a su mobiliser donc, l'ensemble des membres de ce comité. Et par la même occasion, c'est un comité qui a été constitué d'experts dans les différents domaines du marketing, du digital, de la communication, des médias, du Maroc, d'Afrique et de partout dans le monde. Et pour rendre hommage à Nadia, j'aimerais bien préciser que Nadia, au-delà de son rôle de président du comité scientifique, il a prêté main forte cette année à l'organisation de cet événement. Merci Nadia. Donc la thématique centrale qui s'est dégagée des différents débats des comités scientifiques est l'intelligence artificielle. Sincèrement, on n'a pas décidé d'aller creuser cette piste. Il s'est dégagé naturellement. Donc, nous savons aujourd'hui que l'intelligence artificielle est une réalité. Ils offrent aux marques et aux marketeurs un éventail d'opportunités qui permet à ces marques de bien segmenter et cibler leurs audiences, qui permet de personnaliser la relation client, qui permet d'optimiser les campagnes de communication. Par ailleurs, nous avons besoin de garder quand même un équilibre entre ce que peut apporter l'intelligence artificielle, qui peut analyser des masses de data en temps réel, qui peut apporter des réponses personnalisées à travers des chatbots, qui peut donner beaucoup de... Mais qu'on ne perde pas de vue l'aspect cognitif et émotionnel dans le cadre de nos campagnes de communication, et ceci pour avoir des campagnes non seulement performantes, mais aussi mémorables. Et c'est l'objectif des marques à long terme. Nous n'avons pas traité, bien sûr, que l'intelligence artificielle, bien qu'elle est intégrée à toutes les thématiques, naturellement. Mais nous avons été explorer un certain nombre de domaines d'actualité qui intéressent notre audience. Le marketing sportif, nous sommes à la veille de la Coupe d'Afrique 2025, la Coupe du Monde qui arrive en 2030. Et donc, en avant un panel et un sujet et un track, complètement un track, donc qui sera dédié à cette thématique. Nous allons également explorer des thématiques liées au e-commerce, au gaming, qui aujourd'hui suscitent l'intérêt des annonceurs, mais aussi des investisseurs. Nous allons aussi exploiter la problématique des talents et comment aujourd'hui on peut répondre aux besoins grandissants dans le domaine du digital. Et également, on a été dans certaines thématiques qui sortent un peu du champ du marketing, comme le futur du travail. Nous avons prévu aussi des masterclass pour les personnes qui souhaitent aller en profondeur, explorer certaines thématiques. La plénière ou ADS Plenary, c'est le cœur du réacteur de l'ADS, mais le concept de l'ADS, il va au-delà. Nous avons aussi prévu un business forum qui permettra de mettre en relation des offreurs de solutions innovantes, des marques aussi qui sont là pour exposer, avec un public donc, qui peut être intéressé par ces offres. Un espace a été dédié aux startups, un sujet qui tient à cœur à Madame la Ministre, qui est le Digital Garden. Donc, nous avons lancé un appel à candidature pour choisir les meilleures startups dans les domaines AdTech, MarTech et pouvoir les mettre en relation avec de grandes entreprises, chose qui les permettra justement de remplir leur carnet de commandes et également de se confronter et de rencontrer déjà des décideurs au Maroc, de rencontrer des speakers, des experts, des participants qui viennent d'un peu partout dans le monde et également de croiser des géants de l'industrie comme Google, comme Microsoft, IBM, Spotify, TikTok. Et ceci leur permettra de s'inspirer et, pourquoi pas, se faire racheter. Et nous allons, pendant ces 2 jours, dévoiler les résultats de l'étude Digital Trends Morocco, qui est l'étude de référence annuelle qu'on lance chaque année et qui fait un peu le point sur l'état de l'art en matière de digital chez l'annonceur, leurs investissements publicitaires, les usages qui font du digital. Cette année, on a rajouté de nouvelles thématiques, notamment sur l'intelligence artificielle, sur le marketing sportif, sur l'usage du gaming. C'est des thématiques qui coïncident un peu avec les thématiques du sommet parce qu'ils sont d'actualité. Et on finira sur les Digital Awards. Les Digital Awards, ce sont des awards qui ont démarré en version Moroccan Digital Awards. Et cette année, pour la première fois, on passe à la version continentale et les Moroccan Digital Awards deviennent African Digital Awards. Et nous sommes particulièrement fiers de voir des entreprises, des marques africaines candidates à ce prix, qui devient un prix et une référence dans ce domaine en Afrique, et également de grands groupes nationaux qui ont candidaté avec des campagnes qui ont été dédiées en Afrique. Donc, ça sera la cérémonie de remise des awards et la cérémonie de clôture. J'espère que nous avons réussi à vous concocter une expérience événementielle, intéressante, inspirante, plein de partage, plein d'inspiration, plein d'échanges. Et je vous remercie d'être là tous. Je profite également de cette occasion pour remercier l'ensemble des partenaires, remercier les comités qui ont accompagné l'organisation de cet événement. Un grand merci au jury des African Digital Awards, présidé par Mehdi Alami, et qui a mis vraiment une belle énergie et qui a contribué activement à la conception de cette nouvelle version, l'African Digital Awards. Merci Mehdi et merci à tous les membres du jury. Un grand merci aux membres du bureau du GAM, à l'équipe GAM, aux membres du GAM plus globalement pour leur mobilisation. Sincèrement, hier, j'étais particulièrement ému, un jour avant l'événement, où tout le monde, vraiment, pas uniquement les annonceurs, pas uniquement les membres, tous les acteurs, des agences, des maisons de prod, qui appellent comment est-ce qu'on peut aider. Et ça, on est fiers aujourd'hui qu'on a pu créer cette belle dynamique. Un grand merci aux hommes, aux femmes et aux hommes des médias qui nous accompagnent ces 2 jours. Je vous souhaite un bon sommet. Merci.
Merci infiniment, Président. Je vous écoutais attentivement et je me disais que le Président devait être équipé d'une intelligence artificielle pour avoir un discours aussi structuré, pertinent, dynamique et juste. On peut l'applaudir encore une fois. Et tous nos ministres, bien entendu, pour leurs mots d'ouverture. Oui, vous avez évoqué plusieurs éléments, plusieurs sujets, l'intégration africaine, la charte de durabilité. Le programme qui nous attend aujourd'hui est plus que chargé. Vous avez identifié 2 personnes clés. La présidente du comité scientifique, Madame Nadia, qui peut peut-être se lever. Elle est habillée en blanc. Nadia, où se trouve la présidente? Voilà, on va vous applaudir. Désolé, vous êtes élégante aujourd'hui, alors on en profite. Merci infiniment à vous et vos équipes pour le travail fait. Et vous avez aussi mentionné que les American Awards se transformaient en African Digital Award, et vous avez cité Monsieur, je le vois ici dans l'ombre, Monsieur Mehdi, vous allez vous lever aussi. On va profiter de votre présence. Il est juste ici pour vous applaudir. Oh, si vous allez vous lever, moi je suis comme ça, j'aime bien titiller un tout petit peu. Voilà, parce que c'est beaucoup de travail. Et je voulais vraiment ici rendre hommage et honneur à toutes les équipes. Vous avez une équipe formidable qui travaille autour de vous. Vous avez aussi mentionné cette opportunité de consolider, de pouvoir réunir plusieurs organisations, plusieurs associations. On va ici installer maintenant une table pour pouvoir vivre cette séquence de signature. On va demander à nos équipes, à toute la régie, de pouvoir installer la table. Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, on vous garde avec nous. Monsieur le Président aussi, comme ça vous serez les témoins de ces signatures-ci. Devant votre présence, on profite de cet instant, effectivement. Aussi, vous mentionnez pour votre fluidité d'écoute que des casques d'écoute sont installés. Vous pouvez disposer de la traduction en français et en anglais de ce sommet. Just mention that you have a headset on the seat so you can use it to have a comfortable understanding of this summit. Voilà un petit peu pour notre organisation. Je vais demander, et nous allons commencer par une signature tripartite, si je peux me permettre ceci, entre l'OSIM, l'AGEF et le GAM, qui vont venir ici sur le stage pour pouvoir procéder à la signature. On se laisse avec une petite musique de fond, juste quelques secondes afin de finaliser notre installation. Pour vous permettre aussi de suivre le programme, vous aurez à l'extérieur, si vous êtes arrivé par l'entrée, des QR codes que vous pouvez scanner pour récupérer la plateforme de programmation et aussi d'échange. Just mention that you can use the QR code just at the entry. You just have to scan it to receive the schedule and the program with this platform. J'aimerais maintenant recevoir ici. Alors, je vais attendre que les parapheurs soient installés aussi pour être certain de signer pas virtuellement comme une intelligence artificielle, mais concrètement, sur du papier, avec un stylo, comme à l'époque, vous vous souvenez, quand on écrivait tout ce qu'on avait à dire et penser. Alors, on va s'assurer que la régie organise ceci. Notre première signature, notre première convention se fera donc entre l'OSIM, l'AGEF et le GAM. Je demanderai de se préparer la présidente de l'AGEF, que je vais demander de venir nous retrouver une fois qu'on aura tous les éléments installés, sera suivi du président de l'OSIM et aussi le président du GAM qui viendra se positionner pour pouvoir faire cette signature. Oui. Pardon. Oui, je lançais. Voilà, ici. Just on the table. Okay, first one. Merci à notre équipe. Alors, nous allons demander à la présidente de l'Association nationale des gestionnaires et formateurs des ressources humaines, Madame Bouchra Nahili, de venir nous retrouver sous vos applaudissements. Je vais venir vous indiquer, je vous laisse saluer nos autorités si vous permettez. Demandez aussi au président de l'OSIM, l'Association des utilisateurs des systèmes d'information au Maroc, de venir me retrouver, M. Hicham Chiger. Le président de l'OSIM. Voilà, on vous laisse vous positionner, permettre aux photographes d'immortaliser les personnes présentes à cette signature. Et pour se donner de la fluidité, j'annonce d'ores et déjà la suite des signataires qui vont être entre l'ABG et le Gama. Président, la signature. Les signatures sont bien faites. On va applaudir, bien entendu. C'est un sang pour l'exécution de cette convention de partenariat. Avec vos applaudissements, mesdames et messieurs. Et nos photographes vont se positionner pour la photo de famille. Merci infiniment. Merci, on vous raccompagne. Et nous allons tout de suite enchaîner pour une signature, un MOU entre l'ABG et le Gama. Nous allons installer d'ores et déjà les parapheurs et nous allons inviter les signataires à nous retrouver sur scène. Et j'inviterai ici à nous retrouver the Executive Director of the ABG, Advertising Business Group, with Madame Eleni Kitra. And this MOU will sign between the ABG and the GAM, with Mr. Dr. Youssef Shikri, just right after the photo. Thank you. So let's proceed to the signature. You're welcome. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Madame Eleni Kitra, with his colleagues for this signature. The second signature is an MOU established between the Advertising Business Group, ABG, Dubai, and the American Association of Advertisers. Like the President mentioned, they both affiliated with the World Federation of Advertisers, the WFA, with the purpose of formalizing the strategic collaboration aimed at strengthening the presence and impact in the Middle East and Africa regions. Voici une bonne poignée de main pour ce MOU. And let's start again with this picture with the convention, with the MOU about advertising, marketing, industry research, insight education and training, sustainability practices, self-regulation and compliance. Et j'annonce d'ores et déjà notre troisième signature qui va se faire entre le Gama et l'Union des marques. Je demanderai après la photo de famille à Monsieur Jean-Luc Chétry, président de l'Union des marques, à nous retrouver sur scène. Merci infiniment. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Eleni, bye. J'invite maintenant à venir me retrouver Monsieur Jean-Luc Chétry, président de l'Union des marques, qui va nous retrouver sur scène. Monsieur Gétrit, je vous permets de saluer nos ministres et de rejoindre la table de signature, si vous le permettez, pour procéder à ce même exercice entre l'Union des marques et le GAM. This third signature is between Union des marques, is a French professional association which has a 250 members company to represent brands with the aim of building sustainable brands. To the end, it develops tools and programs to support its members. It advocates in the activity in the main principles and values mentioned in the appendice. The GAM, vous le savez, the GAM is a unique representative of advertiser, brand and marketer in Morocco since 1984, currently has around 100 member companies. Et nous saisissons ce moment pour cette prise de photo avec nos médias. Et des applaudissements de la salle, bien entendu. Merci infiniment, Monsieur Gétrit. Merci à vous. Quatrième séquence, quatrième signature. And I call on this stage the Foundation Jadala. And I call Mr. Hamid Ben El Afdil on stage. Monsieur le Président de la Fondation. Jadala, qui nous retrouve sur scène. Pour cette séquence, quatrième séquence de signature. Welcome, Mr. Hamid Ben Afdil, President of the Dara Foundation. Is a non-profit association recognized as being of public utility, act to ensure access to quality education for all young people to succeed in their life project despite their fragile socio-economic situation which restrict their autonomy and development. Et la dernière photo de cette séquence, avant d'entendre la keynote d'ouverture, et remercier bien entendu et on va retirer les tables de signature pour pouvoir procéder à la suite de notre programme. Et d'applaudir tous ces signataires aujourd'hui pour démarrer cette 6e édition de l'African Digital Summit. Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, je profite pour vous remercier et demander à la salle de vous applaudir encore très très fort, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Ministre. Merci beaucoup. Voilà, la régie va ici repositionner notre espace et nous allons plonger dans une autre séquence. Monsieur le Président du GAM, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les ministres vont poursuivre leur rencontre et nous restons ici, dans cette salle, magnifiquement disposée, orchestrée, pour vous faire vivre la keynote d'ouverture. Le président du GAM, et vous avez certainement noté que le Maroc va recevoir d'importantes compétitions sportives. La Coupe d'Afrique des Nations 2025, la Coupe du Monde 2030 avec l'Espagne et le Portugal. J'ai envie de dire big time for sport in Morocco. For this opening keynote, it's a really honor and I'm thrilled to receive this gentleman. Personally, for two reasons. Because this is one of my favorite sports, American football, and also because, maybe it's not known much in Africa, there exist clubs, associations playing American football. I used to be quarterback in Toulouse in France. So, ladies and gentlemen, to officially begin today's events, our opening keynote, reveal how iconic brand the Dallas Cowboy football American team stay in culturally relevant year-round by harnessing the power of culture, influence, media, and social media. Please join me in welcoming to Rob Sender, Senior Director of Brand of Marketing for the Dallas Cowboy, with a round of applause. We're talking about American football, so we need more energy! Hello, how are you? Yes, please.
I was just backstage signing all those documents. I don't know if they know that yet, but I thought I'd give it a shot. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right, we'll take it away.
Be close to the microphone.
Okay, we'll take it away. Wow, bonjour, good morning. Thank you so much for having me. It is an incredible privilege to be here. My name is Rob Sender. As you said, I work for the Dallas Cowboys of the National Football League. I have to say, I've been in Morocco now for 24 hours. The people, the culture, the food, everything, it is so amazing. I cannot wait to get back to be able to tell all my friends and family about this incredible experience. So before we get going, I have the distinct pleasure of kicking off the keynotes for the day for this overall conference. So I did think I'd be remiss to not just say an incredible thank you to the Gama, of course, to His Majesty King Mohammed VI for all of the high patronage of this incredible event. So with that, we've got 15 minutes, I'm told. So I got my timer up here. We're gonna jump right into it. But as you can see, this is all about growing the next generation of fans. Now, whether or not you're actually an American football fan, whether you're aware of it, whether you've never heard of it, that's okay. So the context for this conversation today, just keep in mind, whatever you do, whatever the sports team is, whatever the company is, whatever the industry is, we're all tasked with a similar objective of growing our next generation of consumers, right? So I want to walk through this in kind of three things today. We're going to talk about the evolution of sports teams to entertainment brands. We're going to talk about this idea of on the field versus off the field. And lastly, I'm going to give you three examples. And we're going to wrap it up. And it'll be short and simple and sweet. And hopefully this is an easy one to get us going for the overall conference when it comes to the keynote. So first things first, I am 5,000 miles away from home. I realize that. I'm not on my home turf. So again, whether you're a big American football fan or couldn't care less, that's okay. I did think it was worth at least mentioning. For those of you who maybe don't know, American football is America's most popular sport right now. It's about 3 out of 4 Americans over the age of 8 are hand raisers. They're the ones saying, I'm a huge fan. That's about 250 million people. So that's just United States alone. So a sizable fan base. And as I mentioned when I was getting going, it's like, again, whether we're talking about a football team, whether we're talking about anything else, we as marketers only control what happens off the field. So when we win, it makes it a lot easier, but we don't have anything to do with that. So again, no matter what you do, whether you're working in sports or consumer technology or building products or healthcare, we don't control certain things. Even if you're the CEO and you're the chairman and you're like, well, I control it. I'm the number one boss. It's like macroeconomic trends come into play. Pandemics, as we know, come into play. So work on controlling what we can control. And for us, ultimately, that means this. We want to think and act like an entertainment brand. I'm going to get into exactly what I mean by that. But first things first, football is our bread and butter. So while, as a marketer, I want to shift over and talk about this idea of being an entertainment brand and creating all these glitzy things, at the end of the day, we're a football team, and we need to do that really well. We would be remiss to miss out on that, to just not get it right. So don't worry, I know it's a small wheel, but I'll just kind of give you the high points. It's a year-round business. We only have 8 to 9 home games a year. That's it. So we have 356, 357 days, depending on how it breaks down, to fill the calendar with other things. So we're in the middle of the season right now. Just this past Sunday, there were 2 teams from the NFL, not the Cowboys, playing in London. And we'll get into the playoffs, and I'm sure everyone's heard of the Super Bowl. But ultimately, right after that, fires back up. And we get into draft, where we're pulling all the new players in, combines, training camps, and whatnot. But ultimately, for us, the left side is not really what I focus on. It's the right side. And it's how do we come up with other elements, whether it's bridging tent poles, whether it's creating new tent poles. I don't know if you can see on some of the screen, but things like monster truck rallies. Not sure if that translates, and that's okay if not. Taylor Swift concerts, all these different elements and what have you. And it's a great thought. We can stand around all day and ultimately say, hey, we want to do this. It's going to be a lot of fun. But we have to actually have a strategy. And how do we move from theory to truly a strategy? So for us, this is what it's all about. And this is what I think translates well to whatever you're doing. Creating cultural topspin by tapping into our consumer touch points, that's what it's all about for us. The train is already moving. It's really about how do we keep it moving? How do we add that topspin and say, if we're already going to be doing something, let's double down. Let's connect the dots. Let's pour some gasoline on that fire. For us, these touch points, these are the 3 of them. They're huge for us because our players, and this is no different from the Moroccan National Federation soccer team, like your players are celebrities. Like you have to use them. They're gamers, your best players. They're listening to music. They're fashion icons. When they're dressing up and going out, like people are talking about it. It's the same for us. So ultimately what we're trying to do is figure out how do we pour some gasoline on this fire because we know it's going to get into our target audiences. So let's get into it. And then I'm going to go through 3 examples, and we'll wrap it up. The Star in Frisco is our global headquarters. So this is, a high shot of it. Ultimately, in 2016, when we were building a new headquarters, there was this idea of, okay, well, we know we're going to be building a locker room and practice fields, and of course, offices, great, like that has to happen. What if we surround it with an entertainment district? And what if we put restaurants and retail outlets and all these different things that are going to bring people in outside of those game days, right? This is not about going to our game on Sunday afternoon, buying a ticket. This is the opposite. This is about Tuesday night with your family. Is there something to do? You want to go out to dinner? You got to go shopping. You want to bring the kids out. So I want to give you a few examples of this. But ultimately, I have a quick video. We'll see if it autoplays. Okay, this just gives you a taste of it. So if you're thinking, okay, he's up here to talk about football, take a look at this. I don't know if the sound plays, but if not, that's okay. Okay, so it's a 91-acre entertainment complex, and this is starting to be replicated. We're working with teams, even soccer teams, football teams in Europe, to start to do this around their headquarters. So 91-acre complex that is not football specific. This is about extending the brand. So we've got a hotel, we've got corporate headquarters, restaurants, all these different entertainment districts, year-round events. So we do have large-scale events, and we have things like, hey, Thursday night, we're going to put on the latest Disney movie. Bring your family out. We've got free popcorn. Like, come out and have a good time. And I'll give you, since I have time for it, I'm checking my time. I'll give you the perfect example. And I have a new friend I met last night, Patrick. There's a consumer behavioral trend that we're ultimately going for that blew my mind. We do, if anyone's familiar with flag football is coming to the Olympics in Los Angeles in 2028. So if you're not familiar, hopefully you will become familiar soon. We'll get to you. But we do flag football camps during the summer. Kids are out of school. They're enjoying going to camp. And ultimately, this happens like day in and day out. It's just kind of routine happening. So one day, I went in, and there were some parents just sitting in the crowd, much like this. I walked over to one of the moms and said, hey, how are you doing? Like, are you a Cowboys fan? And she says, oh, no, I'm not a Cowboys fan at all. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is going to be interesting. Much like many of the demographics that are in the area, they just moved to Frisco, where our headquarters is. They moved from Los Angeles. She says, My husband and I are huge Charger fans. We've never been fans of the Cowboys, but we like what you're doing here. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, how did you find out about this? Well, when we moved here, we went to one of the restaurants, met some new girlfriends. Next thing you know, we're out at your family movie night. And then, through this, that, or the other, somebody mentioned this flag camp. And oh my gosh, I love what the Cowboys are doing. And I'm thinking in my head going, this is it. Like, it has nothing to do with our football game on Sunday afternoon. It is 100% about bringing fringe fans in, starting to get into our ecosystem, bringing their kids and family along. It's just an amazing, amazing way that we're able to bring people to our fandom group and grow that next generation of fans. And whether or not that they show up on a Sunday, we love them to. But keep in mind, 8 to 9 home games a year, there's only so many. Like, we can only have a few. So this is one example of how we're really leaning into the entertainment side. Okay, and the lights are bright, I can't see, but are there any gamers in the audience? Okay, does anybody have kids who are gamers? Okay, definitely, I see a few hands going up. So, Cowboys Game Time was this idea of our players are gamers. Like, if we go down to the locker room, they're just standing in there, gaming, chatting, talking about, oh, I beat you on this, I beat you on that, before they ever go to practice. So we decided, well, we've got to get into this somehow. And I'll say the NBA's done an incredible job on this in the past. National Basketball Association, they've been doing stuff in gaming for a long time. So we weren't recreating the wheel, but we wanted to say, what does this look like for us? And what it looked like for us was ultimately, we've got a lot of older fans. We've got a lot of Cowboys fans that remember us winning big championships in the 90s, and now they've got kids, and their kids are like, I don't really care. So we're trying to figure out, how do we start to bridge these gaps again? How do we bring those kids into this ecosystem? And we said, let's create a gaming platform. Let's create a gaming platform that is reoccurring, that it can start small, it's really planting a seed, and let's watch it grow. So one more video, and this is what we launched with.
Deep post, touchdown! Shot over the top, turning it to 35, hurdles a man, 30, head down, it's in the gun, pulls it back, wide, he's buried by Lawrence. Ain't no movement between these lines, gotta get dealt with. You're on the field, it's 11-4, win your battle. It's your time, time to begin on. It's game time. Time to begin on.
Awesome. So this gaming platform has gotten huge for us. We gave away Super Bowl tickets last year. I know you can't really read it too close. I'll walk you through a few things. We have our players join. They actually will jump on the streams. So these kids are getting on, and they may have their actual gaming influencers, across the top that they love, but they're also able to say, oh, our quarterback, our different players are popping on. It's creating this ecosystem, and it's really a word of mouth type product. And when we started, I think the first time we did it, we had like 150 people join. Next thing you know, we're having 1,000, and now 2,000. And as we get into our second year, we're over 10,000 fans that are starting to join this community and ultimately come into the fringes. And again, these are people that aren't our normal fan, right? These aren't the just going to a game on a Sunday. These are younger youth that we really want to bring in. So it's another incredible way that we're able to do this. And last but not least, I would be remiss to not talk about our merchandise business. So this is something, of course, that translates well. Like, no matter where you are, no matter what sport, you love the jerseys of your favorite players, right? And that's a huge business for us. We're selling jerseys, we're selling t-shirts and hats and all of those things. And we don't want to break that. Like, that's a machine that runs. But what we're able to do now is start to tap into culture. And back to the cultural topspin element of this, we want to make sure that we're working with creators and creating some limited supply runs. So we're fortunate to have some influencers of the brand, Post Malone, Dolly Parton, and I'll give you a Dolly Parton story for any of you who know Dolly Parton. But last year, she performed for us in our halftime show. And ultimately, what we did is right when we announced this, the bottom right-hand corner, that's Dak Prescott, he's our most famous player. Right before we announced it, the team was getting ready to go on the plane and travel to an away game. We see Dak coming out. We got these T-shirts that he's wearing, and we said, hey, can we throw this on you real quick? And he's like, yeah, sure, like, I'll do it. It was not part of the plan, nothing like that. He goes, ultimately, he's getting on the plane, this photograph's taken, ESPN, all the big sports outlets posted, and it gets posted along with our announcement plan. People are saying, where can I get these shirts? Why are they sold out? What's Dak doing? Is Dak a big fan? Again, ultimately, we sold 500 shirts. That was all we made. It was not a moneymaker, but it was about getting press, making sure that we got cultural topspin and that people were talking about us. So when we can do these kind of things, it's just that added pouring gas on the fire. We have some big ones coming up. We've got Tyler, the Creator, a new merchandise line with him and his brand as well. So we're gonna keep doing this. This is about testing and learning. As all of us know, there's no one right way to do that. But ultimately, that's what I had for you guys today. I'm really, really glad I got to share the Dallas Cowboys brand with you. Really 3 examples of how we're building this cultural topspin. So as we like to say in Dallas, how about them Cowboys? And I'm making sure I get this right, Dima Maghreb. That's what I've got.
Thank you so much, Rob. Please come on the center. We need you for a round of applause again. Okay. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. And also to let you know, 2028 for the Olympic Games, Africa will be there. Be ready, guys.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you. Round of applause again for my friend Rob Sanders. In our next session, we will explore how companies are using sports to enhance engagement and brand visibility with emerging opportunities in this dynamic space. Please welcome on stage Siham Malek, CEO of Integrate and President of the AMISE, l'Association Marocaine des Études de Marché, with a round of applause. And Mr. Smail Sipti, CEO and founder of Publicis WBC, for the insights involving landscape. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Before actually dive deeper in the research results, I want to share with you a little personal story. And I want to take you back with me to August 1984. I was a little kid, of course, at that time, and I have very vague memories of the period, but what I remember is that my parents used to make us sleep all in the living room where we had the TV set. And then we would wake up in the middle of the night to watch TV and actually to watch our athletes and encourage our athletes, Nawal Mutawakkil and Saeed Awita at the time. They, of course, won the gold medals of the Olympics in Los Angeles in 1984. And the faint memories I have of that period is actually, it was a period of joy, of happiness, of pride, of patriotism. Fast forward today, it's been almost 2 years since we did very well on the World Cup in Qatar, actually. And today, we all Moroccan, what we keep with us is that pride, that joy, that happiness that the World Cup gave us as Moroccan. So what it says we Moroccan have the love of sports in our blood. So how do our brands actually tap into that love? How are they encouraging sports in Morocco? This is what we're going to look at in our research. So basically, we've asked few of the marketeers present here in this room, about if they are investing in sports marketing. And actually, 30% of you marketeers do already invest in sports marketing in Morocco. But the good news is that the future is even brighter. We will have a growth of plus 25%, so reaching around 40% of marketeers of brand willing to invest in sports marketing within the next 12 months.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll talk basically in English, but sometimes I switch to French because it's most easy for me, and it will allow me to tell more clearly what I want to tell you. If you take a look at the names on the right, what you can see is basically that the brands that are investing in sports are investing in big events, big teams, big sportsmen, big athletes. If you go through the Boulevard Zarqouni, you can see Soufiane Baqali, Rahimi, Walid Al-Gragi, Hakimi, all these names that everybody knows. But does anyone here know who is Fatim Zahra Al-Idrisi? No one. But this lady won a gold medal in Paris. She also won a silver medal in Paris. Basically, she did better than Soufiane Baqali. But no one works with her today. And This is what I want to show you here. It's that all these brands, we're going from 30% to 38% because we have big events coming.
Yes, exactly. This is exactly what you're saying, Ismail, and the study has showed us that most of you, actually 90% of the people who invest in sports marketing do invest in football only. So the second one coming after that is athletic, with only 1/3 of the brands who invest in sports marketing. This means there is a big opportunity to tap into more niche, probably, more impactful kind of sport. So anyways, there is football, but there is also other sports that we can tap into as brands.
Aujourd'hui, nous avons des grandes success stories dans le sport au Maroc, pas uniquement dans le football, dans l'athlétisme, dans le tennis, dans le sport équestre. Nous avons des athlètes qui participent aux compétitions internationales, nous avons des grandes compétitions qui se passent chez nous, et nous avons aussi des petites et moyennes compétitions qui se passent chez nous. Et aujourd'hui, c'est ces compétitions-là, ces sportifs, ces équipes qui ont besoin aussi de votre accompagnement et qui peuvent aussi vous apporter tout le dépassement et tout le complément d'image que vous recherchez aujourd'hui.
So how do you invest in sports marketing as marketeers today? Basically, mainly in social media activation. Around half of you have declared investing actually in around social media activation, while a third are investing in direct sponsorship of teams and athletes.
35% des gens, aujourd'hui, quand ils regardent un événement sportif à la télévision, ils le regardent avec un deuxième écran. Aujourd'hui, vous n'êtes plus uniquement en train de regarder la télévision, vous êtes sur du multi-device. Ce deuxième device, il sert à faire du multitasking. Vous n'êtes pas forcément en train de regarder uniquement ce match de foot, cette compétition d'athlétisme ou ce match de golf, enfin cette compétition de golf. Vous êtes aussi en train de travailler en même temps, en train de faire autre chose. Mais aussi, les gens, ils y vont pour faire récupérer plus d'informations sur les événements qu'ils sont en train de regarder, pour avoir un complément d'informations, mais aussi pour interagir avec les fans. Et ce multitasking, parce que le deuxième écran est souvent une tablette ou un téléphone, pour quasiment un tiers des gens, ce deuxième écran et cette deuxième interaction est digitale. Et c'est les 53% qu'on voit là, pour lesquels vous, les annonceurs, aujourd'hui, vous utilisez les activations digitales. C'est là où on fait le lien entre le sport et le digital. Ce deuxième écran, cette interaction se fait sur le canal digital.
So, what are your objectives when you actually do sports marketing or when you invest in sports marketing as brands? It's mainly, of course, to strengthen the brand as the number one reason. Or let's say number one reasons is to strengthen the brand, but it's also to engage the customers and the fans. Increasing brand awareness also, and the sales increase comes actually at the last reason for investing in sports marketing, or by only 50% of you declaring to invest because to actually increase sales. So, saying so, are you satisfied as marketeers from the ROI you're getting from investing in sports marketing? What we get is actually 2/3 of you, or about 60% of marketeers, are actually satisfied from the investment they do in sports marketing. But the problem is we have 1/3 who are not sure. They're not unsatisfied, but they are not sure because there is no way for them to know what's the impact of investing in sports marketing, doing on their brands, doing on their fan engagement, especially brand awareness and brand image.
Les raisons pour lesquelles les annonceurs vont sur du marketing sportif sont affichées là à l'écran. Vous avez strengthening the brand, travailler sur l'engagement de la communauté, de leurs fans, et puis travailler sur la brand awareness et donc sur la notoriété. Ce sont des choses qui sont difficiles à mesurer. Et bien que ces choses-là soient difficiles à mesurer, vous n'avez que 7% des gens qui ont été sondés qui disent qu'ils ne sont pas satisfaits des opérations de sports marketing qu'ils ont fait. Alors, on ne va pas dire que 93% sont satisfaits, mais en tout cas, ce qui est sûr, c'est qu'au moins 60 le sont. Et comme le disait à l'instant Sihem, un tiers ne savent pas trop, puisqu'ils n'ont pas de chiffres pour mesurer. Quand on croise ce chiffre-là, de dire que uniquement 7% des gens ne sont pas très contents, qu'on le croise avec le premier chiffre où on dit qu'il y a uniquement 30% de personnes qui sont parties sur le marketing sportif, il y a quelque part quelque chose qui colle pas. Ça colle pas aujourd'hui. Vous avez la possibilité, vous avez devant vous l'opportunité d'utiliser quelque chose qui satisfait les gens qui l'utilisent, mais sur lesquels les annonceurs ne vont pas. Alors la raison pour laquelle ils n'y vont pas, souvent c'est une question de budget. On se dit ça coûte trop cher. Souvent on se dit je ne vais pas trouver les bonnes équipes, je ne vais pas trouver les bons annonceurs. On va aussi se dire il va y avoir des antagonismes. Je ne vais pas sponsorer Louis Dette parce que les gens du Raja ne vont pas acheter mon produit. Combien d'entre vous ici sont fans du Real Madrid? Certainement des quantités. Combien d'entre eux ont fermé leur compte Spotify depuis qu'ils sont sponsors du Barça? Certainement aucun. L'antagonisme dans le sport, aujourd'hui, dans le marketing sportif, c'est mesuré, ça n'existe pas. Donc aujourd'hui, ce que nous, on vous recommande, et c'est la raison pour laquelle aujourd'hui, c'est les résultats que nous, on tire de cette étude, c'est osez, allez-y, prenez des risques, changez les habitudes. Le marketing sportif, c'est pas uniquement prendre une méga star, la placarder sur un 4x3 et attendre que ça marche. C'est des actions terrain, c'est du digital, c'est énormément de choses. Et manifestement, ça marche. Et ce n'est pas nous qui le disons, c'est vous.
Exactement. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Oui, vous m'entendez, parfait. Instructif, et j'ai aimé le dernier mot, prenez des risques. It's all question of take risk. Et il faut le faire aujourd'hui plus que jamais parce que la concurrence est toujours prête à faire sa différence. Nous vous invitons maintenant dans un échange, dans un panel, et je vais pour cela inviter quelqu'un que vous connaissez très très bien pour son professionnalisme, qui était là l'an dernier aussi, marocain. Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez recevoir s'il vous plaît Amin Bentahar, co-founder of the Limited Group from US Dallas, sous vos applaudissements. Venez me retrouver, cher Amin, pendant que nous installons ici et nous faisons la mise en place pour recevoir nos panélistes. Nous aurons... Venez me retrouver, on va l'applaudir très très fort. Amin, venez à mes côtés parce que vous aurez une belle et lourde responsabilité. Vous êtes une superstar dans ce domaine, des États-Unis jusqu'au Maroc et dans toute l'Afrique. Mais parler avec vos panélistes de haut niveau, très honnêtement, lorsqu'on a vu la programmation, on s'est dit qu'on allait avoir une discussion riche. Nous allons la recevoir tout à l'heure. Elle est Marketing Director at Basketball Africa League from Sénégal, mesdames et messieurs. Aïcha Diop, qui va faire son entrée, que vous allez applaudir d'ores et déjà. Nous aurons aussi the Director of Marketing and Brand for FIFA World Cup 2026 from USA, Iris Diaz. Hello, Aïcha. Also, in this discussion, we receive Director and Sales of Partnership of OPTA by State Performance from UAE. Iris, no, sorry, is Khalil Bounhaziz? Is it? No, it's Iris Diaz. Exactly. Khalil Bounhaziz est présent. Merci beaucoup. Il fait son entrée maintenant. Et est-ce que nous avons Nadia Rahim? Est-ce que Nadia Rahim est là? Nadia Rahim is in the room for this panel, so we just wait. And also online, Mr. Adil Bari, Marketing Director of the Royal Moroccan Football Federation. And Amin, this is your time. The floor is yours. And have a nice talk together with the panelists. Merci beaucoup.
Give a round of applause for the guy who's wearing the best jacket in the room.
On va demander le micro au niveau du pupitre.
Test. All right, finally. Salam alaikum.
Est-ce que vous pouvez reprendre au moment où vous avez fait la présentation?
Ah ouais, bien sûr. Donc, give it up to the guy wearing the best jacket in the conference.
No,
all right. We got that. Donc, salam alaikum. Amin Bentahar, always a pleasure to be back home in Morocco to one of my favorite events in the world. I'm very blessed and honored to be the moderator of this wonderful panel. I couldn't thank enough some of my very dear friends, including Rob, who gave a wonderful keynote speech, Iris Diaz, who's always crazy enough when I call her to just jump on a plane and come, and Aisha, Ghali, Adil from the Federation, who couldn't be physically here due to a meeting last minute, but he insisted to record his answers, so we're going to be playing his video. And we have also Nadia, who should be here anytime. Donc, with that said, the importance of this panel, I think, comes with, it all started with the idea, or when I heard, or when we heard, Morocco is co-hosting a World Cup. This is huge. And I'm very blessed, again, to have access to someone who is marketing that event in 2026 in the US, Canada, and Mexico. And we thought about, well, we need to talk about sports marketing. With the vision of His Majesty, which started many years ago with the academy, with everything that's going on in football in this country, it was time where we marketers talk about how sports really drives the crowd, but marketing helps engage with them. So it's like a marriage. You need both, right, in order for it to work. So with that said, I will start with Iris Diaz, and we'll play a video before I ask her the first question. Régie? Video, Iris, please.
Get ready for the greatest event in history. In 2026, we will bring the world together. 3 countries, 16 cities. So you and all of you, bring your game to the beautiful game. We are football. Nous sommes. Somos. We are 26.
I promise I did not make them put the video from Sere. They did it on their own, so just say it. Thank you. Iris, I got a question for you. So I think we all know that FIFA World Cup is pretty much one of the most watched events globally. And my first question to you is, how does such a global platform influence you when it comes to branding and marketing? And how would 2026 be different since it's hosted in US, Canada, and Mexico?
Hello, everyone. Well, I think that you kind of answered the question in itself. It's going to be the first time. It's obviously going to be in 48 cities. We have 48 matches. We have 16 cities. We have 3 countries. So certainly it's going to be the biggest and the first time of its own. It is my first time, and along with a lot of other people's first times, putting on the World Cup in this stage, in the biggest stage of the world. And for us, not only from a brand marketing perspective, but it's mostly from the authentic and content side. You guys have heard a lot, and you will hear a lot, especially this year, today and tomorrow, through the Digital Summit, as far as how much digital, of course, content is going to be a big influence for us. But ultimately, for me, and the strategy that we're taking is really how do we make sure that it's authentic for the US, Canada, and Mexico market. While it's soccer, it's football, for us, ultimately, when you go into markets that NFL, as Rob mentioned earlier, is America's sport, how do we make sure that we come and get people to love us as well? So for us, it's the challenge is not only coming in with authentic content to creation, but also with having a diverse platform, diverse employees, and making sure that we are coming in strong, especially in Spanish, English, and French Canadian. So it not only is a first of its kind, but it's also to set the standard of what's going to happen in 2030 here in Morocco, too. So we're really excited about it. I'm really excited about the challenge and, of course, what comes for us. But ultimately, for me, the biggest thing is making sure not only are we winning everyone's hearts through FIFA, through the brand, through the World Cup, but also to make sure that we ultimately stay after 2026. FIFA opened headquarters in Miami for a reason. It's not just to put a World Cup together, but mostly because we want to make sure that we are a brand to stay in the United States.
Amazing, thank you. My next question to you is, like the World Cup, it's about 30 days pretty much, right? So what do you do to engage fans before the conference, or before the World Cup, during the World Cup, after the World Cup? What are some of the strategies that you recommend brands doing or organizers doing, even here in Morocco in 2030?
Yeah, I think the beauty of it is not only the partnerships that we get to embrace, especially going into a U.S. market, and of course Canada, Mexico. And I feel like with Mexico, it's like you don't have to write the playbook for them. They definitely are sold, and they probably wrote the playbook for FIFA when it comes to soccer, football. But ultimately, for us, it's making sure that people are engaged. Not only are things different, this is something that's not a secret, it's definitely out. Everyone knows that we always have a song for the World Cup. Well, now, because we have 16 host cities, every single host city is definitely involved in every decision that we make because we want to make sure it's authentic for each of the cities. I'm from Dallas, Texas, so for me, it definitely is really cool and really humbling the fact that not only from a World Cup perspective, from a global perspective, you have a local space to be able to embrace it and also to make sure that you have a landmark and a legacy, not only from a city perspective. So with that being said, we will have 17 songs representing the World Cup, not just your normal one, but every single city will have its own 16, which means that we will also have 16 host city posters that will come out next year. We have 16 Sonic IDs, 16 of everything. Just remember the number 16. 16 of everything that you normally saw once, it would actually be times 16. So that means that we want to make sure that we have that moment and that we give those opportunities for those cities to be able to embrace it, not only to highlight what they're doing in the communities, but also make sure that they're highlighting also for the philanthropic side that that's happening, what's happening in their own cities as well. So stay tuned. There's a lot of things happening starting in January, not only with the release of every single thing that you start seeing 2 years before, but also a really nice tournament called the Club World Cup 25. It's happening next year also in the US. So for us, it's not only a challenge for 26, but also making sure that we do have a really cool opportunity to really embrace football, especially in the US with Club World Cup 25.
Amazing, thank you. And actually, there is a team from Morocco playing in the 2025 Club Cup. If from Casablanca, what team? I just don't want to piss off the other team. My next actually panelist is Aisha Diop, Marketing Director of the Basketball Africa League. For those who don't know what that league is, it's part of the NBA. With that said, Reggie, please, if we can play the video introducing BAL, and I'll ask my question.
It's not just about basketball, what happens on the court.
Eke comes in from the Hallelujah. Enter the big Diarra on his own. One of them. There it is.
Africa is now.
Fantastic as the rebound yes, score. That is down. Clippers who will take the third place on the podium. This is the final. The BAL Kings will be crowned today. The 2024 Basketball Africa League champions are Petro Atletico de Luanda.
Thank you very much. I don't know about you, but I'm extremely proud when I see this kind of content coming out of this continent because there's no difference between what I just saw now and what I see, with the NBA that we work closely with. So congratulations for this amazing work.
Thank you so much.
So my first question is about how does BAL leverage basketball as a platform to inspire cultural and social change across Africa? And how do this initiative integrate with your marketing strategies?
Yeah. So just before I start, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. Thank you, ADS and Gama, and thank you to all my co-panelists. It's an honor to be here. I just wanted also to explain to everyone what is the Basketball Africa League, the BL. So it's a partnership between the NBA and the BL, the NBA and the FIBA. And it was launched back in 2019. And it's featuring basically 12 clubs that are across from Africa. And basically we are aired in 215 countries on free-to-air, but as well in TV broadcast channels, with whom we have partnership. So we already played 4 seasons, and we are about to play our 5th season very soon, inshallah. So to answer your question, in terms of the sports economy, like how we're leveraging it, there's multi-faces to it, basically. So basketball is just more than a game. It's also, like, I would say, the power. It's what it brings beyond just the game itself. And so how we use it is mainly on the social impacts that we have. So we do a lot of social impacts in terms of inclusivity, gender equity, as well as education. And so what we do is use those values and put them into what we do in terms of basketball, and show that basketball is not only entertainment, but it's also a social platform that helps to unite and inspire communities, and to also be part of the economic growth of the economy of the continent, as well as Africa and all the people and society, basically. Another way also that we use that is to use culture and social. When I say culture, it's more about the tourism integration. So everything we do, when it comes to sports event, we integrate as well into events that are culturally invested, let's say culture, exhibition, conferences, as well as art, and we do a lot of social impact, consumer engagement as well, and use those actually to use it as community outreach, and that helps us basically to visitors that are coming outside, or people that are coming from Africa or anywhere, and even in the market, to be able to interact with the communities. Another thing is, we have to understand that we are in a digital era, basically. Everything we do is impacted by social media, and it's impacted also by digital platform. So we use we use digital to tell our story. And it's a way for us to tell the story of Africa, what Africa stands for, its culture, its varieties, but also to use it to show the economic growth of the continent, and also the booming of sports economic here. So all these aspects is basically what we use to tell the storytelling of the BL through marketing and promoted it worldwide.
Amazing, and I think you touched a little bit on my second question, which is the role that social media plays. Because like starting a new league, right, and knowing that football is the biggest sport in Africa, and then trying to kind of plant your seeds and grow in a new sport, what role has social media played in terms of growing the BL in Africa?
So social media it's a huge impact for us, and also for any sports industry in Africa and globally, actually. So generally, I would say that for the BL, for instance, as we launched during the pandemic, the only way for us to communicate actually and to have an audience, it was through social media. And so we use social media basically to tell our story through content, and we're using content that are heartfelt, content that are really impacting. And when I say content, it's not only the games, it's also everything that we're doing around, whether it's entertainment or it's the social initiative that we have. Like, for instance, we do a lot with Social Olympics. We do a lot for women empowerment. We use a lot of the culture of people. When I say that, it's basically using entrepreneurs and see how they can impact also the BL. So they're part of the brand ambassadors. We also use a lot of content creators, influencers, as well as our BL ambassadors, brand ambassadors that will be there to use their platform to talk about the brand and what we inspire to be, how we can empower people, and how we can engage people. And so it's around what you portray, how you show that content into your social media. This is why people basically will use it and understand what we do. But also, we are in a continent where, I don't know if you realize it, but 65% of people actually have connectivity on their phones. So 5 years ago, it was 70%. So it's growing very fast, meaning that everyone is using their phone, everyone is using social media. So nowadays, basically, if you want to speak to the new generation or anyone, basically, you can speak to them through social media. It's like having an physical interaction with the person. And so using those platforms and the new ways of doing things that help us basically to to basically, social media is really impacting what we do, whether it's sports or a person or the basketball. So yeah, that's basically it.
Amazing, thank you. Moving on to actually FRF, Fédération Royale Marocaine de Foot, Mr. Adil Bari, who again was not able to join us in person. La Régie, if we can please play the recorded answers from Mr. Adil, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Bonjour, Adil Bari, directeur marketing de la Fédération Royale Marocaine de Football. Malheureusement, je ne peux pas être présent physiquement avec vous aujourd'hui, mais puisqu'on est dans le Digital Summit, j'ai tenu à vous faire cette intervention virtuellement et je suis ravi de pouvoir participer à cet événement de grande importance. Je tiens à remercier les organisateurs de m'offrir cette opportunité et à exprimer mon profond respect pour tous les participants. Je suis convaincu que les échanges qui auront lieu durant ce sommet seront d'une richesse inestimable. Je vous souhaite des discussions fructueuses et un excellent échange.
All right, we'll go back to the answers of Mr. Adil, but definitely wanted to introduce him as well. So my next actually panelist is someone that I met yesterday and we spent great quality time with, Ghali, who works for Opta, and I'm gonna actually ask you one question which I didn't even know. Well, because you guys are branded differently in America, that's why I didn't know of you. But Opta is a global leader in sports data. And as you know, sports without sponsors and without data cannot evolve, period. So tell me a little bit more about how the role of data is evolving in sports marketing and also how it's creating personalized fan experiences across the globe with your technology.
Sure. Hello, can you hear me? Right. Can you hear me good?
Try again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm also glad to be part of this panel. But before I start, I would like to precise that here we won't be discussing marketing data, as you know, like views, clicks, and analytics, but rather data related to teams and players' performances that goes from the very basic data, such as goals, fixtures, etc., to the most advanced AI metrics, like live win probability, expected goals, etc. To go back to the question, I think that Opta data has helped the brands and the sponsor to engage differently with the different sports audiences. And the data today is helping crafting very personalized fan experience and driving the sponsorship value. From a fan experience, I think that the brands are using, or I guess the brands are using this data to engage on a deeper level with the fans. As you might know, for a 90-minute games, for example, today, the fans would spend, not even the diehard fans, but only the fans that follow the sport, will spend maybe 10 hours before the game, during the game, and after the game, seeking for dynamic and live insights that help them to understand the game and to be connected deeper to their favorite team or players. So thanks to our data, brands can create personalized experience to each fan, which make them feel the gap and the curiosity of these fans. From a sponsorship perspective, the data has helped creating a new sponsorable assets. The most valuable one is the so-called innovation partner or technological partner or technology partner. To name few, we can see the examples of the Premier League, for example, with Oracle, or La Liga with Microsoft. And the way it works is that we will deliver our most advanced AI metrics, like the expected goals or possession value. The Premier League will take it to their world centralized feed that is watched by everyone all over the world. And obviously, this data would be displayed, and you would see the mention that this data is brought to you by Oracle or Microsoft, for example. So if I have to summarize the role of the data here in the sports marketing, I would say, is that I think it's one of the best leverage to create a unique and a very effective sports marketing strategy that resonates authentically with the fans and the sponsors in the same time.
Great, and my actual next question is, how can sport brands and sponsors leverage Opta's data insight to better engage fans across various platforms? And I think we have a video that we're going to be playing that kind of illustrate, correct?
Yeah,
first, and then you'll answer that question.
We should play the video first, and then we can go
Amazing.
deeper on it.
Let's do that, please, Régie. Thank you.
Thank you. I really like this video. For the record, this is a 10-time plus award-winning campaign all over the world that has an impressive numbers of views and interaction on social media. It has been played on the screens in the stadiums during the final in Istanbul of the Champions League. What we have done here shows the trend that we see in the sports marketing, basically using the data to match the values of a brand to some positive data that we can gather thanks to our capabilities. And I don't know how you are familiar with MasterCard, but MasterCard, their baseline is priceless. So basically, we have been able to calculate through AI the value of a hope in Iconic's game where the team was losing and it was the last-minute goals, etc. And we were able to match it with what we call priceless baseline of MasterCard. I think that the most important thing that we should record here is that data can help you match your values with any data points that we would like to use from our side, and we'll always find an angle to make it match to what you would like to use as a baseline for your brand.
Great, thank you very much, Ghali. And my next panelist is someone that I call a dear friend of mine, Nadia, and I always say, I just had a daughter 3 weeks ago, and I hope she looks a lot like these women here on stage, inshallah, one day, because having that many women in sports and supporting sports is definitely something that I'm personally really proud of. With that said, Nadia, let's start with La Régie with the video introduction of how Inouï is very involved in sports here. Nadia Inouï. I mean, the internet from Inouï is really fast today, so it's definitely not that. I can tell you that.
Well, this is like punishment because I came actually late, and I'm so sorry because I'm actually today I have to play with two hats, the hats of the president of the scientific committee, so we had to go with our officials and also visit all those great companies that are outside and that are using
totally
AI.
Understand.
Yeah, and that's why. So maybe this is like kind of, you know.
No worries. Régie, if you guys are not ready, can we just ask the question, please?
Okay. Voilà.
Thank you very much. Give it up for Nadia. Nadia, my first question to you, and let's just call it what it is. You've been very successful at sponsoring, a lot of sports here in Morocco. So tell us a little bit more about your experience and what we can, or other advertisers in Africa can learn from your experience.
Okay, so actually in front of this great audience of creators, innovators, inspiring people, I would say that the secret behind, what you've been seeing, behind the success is all the time trying to add value. It's very easy, let's say to sponsor and give a check and, amount. But the most difficult is all the time with your partner, look for a win-win, relationship. And this is how relations last for many years. And to get back to this added value, Adil, it's unfortunately he couldn't be with us because he's traveling. But Adil could testify about the fact that the first day we start discussion about partnership between Inouï and the Football Federation. Actually, it was during COVID. Remember, all of us, we were locked down and no football, nothing was happening. And we were discussing. We were not discussing about how many minutes we will have on TV or let's say how many outdoors we're going to have on the stadium. We were discussing about how we're going to make football great again. That was the real, discussion we're having. And thanks God, actually, they gave it back to us. When you look, we started with the Botola Pro Inouï, and actually displaying all those great clubs, operating in Morocco. And talking about, for example, the Botolak Inouï, it's not only about, visibility. It's also about how to add value. Like, for example, let's say with the marketing team, with the added value services team, we were thinking about launching, for example, the Botolak quiz, because Moroccans, they love gamification, they love playing, and they love having information about football. So with the Federation, we launched this, the service where we are creating value for consumers, value for the Federation and everybody. The same thing, for national teams. People usually, they saw, the male team, and, I remember, this will talk to Iris and Aisha a lot. We said, okay, so what about female team? And we were, the first brand who actually launched a huge ATL campaign for female national team.
Give it up for Nadia for that,
yeah.
honestly.
And just believe me, guys, when we were at the time with the team, they can testify that there are all of them here, and big up to the whole team here present. And when we were telling people that we're gonna talk about female, football teams, they were like, oh, but some of them, female are playing football? Yeah, of course. It was like really very important for us, and of course not only football but supporting also the talents, like for example Rizlan Shebak, which is the captain, and also Ashraf Hakimi, and just later on you've seen Soufiane Bakali as well. So we are also supporting talents all the time, looking for this added value that goes beyond just like financial checks, or goes beyond, let's say, visibility, how to add value, how to be supportive. We've seen CSR, for example, let's say, football is not only about visibility on the stadium, but also, for example, for DIC, we went and we tried to renovate, for example, stadiums for rural areas. And the same thing, for when we have like this World Cup happening, and we did fan zones, not only in big cities, but also in Amzmiz, where we had this earthquake. And you can't imagine all those children in those thin voices just after the earthquake, enjoying and, celebrating the World Cup. So this is about our partnership. It's really about adding value.
Thank you, Nadia, and because we're starting to run out a little bit of time, so I'm gonna ask you another quick question about, well, I've heard that you guys are pretty big about innovation, and you're working on something with startup. If you want to share a little bit more about what's going on in the world of innovation with you, that would be great.
Okay, yeah, talking about open innovation, again, this is a way, how we can be football, but with creative and innovative way. We've got the African Cup of Nations coming in 2025, and we've got the World Cup coming in 2013, happening here in Morocco with Spain and Portugal. And there is the Moroccan Federation. There is all these huge, amazing people from agencies, from large companies, medium, and there is also startups. And as we know, that 2030 World Cup will be really very technological one. So we went to the UMCSP, with the Polytechnic University, Mohammed VI Polytechnic University in Ben Gvir, and we took startup, thanks to the team here present, and actually we try to incubate them and accelerate them in order to find solutions to help actually developing solutions for let's say, for the federation, for the audience. We talked about with Ghali about data. So many startups, they have many solutions. We should just trust them and work with them, in order to, actually have a successful World Cup here in our country.
Inshallah. Thank you very much. My next question is for you, Iris. It's about how are you creating meaningful partnerships? We know that, World Cup drives a lot of revenue, and, brands they want to be part of that journey. So how are you creating those meaningful partnerships that not only benefit the brand, but also, to enhance the fan experience? And if we can just keep all the answers within a minute, that'd be great for the rest of the...
Yeah, no, so I think the biggest thing is not only do we have our official partners, but also the partners that we're recently gaining, Bank of America, Lay's, Verizon, some big names obviously in the US market that really want to embrace not only what's happening in the World Cup in 2026, but also ultimately it benefits us from a partnership perspective because we also want to embrace their audience as well. So that's where that synergy really comes from. The authenticity is the fact that we have partners like that that are willing to not only extend the brand of football, but also make sure that it is there to stay. And that's really our goal, to make sure that we have a better presence and voice, not only leading up to 26, but also afterwards. So there's more partnerships to come, obviously, not only from that side, but also the agencies that we use, the vendors that we use for everything. It really is more spread out. It is spearheaded not only in areas from Canada, Mexico, and US, but also making sure that we do come in from and I go back to the same thing I said earlier, from an authentic way, because ultimately US is a tough market to come in, especially when you have NFL, NHL, MLB, every single sport. And then you have football coming in, trying to be a stronger name than usual. So for us, our partners are definitely not only more beneficial, but also our vendors and our agencies are really coming off strong to really understand the message that we want to make sure that we portray, that we actually stay there permanently.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And my last question to you, again, just within seconds, if you don't mind telling us about your personal journey. It's not every day where you see a woman in charge of marketing of a FIFA World Cup. It is a big deal. Can you tell us a little bit quickly about your journey and how you got there, and how we can have hopefully many women on this, audience here one day sitting in your seat, inshallah?
You guys can take it after 26. No, I think for me, it really is. I've only been here 3 months. That's one thing. And so I'm not going to say and sit here and pretend like I know everything right now, because I don't. I feel like I'm still onboarding on everything. But I come from the basketball side. I was a CMO for the Dallas Mavericks, first Latina again in everything. But I think it's really most importantly not only the fact that the journey is really something really sacred and really important for me. My background has been in media marketing. My first sports job was the previous job at the NBA, and now here I am running the biggest event in the world. For me, I think not only the tenacity that I had to make sure that not only I had this seat, but also to make sure that you leave the door open for everybody else. And that really has been the savior for me, building really great teams, really good relationships, and now meeting these great people here on this panel, including Amin, who invited me again to come and speak. But for me, that is really a secret sauce to make sure not only that you are included at the table, but also that you have the right team at the table as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And give it up for Iris, guys. Reggie, if we don't mind playing Adil's answers. Thank you very much. I think Adil is getting the same treatment as you, Nadia, because he's not here. I'm just saying. It's just, Not sure what is going on. Okay, I think while we're probably waiting, if going back to you, Aisha, so as a marketing leader in an emerging sport market, what advice would you give aspiring marketers looking to impact the sport industry?
So for me, the biggest thing is a bit what Nadia was saying. It's about creating value. I think as a sport marketer, it's like the storytelling that you say to people, what you want to convey as a message is what do you bring as a value. That's the most important thing. In order to represent your brand, you have to have sort of like what inspires you, what will empower your brand, what will elevate your brand, and that will sort of should take you where you want to be and where you want to go. And the value that you'll be creating for yourself, for the brand, but also for the partners that you're going to be working with. Because, for instance, if you have a partner that comes in and wants to invest into your brand, what is the added value you're going to bring them? What is the objective that they have, that is the goal that you have as well as a brand? And have to communicate both brands together and convey the same message and the same storytelling, basically. I would say that's the most important thing. And if you want to have a brand and if you want to have an impact, that's what you aspire to be. Another thing also is that when it comes to social media or digital platforms, it involves all the times. I mean, if you take it back 20 years ago, 10 years ago, what we learned in school and university is completely different than now what we're doing. A few years ago, when we talk about marketing, we all like traditional media where we talk about outdoors, billboards, etc. 10 years ago, now, 5 years to now, We talk about digital platforms. We talk about AI. Things evolve all the time. So you need to work and experience yourself and still learning as you go and understand what's happening in the market, what are the new things that are coming out, and also understand your customer journey funnel, basically.
Great, thank you very much. My next question is for Ghali. Ghali, I think we already went over the first, talking about the importance of data, why it's important for sponsors. We know that Opta operates globally, but sports marketing trends vary by region. Any insights on what's going on in the MENA region when it comes to how you collect data? What's the importance of it when you're working with sports teams around this region?
In terms of collecting data in the Middle East and Africa, I think Middle East is very advanced now, especially in Qatar, Saudi, or UAE, where we collect so many data about the local sports and especially football. But if we have to link it to marketing and using this data as a leverage to run campaigns, I'm afraid that for now, these innovative strategies are used by the big, I would say, brands. So usually it's dead with it on an international level. It ends up being creating only an international campaign for all the territories where these brands are operating. So being optimistic, I hope that, and hopefully that in the next few years, we will see brands from Africa or the Middle East creating these campaigns and sending them to the rest of the world and not the other way around.
Amazing, thank you very much. I would love to actually, before we play Adil's video, I know the Regie is working on it, I want to open it up for Q&A for the audience. If you guys have any questions for any of our panelists, we're probably going to take, because we are running out of time, probably 1 or 2 questions. So if you guys can help me, please turn the lights on so I can see who's raising their hands and what questions we have for our panelists. Anyone? Questions? Can't really see if anyone is raising their hands. ما تحشموش معليش, raise your hands, it's okay. Anyone? Yes, I see a hand over there. Do we have a mic? Can we get a mic, please? Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Probably. Thank you, Aisha.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you. Just 1 or 2 questions per time. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's not working.
Hello? Yeah. This is for the FIFA representative. Recently, they just announced the stadium where Club World Cup is going to be held in the United States. And they were, I believe, 11 stadium. What was the criteria and why it took this long for the FIFA to announce that?
There wasn't a specific criteria. It was really more about making sure that we also were able to go into other cities that were not just the World Cup ones that we were playing, but there wasn't anything that was really kind of deciding that factor. There's a couple of overlap, as you guys probably noticed, especially when the announcement went out. But other than that, it was really more, how do we make sure that we spread the wealth when it comes to football, especially knowing that we're coming in next year. And of course, there's still a lot of things happening during the summer with sports teams everywhere. Thank you.
Any other questions? Before we play the video, I saw somebody else raise their hand. I was allowed 2 questions. Sorry. Any other question? Okay, I do actually have a question for all of you. So as you all know, Morocco is working really hard to become a sports hub. Any advice from the audience on either you, Aisha, you've been around Africa, seeing what you guys are doing, anything that you can share with us as a country to get ready and be ready for a big event like the World Cup?
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. So I think everyone knows that Morocco, for the past few years, has been working really hard to be an economic sports booming market. And we saw the FIFA being here, the world, like so many events happening in terms of sports. And even in terms of basketball, for us as a BL, for instance, it's a primary market. It's a market where we know that Morocco can bring in big events in terms of the infrastructure that you have, the level of experience that you have, in terms of like how you are connected to the whole world. I mean, we're in a country where currently we speak in English, where it's a Francophone country. So it shows the diversity that you have in terms of culture, in terms of variety, in terms of economic, in terms of infrastructure. And today, I wouldn't say like we are going to be here, but basically it's definitely a market that the BL will be playing very soon as well. So I don't know if it answers the question, but...
Amazing. Thank you so much. I think we're ready for Adil's answers, and then we'll be done.
Malheureusement, je ne peux pas être présent physiquement avec vous aujourd'hui. Mais puisqu'on est dans le Digital Summit, j'ai tenu à vous faire cette intervention virtuellement. Et je suis ravi de pouvoir participer à cet événement de grande importance. Je tiens à remercier les organisateurs de m'offrir cette opportunité et à exprimer mon profond respect pour tous les participants. Je suis convaincu que les échanges qui auront lieu durant ce sommet seront d'une richesse inestimable. Je vous souhaite des discussions fructueuses et un excellent échange. Le football est un produit émotionnel, fluctuant avec les succès et les échecs de l'équipe supportée. Le momentum positif créé par les différents succès des équipes nationales, que ce soit au Qatar en 2022, en Coupe du Monde féminine en Nouvelle-Zélande et en Australie en 2023, ou lors des derniers JO à Paris, sans oublier bien sûr les excellentes prestations de l'équipe nationale de futsal, champion d'Afrique 3 fois d'affilée, quart de finale de Coupe du Monde sur 2 éditions d'affilée, ont permis non seulement de renforcer l'image de marque du football marocain dans l'écosystème footballistique mondial, mais aussi de faire connaître le Maroc en tant que nation de football. Plus concrètement, nous avons identifié 3 points essentiels que nous utilisons pour renforcer l'image de marque du football marocain. Primo, l'organisation d'événements sportifs continentaux et mondiaux. Ces événements renforcent la notoriété du Maroc tout en attirant des investisseurs dans le domaine sportif en général et footballistique en particulier, que ce soit dans les différents services liés à l'organisation de ces événements ou dans la signature de partenariats et de parrainages sportifs avec la fédération. Secondo, les joueurs comme ambassadeurs et vecteurs de valeur, à travers leur inclusion dans les campagnes de promotion de la fédération ou celles des partenaires. Avec ces campagnes, nous veillons à transmettre des valeurs sociétales positives comme l'unité nationale, l'inclusion et bien sûr la tolérance. Tertio, nous veillons au développement du sentiment d'appartenance et d'identité collective. Le football est un ciment identitaire. Les réalisations et les exploits passés deviennent un marqueur identitaire, présent et futur du pays. Le football est un vecteur d'identité nationale fort qui peut jouer un rôle crucial dans le développement du sentiment d'attachement au territoire. En fait, le sport devient donc un espace où s'exprime la fierté d'appartenance et la fierté nationale. Dans cette lignée, en tant que fédération, nous capitalisons sur cet état d'esprit pour faire de l'événement sportif un événement familial qui réunit petits et grands, femmes et hommes, ayant pour objectif de faire vivre une bonne expérience client aux supporters, quel que soit le lieu de consommation de l'événement. Salon, café, fan zone, bien sûr stade. Et, in fine, développer et ancrer l'engagement des fans ainsi que promouvoir la pratique dès le niveau grassroots. En termes de nouvelles initiatives en matière de sponsoring et merchandising, je vais forcer le trait sur 2 actions principales. Nous avons repensé et redéfini nos offres de sponsoring et en ajoutant des composants purement digitales tels que les insertions exclusives sur les réseaux sociaux que nous lançons incessamment. Et puis, nous sommes en train de finaliser une boutique en ligne. L'achat sera aussi possible à travers nos pages officielles sur les réseaux sociaux. Bien sûr, pour la commercialisation des produits dérivés ainsi que les kits des équipes nationales avec des marqueurs identitaires marocains forts et dominants. Effectivement, le football féminin prend de plus en plus de place à l'échelle mondiale, mais aussi à l'échelle nationale. Je vais scinder cette question en 2 parties. La première partie portera sur la promotion du football féminin et la deuxième sur les efforts que nous faisons en tant que fédération pour garantir l'inclusivité et la diversité dans ce sport. Pour la première partie de la question, 3 points focaux. Le premier, nous élargissons la base de la pratique du football chez les jeunes filles à travers l'encouragement des clubs à créer des sections féminines et la promotion de la formation via des programmes de sport-études. Nous avons aussi créé une ligue féminine de football qui constitue un environnement national pour rehausser le niveau des clubs et des joueuses. Et puis bien sûr, nous organisons des tournois et des coupes de la CAF et de la FIFA pour améliorer la compétitivité de nos clubs et de nos équipes nationales. Pour la deuxième partie de votre question, concernant les efforts pour garantir l'inclusivité et la diversité dans le football féminin, nous entreprenons plusieurs actions. Je pourrais citer par exemple la création d'une identité visuelle forte dédiée au football féminin avec des symboles comme Dima Maghreb, où nous intégrons une lionne à la place du lion. La création de profils réseaux sociaux exclusifs au football féminin pour renforcer la visibilité des joueuses et des compétitions. Le développement d'une gamme de produits spécifiquement conçus pour le public féminin, incluant des maillots et autres produits dérivés liés au football féminin. Je pourrais aussi parler de la mise en place d'offres de partenariats dédiés au football féminin, que ce soit pour les championnats nationaux ou pour les équipes nationales. Bien sûr, cela va sans dire qu'on insiste sur l'accès et la modernisation des infrastructures pour le football féminin, afin bien sûr d'assurer des conditions d'entraînement et de compétition adéquates. Je voudrais souligner aussi le fait que nous encourageons le rôle des hommes comme alliés du football féminin, notamment en impliquant les joueurs masculins dans la promotion et le soutien de ces initiatives. De surcroît, nous désignons de plus en plus de femmes arbitres à arbitrer des matchs masculins. Nous insistons aussi sur la médiatisation des matchs du football féminin et à l'élargissement des retransmissions des matchs sur tous les canaux médiatiques, que ce soit la télévision ou bien sur Internet. Pour respecter le temps qui m'est imparti, je tiens à remercier chacun d'entre vous pour votre attention et pour poursuivre cette discussion, Amine vous transmettra mes coordonnées. Je reste à votre disposition pour tout échange complémentaire. Je vous souhaite une excellente continuation et de fructueuses discussions pour la suite de ces journées.
Thank the panelists. We're just going to take a picture and we're done. Thank you so much.
Merci, thank you so much. A quick picture, please, with a beautiful smile. And we could, let me move to the other way. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much to Aisha Diop, Managing Director of Basketball Africa League from Senegal. On peut les applaudir bien fort encore une fois. Merci beaucoup. Iris Diaz, Director of Marketing and Brand for FIFA World Cup 2026 from US. El Khalil Bouaziz, Director and Sales of Partnership of OPTA by State Performance from the UAE. And Nadia Rahim, Brands and Communication Director at Inouï from Morocco. And we could see the video to Adil Baril, Marketing Director of the Royal Moroccan Football Federation. Thank you so much, Amin, to moderate this panel. I would like to do something quick because we're talking about AI. I would like to make a test. Actually, it's an experience with my dear friends, Eva. She's my virtual colleague, and I would like to take this experience with an augmented AI virtual assistant. So I need you to pay attention and maybe offer a silence, because if she listens to something, she's maybe not happy to. Yeah. Thank you, my friend. Let me try that. Listen carefully.
Hello, I'm Eva, and I'm here to provide you with information on the various keynotes. How can I help you?
Hello, Eva. I'm the Master of Ceremony of the Africa Digital Summit. How are you doing today, Eva? Eva, are you there? Can you hear me? There's someone on the front row who's laughing. Eva, are you there? 1, 2, 3. Eva? Okay, she take a break maybe because in the timing she's supposed to react right now. Eva, are you there? No, it's not working. So let's try it for after. So keep moving for a next speaker. And this speaker is from Miami. She's a senior strategist at Amazon. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Laura Squire with a round of applause.
Hi, I'm Laura Squire. I am part of a team at AWS called the ProServe Expert Services. I've been at AWS about 5 years. Actually, in November it will be 5 years. And today I'm going to share a bit about our AI and ML innovations at Amazon.com and Amazon in general. How many folks here have shopped on Amazon.com? So a few. I know that the penetration in Morocco isn't as deep as the penetration in the rest of the world, but ultimately, I shouldn't say the rest of the world, but I should say in the United States and EMEA, most of Europe. But I want to say that ultimately the goal at Amazon is to achieve the best possible customer experience. And achieving that customer experience isn't always easy, because we've got to do it at a massive speed and scale. And that speed and scale requires us to, if I can get the remote working. How are we doing? Are we displaying the slides the right way? There we go. Let's talk a bit about Amazon's speed and scale. So in the past few years, we've really met some of our obligations for speed and scale using AI, ML, and today also generative AI. And what we realized is that to provide the best customer experience possible, we have to make it easy for them to make a purchase. Most customers, when they visit an Amazon website, complete their purchase within 3 minutes. So 28% are completing it very quickly. In the US, we have same-day and second-day shipping. So sometimes at night, I might order something, 7, 8, 9 p.m. at night, and it actually arrives at my doorstep the next morning before I get out of bed. So you feel like you got the product delivered just after you realized you needed it. And then in 2023, the fastest delivery from a person posting online that they wanted to make a purchase to that product getting delivered to their front door was 15 minutes. This past year, we broke that record, delivering cookies on a college campus within 5 minutes of that order being placed. So Amazon is focused on delivering quickly, leveraging AI ML capabilities. We're also focused on scale. So if you're thinking about how many products Amazon has in their product catalog, we have over 400,000 products in our product catalog. Or I'm sorry, 400 million products in our product catalog. And to serve our customers, what we need to do is we need to forecast the demand of those products every day so that we can anticipate how much and where those products should be put. So we've got over 200,000 Amazon Prime customers, over 2 million third-party sellers, and we sell in 130 countries. Looking into how we are able to deliver this and meet the needs of 7 billion units delivered globally, we have over 700 fulfillment centers. And those fulfillment centers actually have a lot of infrastructure behind them that, again, is powered using machine learning and AI. In fact, if you go online to an Amazon website, part of what you're going to see when you place an order is a customer promise. And that customer promise says how long it's going to be for you to get the delivery. So you can see here, first delivery tomorrow, if you order within 2 hours and 8 minutes. So we will tell a customer when they're going to receive their package. But how do we do that? How do we make that a promise that we can deliver? First of all, within a fulfillment center, we have a lot of processes in place to make a determination of where that fulfillment center is that's going to fulfill that order. We also have some priorities, nuanced issues about how much shipping might cost to deliver that order. And also, what's the opportunity cost of delivering that order from one fulfillment center versus another? Ultimately, what this gives us is a fulfill to promise map that looks at all of the potential locations that an item can be shipped from, and then prioritize them based on order cost to determine where that item should be fulfilled. Once we do that, our orders are processed in the fulfillment center, but they're not processed at a fulfillment center like back in the old days where you have a picker running down aisles of the fulfillment center finding orders. Imagine something the size of 7 football fields. That's the size of our fulfillment centers. And a picker couldn't go down every aisle to pick all the products. So we use robots, and again, powered behind those robots is reinforcement learning, a type of machine learning, that actually bring the products to the pickers. And the pickers have what's called a bin vision system that's powered by AI that tells the picker what slot within that bin is the particular product that they're wanting to pick. So again, there's a lot of machine learning AI behind the scenes that's powering this promise. But in today's world, we've come out with some newer technology in the past few months or years called generative AI. And I talk to a lot of customers that say, gee, how can we use generative AI in our business? And we say, you know what, that's a working forward problem. When you're asking, how do I use generative AI? What you're trying to do is you're trying to fit a technology into a customer problem. What we like to do with customers is work backwards and ask the question, what does the customer need? And how can we help fulfill those needs? Then we can start solving those problems by figuring out what are the benefits of using generative AI for customers? What are things that might make our customers' life easier? And what are the capabilities in a solution that we could deliver? And over the past year or so, Amazon's delivered on several. One of the first is customer review summaries. So when you go to an Amazon.com website today, not only do you get a list of customer reviews, but we're using generative AI to summarize those reviews and provide back to you feedback about those customer summaries. So now customers can just look at those feedback summaries based on generative AI to figure out which product that they want to choose. And this saves them time and helps them make more confident decisions. Another one is more effective product listings. So our sellers on Amazon are also our customers. And we want to make it easier for them to provide the products that they have on our site. And we use, again, generative AI, rather than those folks having to manually enter all the content onto the website. They can fill out basic input, and once they fill out that basic input, we generate an advertisement for them on our website, and they're able to list more efficiently and more effectively. The other thing that we're trying to look at, and actually this came online Q4 2023, is providing products in context of how a customer might use them. So take a toaster. Rather than just showing a basic toaster, we can put backgrounds behind that toaster so that they conform to what it might look like in a person's home. And so we're using generative AI to create images that are relevant to our customers. Customers now are able to view the product within their context, and the vendors get products into market in the right kind of marketing context for their customers. One other area that we're into today is medical information handling. So some medications say dispense 1 pill twice a day. Some people say take by mouth twice a day, et cetera, et cetera. We're using generative AI to help fill prescriptions faster with more clear and accurate instructions for the customers. Again, our goal is to improve customer satisfaction and provide the information that they need more quickly. So some other new areas where we're focused are things like generating new images or new data using generative AI. And so one of the technologies that we released over the past year is something called Amazon One, where if you're shopping in one of the grocery stores that it's supported or one of the retailers it's supported, rather than buying with a credit card or cash, you can use your hand. Well, in order to power Amazon One, what we did was we created millions of hand images and trained the models off those images to recognize them. So again, what we were able to do is accelerate our innovation by providing this information in a relevant way very quickly using, in this case, generative AI. So we're also doing things like agent training, helping an agent in a contact center engage with the customer and providing real-time coaching for that. So, what did Amazon learn in order to be efficient and effective in using AI, ML, and generative AI? We have a list of what people look for and where their pain points often are. And the key challenges are generally the basics. Having the right people, having the right data, and identifying the right business cases to go after. So as I said, we shouldn't be looking forwards. We should be working backwards from the customer's problems and then using the right technology to support them. And then the final one that's really important is having the right customer or company culture. So working with a company that wants to employ these methods to get the speed and scale that their organizations need. A couple of things that matter even more. The first one is making sure we have clear identification of the success criteria of the project. It's not just good enough to say we've built a model that does X or Y. We need to also make sure we measure it so that we know whether it actually is succeeding in its mission. And another one that's important is how to run it faster. So, if any folks are interested in learning more about Amazon and AWS and how we can partner with you in order to make your businesses more successful using AI, ML, and generative AI, if you want to ideate on problems, we're here to help. We're here to help support the tech and also support the base foundations of getting the right problems solved. If you want to explore a little bit more, you can click on that QR code or record it. And then I'm advancing to my last slide here, where you can just check out with your AWS account team and our partners worldwide. And I thank you very much. I appreciate your time and look forward to talking to you all soon.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause again for this wonderful presentation? I need you back. And right after the senior strategy of Amazon, it's a great pleasure to receive another person coming from US. She's a principal research scientist at IBM, and also she's professor in computer science at Columbia University, New York City. Please welcome Madame Kautar El Maghraoui sous vos applaudissements.
Well, hello, salamu alaikum, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having here. It's always a pleasure to come back home to Morocco. So my name is Kautar El Maghraoui, and I'm a principal research scientist at IBM TJ Watson. I also teach at Columbia University some of the hottest topics around AI, especially high-performance AI. And in today's talk, I'm going to talk about what's happening with Gen AI. And I think everybody has seen all the transformations happening with generative AI. And I'll focus a little bit about, the case for marketing, some of the use cases, and especially what we're doing at IBM to drive a lot of the value with our customers tapping into Gen AI. So I think everybody has been witnessing, all the transformative things that technologies like ChatGPT has brought to us. And not, even normal users, like even my grandma or people who have no idea what technology is or what AI is, has really started touching AI and seeing what it can do through applications like ChatGPT. So it's really been amazing to see over the past 2 years what's been happening with things like ChatGPT and how we've been moving from an era of understanding to an era of generating. So a lot of the machine learning and AI models have traditionally been used to understand, to do things like classification, object detection, speech transcription. But now we're seeing these models are being used to generate new text, novel ideas, music, etc. And of course, a lot of press, some of them are also bringing some negative things and some doubts. Is this dangerous? What's going to happen to us? Are humans, our jobs going to be replaced by AI? So you can see here some of the kind of negative things that we've seen from Gen AI, so environmental impact, training these large models, especially the large language models, it comes with a huge carbon footprint. Sometimes it equates the energy consumption of an entire country just to train one model. There are also a lot of issues around bias, around trust, around governance. So with all the great stuff that's happening, there are also risks. And it makes us think, can I really trust these Gen AI models to make real decisions, especially in the business? So how did we get to this point? I just want to take you a little bit through the history of how it all started. I mean, AI is not new. AI has been there for many years, especially since the 1950s, when, for the first time, the term AI was coined. And at that time, AI especially was around expert systems, handcrafted symbolic representations. It's all about data representations. We're trying to see here the history of AI through the lenses of data representations. It started with these symbols, handcrafted symbols, and then after that, machine learning became very popular. We also went through what we call AI winters because we didn't have enough compute power to be able to tap into the power of these algorithms. And then deep learning became so hot when, for the first time, we have these algorithms that are capable of performing what humans can do for certain specific tasks. And then around 2018, something magical happened. And this transformer architecture, which is an algorithm that was invented by Google and some researchers from Google, was very broad, this transformative technology. And based on this, a lot of the Gen AI algorithms are built. And here, what we're seeing is we're building these models, these large models, through what we call self-supervision. Because one of the issues we've had throughout the history of AI, we had to rely on human labeling. You need to build these massive data sets where you require a lot of humans to label these data. And that was a big bottleneck. It was very difficult to scale. So with the transformer architecture, this new paradigm of self-supervised learning, so you build these models, you build huge models, tapping, for example, into the vast amounts of text from the internet, and then you use these models to do a lot of fine-tuning. So this kind of shows the difference between these traditional machine learning or AI model building approach, where you have multiple models, and every time you have to train these models from scratch, you had to label the data, rinse and repeat, and that was a very costly process. With foundation models, that's the term we use for these Gen AI models, what you do is you pre-train these large models once using massive amounts of data, and then you can reuse these models. And this started with natural language processing, like ChatGPT was trained on massive amounts of data from the internet. And then after that, you can take these models, fine-tune them for tasks like summarization, conversational language, things like translation, and lots of advantages here. Things like going to market becomes much faster with AI, faster deployment, better accuracy, and also incremental revenue. So the the return on investment using these foundations models can be really huge and provide lots of business opportunity. So this all started especially in the domain of what we call natural language processing, trying to understand human text, trying to do these conversations using AI agents, etc. But it's not just tied to human language. It can be used, across many data sources. So think of every domain has its own language. If we look at chemistry, it has its own language. If we look at code, programming languages, they have their own language. So it's like building these models to represent, to understand the language of domains, the language of sensors, the language of physical assets, the language of customer care, etc. And at IBM, we're focusing on building these foundations models across many industries, and we're seeing a lot of advantages and value that is being created. So what's the opportunity here? Of course, before with traditional AI, many businesses were very slow to adopt AI. But what we're seeing right now with Gen AI, the fast speed of adoption is exhilarating. Companies, we had some surveys, 80% of companies, enterprises, are either working or planning to adopt generative AI in their business processes. And actually, 21% have already have Gen AI capabilities in production. There is also a broad-reaching impact. There was a study by Goldman Sachs which predicted that Gen AI could raise global GDP by 7%, which is really a huge opportunity here. And of course, there is a critical focus here on investment. And there are some predictions that generative AI is expected to present about 30% of the overall market by 2025. What are some of the key use cases, especially what we have seen at IBM, where we see a lot of value? Some of the early starters for many companies to start kind of tapping into the potential of Gen AI. The first one is digital labor. Especially around HR processes, you can create these digital workers that can help you automate many of the mundane tasks. Things like, for example, resume parsing, screening, trying to match some things like skills matching, etc. Talent acquisition, performance management, a lot of these digital labor that can automate many of these mundane processes, especially in HR. And we can see here 40% improvement in process productivity. Another huge also area where we saw a huge improvement is customer care. And customer care here, you can have customer self-service, case deflection, automating a lot of the question answering to address your customers and also personalize the experience for your customers with respect to products, with respect to failures, with respect to many of the issues that you have to deal with. And this cuts huge costs. So more than 90% right now of customer inquiries are handled by AI assistants. And this also provides huge cost cuttings for companies and also improves the customer experience overall. And also in terms of application development and IT operations. Right now, Gen AI can create code, can create programs, can create applications. And we've also seen that software development here can be automated by Gen AI. So also a huge area here of investment. At IBM, actually, we're using this internally for some of the Red Hat Ansible code. So if we want to zoom into marketing, what's the potential here? And of course, many of the speakers before me talked about the importance of content creation, especially at a fast pace. And there is a huge potential here, especially around customization and hyper-personalization for marketing. When we talk about marketing, there are lots of challenges here that marketing companies are facing. And this is some of the surveys that we've done with many of the chief marketing officers across many companies that we've interacted with. And they have kind of shared with us some of the challenges that they're facing. So customers' expectations are rising, especially in a competitive market that we're living in today. 73% of customers expect personalized experience, not just through one channel, but across many channels. Cost containment and revenue growth. 75% of CMOs agree that marketing organizations face pressure to do more with less investment, with less budget. Customer data regulation and optimizations. Regulations are changing over time. So how do we make sure that we balance all of these regulations while delivering a great customer experience? And many other challenges, things like many organizations, they try to create customer profiles, but sometimes these are siloed organizations, and they can generate data that's conflicting about the same group of customers or the same profiles. So here, there are lots of challenges, and a lot of them can be solved by Gen AI. So according to Gartner report, 56% of marketing leaders surveyed believe content creation is one of the greatest potential of Gen AI. And what we like to see here is kind of a content supply chain that we need to tap into. So that constant supply chain starts from planning, establishing customer journeys and personas, defining the strategy, going through creating, designing, reviewing, improving, tagging and storing, executing and measuring, and analyzing and refining. So kind of a life cycle here that you have to go through to deliver a great marketing experience. And one of the things here is throughout all of these steps, Gen AI models can be used to create content. Of course, you have to build these foundations models based on the personal experiences, the data that you have for your customers, and then try to refine that and augment that along the way. And this is, I'll just skim through this quickly. So this is one reference architecture that we have at IBM, where we've seen a lot of value that was created with the companies and the marketers that we're working with. So this is all kind of where do you insert Gen AI through the content supply chain? Where do you get all your client data and the sources, and also what third-party systems you can tap into also to connect all the dots. So, lots of potential we see here, but there are still challenges. What's holding us back? What are the issues? And a lot of the issues, especially from some of the surveys we've done, they look at ethical issues, privacy issues are some of the biggest challenges that are slowing adoption here. Things like, how can I explain the decision that these Gen AI models are doing? Explainability becomes very important. You cannot just deliver an experience without understanding why the model tell you do A and not B. Ethics. We're also concerned about the safety and the ethical considerations about these AI models, especially if these models are trained using vast data from the internet. The problem with the AI modeling, the model is as good as the data you inject in. If the data has bias, if the data has ethical concern, that's going to be reflected through the model. And then the other thing is bias. Some models could be biased towards certain groups, certain ethnicities, certain religions. And so there is a lot of also bias issues in the data, inherently in the data that we need to watch for and make sure that it does not translate into the models that we're creating. And also, how do we trust all these decisions? So trust, ethical considerations are very important. And this is something that we at IBM and IBM Research have been taking as a first-class citizen. How do we infuse trust and explainability and ethical considerations throughout the life cycle of building these AI models and deploying them, using them, and maintaining them. And this takes a lot of efforts throughout the life cycle of Gen AI. And what we like to call this is like going from the ML ops or the AI ops to the FM ops or the foundation model ops. And it starts with the data acquisition, making sure that the data is cleansed, going through a lot of pre-processing, things like removing hate, abuse. We have special models that go through the data and try to detect if there is hate, profanity, abuse, bad language, etc., and remove it from the data. You know, also in the architecture and training, lots of different architectures here you can consider, encoder, decoder, only, etc. The way you train the models also have to make sure that you have these guard layer and safety, and also the task adaptation, and also teaching and safeguarding. We're also investing in models that can teach other models. So this is an area of huge research and huge investment for us, and this is very important, and we're trying to also work with government to create standards around this. So what's next? A lot is happening, but there are also lots of uncertainties around Gen AI and the applications of Gen AI across the business, across the digital economy. And what we're seeing is the data is changing, especially right now with Gen AI. A lot of content is being generated by these models. A lot of synthetic data is being generated. So at some point, we're going to enter the era where all the data that we're seeing is not human-generated data, is AI-generated data. And what do we do about that? The models are also changing. The way you align the model, the way you prompt the models, the way you basically customize the models. The architectures also are changing. And how we use these models and consume them and inject them in the business is also changing. And one of the things especially that scares me the most is the content that you're going to find in the internet at some point, it is going to be overrun by Gen AI content. And you can see here some predictions. By 2030, synthetic data will completely overshadow real data in these AI models. So it's all going to be synthetic or mostly synthetic. And what are the implications of that? So data is going to be like a true jewel. If you have real data, real human-generated data, it's going to be treated kind of like gold.
1 minute.
So lots of challenges here. There are also lots of uncertainty around, will AI replace humans? I just want to kind of leave you with a final thought. AI will not replace humans. Humans that use AI will replace humans that don't use AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kautar El-Maghraoui. Sorry, we are a little bit rushing. Thank you for this inspiring deep dive into the transformative power and generative AI. Thank you. Can we have a round of applause for Professor? Thank you so much. So now, shift our focus to the brand advertising and how to effectively measure and optimize it for a long-term success. Or for this Keynote 3, optimize your brand advertising using the CMO scorecard. I don't know if you have ever heard about LinkedIn. Who have LinkedIn? Can you raise your hand? Okay. French people say ding-a-ding, ding-a-ding, ding-a-ding. It's not a music. It's a real company, and it's a great pleasure to receive here the Director of Market Engagement to the B2B Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tai Hitz. And quite supporting.
Hello, how are you? Much. Hello, everyone. How are we doing, African Digital Summit? You feeling good? It's good to see you. Again, Tai Heath, a director at LinkedIn's B2B Institute think tank. And we are on a mission to build famous B2B brands. And today, I'm here to talk about what I like to call a universal head scratcher, something that's confusing to a lot of people. And that is how to prove and measure what you can deliver when you're investing in brand. And we're obsessed with mental models at the B2B Institute, so we've got a framework to do it called the CMO scorecard. So let's get into it. So first I want to talk about the opportunity in front of us. Do we have any B2B marketers here? Okay. Maybe you have B2B marketing friends. I see a few people here. B2B is a massive opportunity. I think it's actually the future of economic growth. If you take a look at this slide, you see some of the biggest B2C brands, Coca-Cola, Nike, and there's also B2B brands. And on this slide, you'll see that the B2B brands are 3 times the market cap when they're combined of B2C brands. But there's only one problem. Many people don't recognize the B2B brands on this slide. And then even if they recognize those B2B brands, so many people couldn't tell you what these brands actually do. B2B marketing is less tangible, it's more complex, It's more challenging for people to get connected to, and I think that's actually the opportunity. What if people recognized these brands, understood them, and were more connected to them as well? And so I want to talk about a rule called the 95-5 rule that's really at the center of why brand building is so important, and especially in B2B. And it helps us make the financial case for brand advertising. So everyone knows the funnel, the marketing funnel, right? You know the one I'm talking about. It's faced this way, it's awareness, consideration, purchase. At the B2B Institute, we happen to think that that mental model isn't particularly customer or finance-centric. We need to make it better. The traditional funnel leads us to believe as marketers that it's our advertising that moves people through the funnel. But that's not the case. You're either in market, ready to buy something from someone right now, or you're out market. And if you're out market, people aren't thinking about your brand at all. So we need a new mental model to think about how this actually works. And so I'm going to give to you the cash flow funnel, right? I call this a money slide because it really is about money. So you take that traditional funnel, you turn it on its side, you stretch it out over time, and this is a better representation of how things actually work. So your in-market buyers, they represent your current cash flow, and then you have your out-market buyers, and those people represent your future cash flow. The challenge with B2B marketing is that we are focused on the 5% of in-market buyers, because the 95-5 rule says 95% of category buyers are out market at any given time. That 5% that we're targeting right now in B2B, that represents lead generation. But the 95%, that's brand. And that's a matter of memory generation. So if we're going to measure brand and understand how brand actually works, that means we have to understand how do we measure memory. Because guess what? Marketers are actually in the memory business. It's our job to make sure people remember what it is we're doing, what we're selling. So here's a quick video, and then we'll talk a little bit more.
We play is painted constantly.
There we go.
And the work never stops. The painting happens frequently because just as bridges corrode, so do our memories. Studies show that when brands stop advertising, sales drop dramatically within a year for small, medium, and large businesses alike. Constant maintenance is the most effective way to avoid corrosion. And just like bridges, memories corrode if not maintained. Okay, gotta get back to it. Avoid memory corrosion and maintain your brand by advertising consistently over time.
So that's my other job, painting the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, folks. That was a joke. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the Golden Gate Bridge has to be painted and painted and painted, because if it doesn't, it actually corrodes. And our memory works the same way. If we're not constantly refreshing the brand in people's minds, they start to lose the memory over time. And that's the case for small, medium, and large brands. So in order to win the market, we have to win the mind. And not only do we need to win the mind overall, we need to win the mind in a particular marketing context. So you'll see mental penetration and buyer penetration here, and you see the up and to the right. What that tells us is that there's a correlation between buyer penetration, your ability to gain customers, and people actually remembering your brand. And then there's also an opportunity to be associated with particular buying situations. So for example, Microsoft, Oracle, and SAP are known for making customer interactions more efficient, and then Oracle and SAP are associated with when real-time customer information is important. So it's not just about memory, it's about memory in a particular context that we want to invest in. So that brings us to the CMO scorecard. And it starts with the things that drive advertising performance. So there are really two key things. One is creative, and that's your distinctive brand assets. It's your logo, your font, your sound, all of the things that, characters, all of these things are the things that help people remember the brand.
The second aspect of it is media, and that's how you're distributing your content into the world. Are you reaching people? These two things together, if done well, deliver outcomes. What kind of outcomes can you deliver with a strong brand? I think there's a big conversation for us to have here, because it's not just about marketing. If you have a strong brand, it's easier for you to recruit top talent, and people pick up the phone when your salespeople call. So this is actually a bigger opportunity, and we can measure all of that on the LinkedIn platform because we have products aligned with each of these different areas. And that brings us to the CMO scorecard. And it really is this conversation of if your creative is strong and your media is strong, it delivers the outcomes that I just talked about on the previous slide. So let's actually dive into each of these. So first is creative. It's the single biggest competitive edge opportunity, especially in B2B. On a small budget, if your creative is strong, you can have outsized impact, 10 to 20 times more effective than mediocre creative. What this tells me is you go big and bold on your advertising. So how do we measure creative quality? So 3 things. I call this ABLE: attention, branding, and linkage. Do people notice the ad? When they notice the ad, do they know that it belongs to you? And then third, are they linking it to a particular buying situation? Attention, branding, and linkage equals brand equity, okay? But the first things first, buyers have to notice the ad to produce a response, right? Do you have any philosophy majors in here? No, maybe not. I wasn't either, but there's a saying, if a tree falls in the forest and no one's there, did it really fall? And that's the same thing with advertising. If no one saw it, what was the point of it all? So what we need to do is invest in ads that are high attention and divest from low attention ads. Next, we go to branding. So you'll notice a couple brand assets here from a couple major B2B brands. AWS just spoke, Google. The main thing for us to understand is that some of these are recognizable. Maybe some of them are not as recognizable. If you want to get credit for your homework, you have to put your name on it. So our goal as marketers is also to build up the recognition of our brand assets and not have people misattribute your marketing to another brand. Because now you're marketing for your competition. And then there's linkage. Marketers, the way we have to think about things is messaging is actually capital allocation. You're making bets every time you choose a message. And so you want to think about, well, what is the message I should invest in, right? And when you're thinking about the message to invest in, you want to find something that you're credible, you can credibly be known for, that it's common enough for it to be commercially viable, and that you can actually compete on as well. So that's creative, attention, branding, and linkage. Let's move to media very quickly here. So now when you think about how you're distributing your content, there's 3 things. Effectiveness, are you reaching your entire category? Evenness, is it spread throughout the year? And efficiency, are you balanced between brand and lead generation? Okay? So we are reach maximalists at the B2B Institute. If you're selling toothpaste, you can target everyone with teeth. If you're selling in B2B, a cloud computing platform, you still want to target anyone who could ever buy a cloud computing platform because you want to make sure that when they're in the market for your business, that they actually know your brand exists. So effective media is category reach. Evenness. So you also want to spread evenly throughout the year. Remember, I'm constantly painting the Golden Gate Bridge because memory decays. So we have to be present. So when someone is ready to buy, and it's not about timing the market, it's about time in market when we think about evenness. And then finally, when we think about this, we want to be efficient. When you're doing a ton of lead generation, it can get pretty expensive pretty quickly. So a more balanced approach includes bringing brand marketing in, which can help to bring down the cost and also boost your awareness. Which again, if I haven't made the point yet, brand marketing is really critical to bring into the conversation. So that's the other part of the formula, effective evenness and efficiency. So now to bring this to the close here, your outcomes. Because if you are investing in creative and you're investing in your distribution, you should be able to deliver these types of outcomes for the business. And I want marketers to reclaim this territory because marketing is actually a growth engine for the business. We've heard all these statistics about the decline of CMO tenure. The reality is marketers do a lot, pull a lot of weight that people don't know about. So one, are we helping marketers get more leads? Are we helping sellers get more responses? And are we hiring faster because of the work that you do? Okay? So brand creates activation that lead generation does not do. So both of them drive short-term sales. But when you think about what else brand can do, long-term sales, pricing power, your ability to charge higher prices, category optionality, your ability to pivot into a new category as your category might shrink, talent acquisition. Also, it builds a competitive moat for you as a marketer. These are all the benefits that brand brings that simply advertising and lead generation doesn't bring. Brands also have deliver fatter pipelines. This is real LinkedIn data. When people are exposed to both lead generation and brand advertising, you see a boost. 71% lift in click-through rate, 90% lift in lead generation as well. Oops, go back one. It also opens the door for sellers. Same thing. When people are exposed to both brand and lead generation, 36% lift in in-mail, 24% lift in connection requests. This is what your salespeople want. And then finally, when it comes to talent, this might be the best of all. When your talent is familiar with the brand, we see a 95% lift in response to your recruiting efforts. So this is what marketers bring to the table that we need to make sure the business is connected to. Whether we're talking about hiring, market, or sales, you'll see that up and to the right correlation, that reach is strongly correlated with the leads you're going to be able to deliver. So this is, again, why brand is key. So just to recap and close us out today with the CMO scorecard, creative times media equals outcomes. How effectively you're driving attention, branding, and linkage, evenness, efficiency, and effectiveness, and your outcomes as well. This presentation and the deeper research is available for anyone to download using this QR code. The other thing you can do is reach out to me on LinkedIn. So do feel free to connect with me, feel free to connect with each other, and thank you so much for the time today. I really appreciate it. Thank you to GAM. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here.
I really like the ending. Please contact me on LinkedIn.
Oh, absolutely.
We have no choice, right?
Oh, here we go.
Yes,
of course.
Give me a round of
Let's do
applause
it.
again.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Right after her, it's a great pleasure to receive actually a friend. This guy talking about this event and say, okay, Eric, you are in Morocco. Call the organizer and let them know you are here. So please help me to give me some love, respect to my dear friend, Kahi Lumumba, CEO of Totem Experience. Mr. Kahi Lumumba, talking about building impactful African digital communities. Kahi Lumumba.
Hey. Nice to meet you. Hi. Thank you very much. I'm Kahi Lumumba. Eric is my dear friend from Côte d'Ivoire. And I need, yes, this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Pleasure. So, my name is Kahi Lumumba. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Totem Experience, which is a digital communication group based in 7 countries. And we have 60 people all over Africa. And the thing I want to talk about, to start with, is, oh, we see the time, is how we got our clients. For the last decade, the thing we were talking about with our client was one concept. It was content is king, content is king, content, oh, obviously in Morocco I will say content is boss, content is the boss. And now today I'm here in front of you to talk to you about something else, about the future, because I believe that in the next decade, there will be something more important that content. Content is important because we need to catch their attention with content. But I want to talk about something different, and I want to convince you about this thing. So first of all, I think everyone here knows Salesforce by raising hands. Everyone knows Salesforce, right? Do you believe, keep your hands high if you think that Salesforce is one of the biggest company in its industry, right? Okay. Same with WordPress. Do you know WordPress? WordPress is a web content platform where you can build a great website, which is also at the top of the industry. And the last one is Lego. You know Lego? Yes? So toys industry, top of the game again. So why I chose those three brands? Because I want to ask some questions. Why those brands are at the top of the games? Why are they at the top of their industries? Salesforce is 140 billion valuation on the market. Is it because it's more creative, it's more innovative? Is it a more powerful tool? WordPress, the top 10 million websites, half of them are made with WordPress. Why? There's so many open sources, there's so many no-codes. We could use so many different options. Still, half of them are using WordPress. And Lego is the same thing. Why Lego is at the top of the toys industry, knowing that there's so more creative games. I mean, we cannot say that Lego is the more innovative like today. And the answer has been spoiled by the title of my keynote. The answer is community. Community is a big word for me, and that's what I want to talk about. Salesforce, when we talk about Salesforce, it's millions of people talking about Salesforce every day. The valuation of Salesforce is not really only based on its innovative culture. There's a lot of CRM, customer relationship management tools, but the community of Salesforce is so huge that it makes a big valuation. It's the same for WordPress. If you want to make sure that if you build a website, you will always have someone to help you. If the lead developer lets you down on something like that, you will be probably using WordPress. Lego nearly went bankrupt years ago, but thanks to the community saved the company because there's 100 designers in the company, but with the community it was 1,000 designers who helped the company to see this is what the kids need because they are really passionate about this. So what is a community? A community, let's start by what is not a community. A community is not your followers. A community is not your fans. Community is not your customers. Community is bigger than that. Community is those people who believe in your vision, who want to commit to your vision. And the really thing that can help you to know if you have a community, you need to see if those members are talking to each other. Are they talking to each other? Is there a great interaction? That's what a community is about. So now that we know what's community, let's see the why. The why and what makes a great community. Why is it important to have a great community? I will talk to you about the power of the community. So 3 things, 3 keys. First of all, acquisition costs. The members of the community are excited. They are very excited, so they will talk about your product. They will talk about to their friends, to their colleagues, to their family. At the end of the day, they will recruit clients for your company. So you reduce your acquisition cost. Second thing, retention. Retention. We know How hard is it? Retention is hard. The magic thing with community is that, of course, your clients sometimes are unhappy. They're complaining, they're not happy about something. But the magic thing is that they don't want to leave the community, so they won't leave the brand. Because the community is their family. And as we all know, with a family, we don't have the choice. We stay. We try to find a solution. We ask, someone giving answers, and then we're happy again, and then we go back again, retention. Third thing, customer services costs. Many of you know how expensive it is to have a great customer relationship organization. With the community, the members are likely to meet someone who have the issue that they are facing. So if they put the issue within a community, someone is likely to help. So that's the magic of the community, and that's what's important. So the power of communities. So let me talk about how you can implement that, because I want to give you as much value as I can with the time remaining. 6 keys to success. When you build your community, the first thing is the why. As we say, the vision. People within your community need to be able to answer to the question, why are we here together? Why? Okay? Second thing, simplicity. Please use simple tools if you want to support your community within your brand, around your brand. I have myself a community of 400 entrepreneurs in Africa, and we are using Telegram for the moment. But there are also other tools that can help you to bring together your community. Value. You need to bring value. If your community is committed, for example, to have an environment where our kids eat better, then bring them a health expert or a food expert, something like that. Bring them value about what they care about. Not necessarily, not always about your brand. Rewards people who are committed, who are engaged, who talk about your brand. Accountable. We need to have a safe space, so everyone is accountable for this safe space. The brand, but also the members. There are rules, written rules, unwritten rules, but make sure that you have a safe place. And then healthy governance, because we need to know how decisions are made about the community. That's the 6 keys to success. If you manage to do that, you will have a great community. So 80% of the startup, there is a pool right there. 80% of the startup will tell you that communities are really important. Even more, 30% will tell you that it's critical to make a difference. And startups are a good sector to analyze, because there's so many competitors there. So they know what they need to do to be on the top. So the thing I also wanted to highlight, it's not a concept for startups. It's not just a concept that for companies like Lego and Salesforce, it's never too late. Like those companies that you see behind, they didn't start with a community, but time is up. But the thing is, IKEA supports communities, for example, who love decoration. See? So they see those people who love decoration, let's support them. And let's help them to have this great community, because we know that our brand is also about this vision. Same thing for Nike. Who would think that Nike needs big communities? As big as Nike is, they're building community all around the world. especially on people who love running, because the vision of Nike is to say that every human is an athlete. If you have a body, you are an athlete. So we're bringing all together, and we're providing an app, a free app, where you can challenge yourself. So those athletes are happy about what Nike is doing for them. Nike. So go for it. Go for it. Some people know Paul Graham, who is the leader of Y Combinator, which is the most famous incubator for startups in the world. And he says it's better to have your product really loved by 100 people than average loved by 1,000 people. It seems simple as a sentence, but please think about it. It's quite deep. I want to finish my presentation with this say that we know, meaning that community is in our DNA. As African communities, our DNA. It takes a village to raise a child, and that's something that we all know. So I love this concept because it's efficient in terms of business. It can have a social impact, and in addition, I believe that it truly matches our values as African. So I will finish with this, just to let you know, to finish with my story. For me, communities are really changing my life. I could have just do my agency company, but instead we did Africa Digital Community, which is a community we bring together all those people who want to contribute to the digital transformation of the continent. And also we did the same with entrepreneurship. And as the time is up, I will just finish by giving the opportunity to those who want to scan this QR code, and if you want to know more about the community that we are putting together, about all the digital actors all around Africa want to accelerate opportunities thanks to digital, we will have a mastermind, a meeting, a webinar. Obviously, it will be free, and we will talk about this story, and we will talk about how we could you could join this community and talk about around you. Because, as I said, my vision is to make sure that we are all the main actors of the digital transformation of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kai. Thank you. I like your sentences. It takes all the village to raise a child. It's really meaning something powerful in this African DNA. Thank you guys to be here and to stay and learn and keep this information. We have interesting and fascinating Fireside chat that will explore the intricate relationship between trust and reputation. Our speaker will discuss actionable strategy for brands, businesses, and institutions to sustain trust and enhance their reputation in today's competitive landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the CEO of Eldenman Africa, Kerera, with a round of applause. And also, we have a pleasure to have the CEO and founder of Strateus, Mr. Kamal Taimi. Yes, at the center for her first. Please have a seat. Thank you. Just keep talking and keep trying. Keep it a yes, a test. No, not. We just wait for the. Can you try again for the? Hello. May I help you? Let me see. Sorry about that.
Yes, Isa.
Yeah. What about you?
I think it's
Is it working?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
My
Hey everyone, I'm not going to say good morning, it's like good afternoon right now. But we are really, really happy to be here. I am really so happy to be here with my friend, my partner, Karina, who is the CEO of Edelman Africa. We've been working together with Edelman for the last 15 years and happy to work with them along the region here. And I'm so happy, Karina, that you came from South Africa for a long flight and to share with us the Edelman Trust Barometer. For everyone, Trust Barometer is the reference in trust and reputation all around the world. It's not just a thought leadership, it's the thought leadership piece that everyone is following, not only from communications perspective, but also in the political landscape. Organizations around the world, NGOs, major NGOs, all of them are watching when the Trust Barometer is out on January, I think, at the World Economic Forum. And this is the major thought leadership piece in communications worldwide. And I'm so proud to have our partners, Edelman, to be here. And Karina is a huge leader in Africa. She's been both agency side and also in-house for one of the most biggest banking institutions in Africa. And I'm really happy to have you today with our friend Caroline. And so the floor is yours, so share with us what is the Trust Barometer. I guess a lot of people don't really know exactly how it works and since when it was launched and what is it. And then, what is its impact on the communications landscape worldwide? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Kamal. Thank you for that lovely introduction. It's wonderful to be here with you and all of you, and to be part of this esteemed lineup of speakers today. Yes, it was a long flight from South Africa, but definitely worth it. Such a beautiful city. We're so thrilled to be here to spend a few days with you in person for a change and not on a Teams call. Which is great. So I think it's actually really fitting when Kamal first spoke to me about talking to you about trust, given that this is a digital summit and we're talking about digital transformation, and if we think about how often distrust and issues of trust come up when we start talking about things like artificial intelligence, machine learning, people start to feel very anxious about that. And then what that means is that they're not sure what to trust and who to trust. So I think it's a very topical conversation for us to have in that context. And as Kamal said, for us as Edelman, there's a very clear correlation between trust and reputation from a communications perspective. The higher your trust capital, whether you're an individual or whether you're an organization, the better your reputation, right? The two just go hand in hand. And I think for all organizations, but especially for those operating in the technology space, in the digital space, there's an even higher responsibility on those organizations to be very clear and careful about how they're communicating and how they're taking people on the journey to build that trust capital. And I think for us as communicators or marketers, we have to be very responsible with the information we get given to be able to put it out through the right channels, to the right audiences in the right way. So, as we said, Edelman, we've been studying trust for nearly 25 years now. We believe it's the most important currency that any institution can have with its stakeholders. And this study is really designed to test the levels of trust in society. How does society feel about its four main institutions? And those are business, government, NGOs, and the media. And we run this study every year. The data that we gather from the study really helps us to give us real-world insights into how people are feeling, what is the macro environment like, how is that playing into people, how people are feeling every day, how they're showing up, how they're making purchasing decisions, and how they're engaging with each other. And then what does that mean for those of us who are in the space of communicating, marketing to them, and how do we need to think about that differently and how that evolves over time. So that's really what our study is designed to do. As Kamal says, we present our first study at the World Economic Forum in January of each year, and it's widely become cited in academic journals, in media transcripts, and other platforms as well. We studied trust across 4 dimensions. So the barometer is just the annual study, but in addition to that, as Kamal knows, we work with our clients to help them build their trust capital. And we do that through a very organized way, what we call dimensions of trust. And it's really working with companies and institutions to say, how do you build trust? And in some cases, rebuild trust. And it's really built around 4 dimensions, being your ability as an institution to do what you say you're going to do, your integrity, your dependability, and also your purpose. Do you have a bigger contribution that you make to society? And what is that higher purpose that you show up with? And that's what we test for every year, and that's where we are able to deduce from that where organizations need to show up a little bit more and where they need to have more impact. So that's really the most important thing. The study is done across 28 markets. We now are very proud to have 3 African markets in that study, being South Africa, Kenya, and Nigeria. This last year is the first time that we've piloted a little bit of a study for Morocco specifically, where we've started to bring in a few of the trust questions to test the market a little bit, and hopefully we'll build that out to be part of our barometer, a global barometer in the years to come. And I think just to take you through quickly, the power shifts that we've seen develop over the years, and this takes you on a bit of a timeline of how long we've been studying trust over those 24 years, and how each year has really reflected a different theme of what's happening in society. And if you go back in time, I won't say how far I remember back because I'll be showing my age, but I definitely do remember some of these years, and if I look back at it, it does make sense, some of the shifts that we start to see there. So, for example, in 2001, we've got the rising influence of the NGO sector. NGOs were starting to become more well-known, they were becoming more trusted, and people were paying more attention to NGOs, but at the same time, levels of trust in business and government weren't as high as that. So that was an interesting trend. And we saw trust in businesses actually reach a really big high in 2007, and if you remember then, we had the financial services crash in 2008, and then a direct correlation with a plummet of trust in financial services the very next year, and specifically businesses. And then each year, the institutions have to build back their trust capital based on how people are feeling. In recent years as well, you'll see the COVID-19 pandemic, the conflicts that we're seeing around the world, all of those have played a role into how people are feeling, and at how their worlds are changing and how they're engaging differently. This past year, and I think in the last few years really, we're starting to see a bit of a worrying trend. This year's trust, as you see there, is around innovation, which I think is why it's so topical for us to talk about this here, is just the idea that introducing innovations, new innovations into society comes with its risks, and it's really about how to manage those a little bit more successfully. So in the last few years, we're seeing this trend towards a little bit of polarization, misinformation, disinformation. It's something we're keeping a close eye on, and I think it's up to all of us in the room to make sure within our various institutions and where we represent that we do a job of really making sure we avoid getting to that scenario. This slide just shows you the trust scores that are applied to each of the markets. I won't go through this in detail. I think just the most important thing to notice here is how over time emerging economies are actually faring much better and are being much more trusted as societies than developed markets, who you'll see there are largely distrusting. Which just shows you over time, whereas as things get introduced into those markets, they almost test them first before they come to us, and then they learn the mistakes that are made. But largely we're seeing that emerging economies, which is great for African markets as well, really feeling positive about the future and excited about their contribution to that as well. But unfortunately, trust in the industries don't necessarily guarantee trust in the industry innovation. So if you see here quickly on this slide, as much as this is a Morocco stat actually, as much as you see high levels of trust in the energy sector, in your technology sector, in your healthcare sector, it's still a way to go for people to feel like they're starting to build trust in the technologies that are coming out of those sectors. So if you're working in those sectors, it's really important to think about how do you take people on the journey. They are still needing some help to feel like they are able to be comfortable with the implementation of, for example, something like artificial intelligence, which, as much as we use the term so much, I'm not sure how much we really understand it and trust in it. And And this again just shows you if people are not accepting innovation and they're rejecting that innovation, then it's very hard for society to progress. You know, you really want to make sure that innovations are helping societies. They're helping them grow, develop, become more prosperous. That's the big goal. And unfortunately, where there's rejection because people don't understand something, they don't feel like they're being heard, they're not being taken on the journey, you have this pushback then for the rejection of innovations, and that's definitely something to keep an eye on. And for those of us who are, again, marketers or communicators in the room, this is an interesting one. This helps us understand where people are finding their information, and especially with things like fake news out there and disinformation, misinformation, it's becoming very difficult for people to know what is the truth and what isn't. And we won't go into specifics of where we're seeing that play out around the world, but there's a lot of discussion around this, and it's not fair for people to have to work on the basis of lies and misrepresentation of information. But here you can see that people are mostly looking for information online. So if you're a marketer, it's something important to think about. How do you think about your digital marketing strategy to really reach people where you need to find them? Secondly, social media. But the interesting thing here to note is although people are looking for information on social media is the least trusted. So we've got to be very careful, again, as custodians of social media channels on behalf of our clients or doing it on behalf of the businesses we work in. We have to be very careful about the information we put out there. We have to make sure that it's accurate, it's based on facts, so we're not purveyors of misrepresentation. This is the last one. This just sums it up for us, just to really look at the role that businesses have to play, and maybe the most important one. I think just really giving people control over their future, take them on the journey, and really work to build trust. It's extremely important in the building of reputation to make sure that trust is really intentionally built every day.
Thank you. Thank you, Karina. Very valuable, absolutely. And I think we need to have more time to speak about trust. It's such a deep subject. Me and you, we spend our time with our clients and a ton of people explaining the relationship between reputation and trust. And you don't just drop in information to the media to report it, and so you have the reputation you want. It's something that you build up. So tell us quickly, because I think we don't want Eric to kick us out of here. Quickly, what are the pillars that you think important to build trust and therefore going and building the reputation that you want?
I think it's really about building those dimensions we mentioned earlier. We can actually distill those into two clearer ones. Building your competence, being very clear that you are good at what you say you are good at and that you deliver what you promise to people. And secondly, your ethics. And ethics is actually 3 times more important than your competence. So it's not just as simple as I really provide a great product to the public. It's how do I actually contribute beyond that? And I think that's what people are really looking for. They want to see organizations taking up the issues that are really on their minds and taking up the issues that affect them. Economic growth, artificial intelligence, they want to hear from organizations.
In that same vein about artificial intelligence, you know that now the phenomenon of fake news, misinformation, disinformation, etc., specifically right now with the power of artificial intelligence is becoming really crazy to everyone. Like nobody knows exactly how to deal with it. But what are you seeing now globally or even locally, how this is becoming, it is a center of the conversations, but what are the trends that we are seeing now? I know that nobody knows exactly what to do with it, but anyone promising 100% safe path is crazy, and you don't need to believe anyone saying something like that. So what are the trends you're seeing around that?
I think it really comes back to just being very clear about the role you have to play in it. Because I think, as you're saying, there's a lot of swirl. We're not sure what to believe. But I think as organizations and as individuals, we need to be as educated as possible. We need to be very clear and accurate. We also need to use experts to communicate. more clearly about these things so that we get to understand it a little bit better. And I think ultimately it's going to be about just making sure we take people on the journey and try and be as clear as we possibly can.
Thank you. Maybe we come back to our continent right now, and me and you and our teams joke a lot about our clients from outside of the continent believing that Africa is one small but ambitious country. We spend our time educating people that this is a big place and it's 54 countries and diverse and really, really diverse. So how do you think international organizations are working, adapting to an African very diverse context where without losing their relationship or their core brand that's when they work in Africa?
I think there's still some way to go, but I'm definitely seeing a little bit of progress in trying to understand and apply the thinking. I think obviously a global and international approach is good, but there's a reason why we study individual markets for trust, because every single market shows up very, very differently. And it's really important that we take that into consideration when we're communicating in a market at a hyper-local level. We have to take all of that into considerations, and it's really important for us to help guide our clients on how to think globally with their organizations, but really execute in a very local way that resonates with the market.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this is the success that we bring to like global clients. This partnership, this work that we do on bringing global work to a localized context make the success that we see, and we're happy with that. Any last word?
No last words. I think just be intentional. Let's build some trust and let's hope for a better future.
Thank you, Karina. Thank you, everyone. That was a very nice conversation. Obviously, we have a very short time. The conversation should be much bigger than that. Stratius and Edelman promise you that we'll come back to this subject together and share more info with you.
And we're here if you'd like to chat to us about anything more.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. You didn't have to kick us out of here, right?
Big thank you, Carrera and Kamal, for this chat. Can we give them a round of applause again? Because it's half of the day and we maintain the energy with the important subjects. So we will now take a networking break, ladies and gentlemen. See you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric.
You're welcome. Taking a networking break is time maybe to maintain the connection, networking, take a break, take water, say hello to someone, say how are you, And we come back around 3 p.m. here for the second part of the day. Thank you so much for your attention and see you later. Thank you. Thank you.
سنة حلوة يا جميل يا ليلي يا ليلي سنتي سنة حلوة يا جميل
I never meant to cause you any sorrow. I never meant to cause you any pain. I only wanted to one time see you laughing. I only wanna see you laughing in the purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. I only wanna see you bathing in the purple rain. I never wanted to be your weekend lover. I only wanted to be some kind of friend. Baby, I could never steal you from another. It's such a shame our friendship had to end. Purple rain, purple rain, purple rain, purple rain. Honey, I know the times are changing. It's time we all reach out for something new. That means you too. You say you wanna lead out, but you can't seem to make up your mind. I think you better close it and get you to the purple rain. Purple rain. Purple rain. Purple rain. Purple rain. Oh, purple rain. Purple rain. I wanna see you in the purple rain. Said I wanna see you. I wanna see you in the purple rain. يا عذر الحي يا عذر الحي يا عذر الحي رفقا بالحيارى هل رأيتن حبيبا قد توارى عذر الحي يا عذر الحي يا عذر الحي يا عذر الحي يا عذر الحي عليل عليل وهي من قلبي وهي من قلبي وهي من قلبي وليل الطويل يا عذار الحي يا عذار الحي يا عذار الحي قد راح الجميل لقد راح الجميل لم يقل حتى وداعا في الرحيل لم يقل حتى وداعا في الرحيل خبري أي عرفيني أين سار يا عذار الحي يا عذر الحي يا عذر الحي عابد الحب ديني ومراحي صابر في الحب لم أشكو جراحي هطر المحبوب يدري عهد راحي
فاتني الوقت راني همل.
Fique triste quando eu me apagar. Faz parte da vida escura. Veja a lua subindo, tomando seu lugar. Ondas de tristeza para apreciar.
ضيعتيني وخليتيني فاتت الايام والايام وراني ندم. ضيعتيني وخليتيني فاتت الايام. ايامي ولا الظلمة كي الليل كي نهار انا معاك انتيا. ايامي ولا الظلمة كي الليل كي نهار معاك انتيا. وراحت ومشى وموات غابت المولات مولات عاشقين الاول وشحال انتيا
Talking away. I don't know what I'm to say. I'll say it anyway. Today's another day to find you shine away. I'll be coming for your love, okay? Take on me. Take on me. Take me
Africa Business School is an inclusive hub of lifelong learners and mindful doers, shaping the business and societal landscape in Africa and beyond. It is a place unique of its kind. We are disruptive. We believe in a breakaway with existing education systems. We are confident. We take risks because we believe that it can work. We are passionate explorers. We believe that our differences are richness. We act as both an engine and the bridge for the diffusion and expansion of African business and innovation to the rest of the world.
La distribution de courrier et colis fait partie de notre quotidien. Et si aujourd'hui elle devenait écologique? Le groupe Barry del Maghrib poursuit son engagement pour l'environnement, en complétant sa flotte avec des véhicules 100% électriques. Désormais, vos courriers et colis seront distribués sans émission de CO2, sans bruit et sans frais supplémentaires. Une solution durable pour mieux servir nos concitoyens et contribuer à un Maroc plus vert. Barry del Maghrib, avancez en toute confiance.
عندي بزاف ما يبان وما مسالياش. انت مسالي؟
مرحبا.
عرفتي راه كنتفكر لي فاكتور حتى كنكون في الخدمه وكنعاود ننساهم وكنعاود نتفكرهم حتى كندخل لدار بالليل. راه خاصني نخلص لي فاكتور ديال الماء وديال الضوء وديال التليفونات بجوج، وخاصني ندير هادشي كامل بلا ما نخرج حيت فيا البرد. وهادشي راه ماشي عجز، نو، حيت ما مسالياش.
بون
وانت عندك شي حل؟
مسالية تسمعي الحل، حيت مع بانكو في افريكا ديما كاين الحل. بيمسيو ديراكت، خلصي كاع لي فاكتور ديالك غير من تليفونك وبلا ما تحركي. بغيتو تعرفوا اكثر؟ بانكو في افريكا بويما.
أنا الباشا، أنا سيد الكل في الكل. نبغي حاجة سهلة الوصول. نكونكتي كل مرة نحكي ونعبر. ما نشبع من الهضرة دقيقة ما نصبر. معروفة بالعروض وحتى الخدمات. الرزق ديما موجود عند اتصالات. أنا الباشا، أنا سيد الكل في الكل. نبغي حاجة سهلة الوصول.
الباشا ديما كيختار اتصالات المغرب.
واجدين الويفي إنوي
إنوي معكم كل يوم.
اليوم حياة كانت غتكمل 6 سنين، ولكن كانت ضحية حادثة مؤلمة. وكون غير الأب ديال الحياة احترم العدد المسموح به في الدراجة النارية واختار الحل الآمن ليه ولعائلته. وكون حياة ما زال في الحياة وكتحتفل بعيد ميلادها. كون غير احترموا قانون السير، كون ما وقعوش هاد الآفات كاملين.
مرحبا باللي زارنا وجاي فرح دارنا. معانا في بركينا كل شي تكونكطا اليوم. وهادي انا ترنيت. اعطيني المود باس طلقني بالزربة خلاص. نبارطاجي مع الناس ستوري كل نهار ونعيش انا كي بغيت. يا نانا اللي حبيته، يا نانا اللي حطيته وسط دويرتي ولقيته كيف تمنيت. انا من زمان
لا فيبر اورانج الويفي ماكس دي بي 50 ميجا ليكم كاملين غير 249 درهم للشهر.
اورانج كاينه.
ديما حيرة سهرانة كنفكر كيفاش نكون ليك احسن قدام عيني تكبر. ندير ما في جهدي نعطيك صفا ما كاين. عيونك تجاوبني صوتك ينطق عليا. ماما ماما انتي اسفة خليك كيما انتي احسن شوفيها بعيني.
A new day has dawned. A continent reveals itself. For us, for them, for everyone. The time has come to unveil a new reality. Live the days, live the nights, see the endless opportunities. Dream of the future, of all you can become. Wherever we roam, and however far we roam. Let's share our passions, carve our legacies. Be all that you can be, moving forward without limitations. Because the world is out there, ready to be explored.
فرجة أول منصة للفيديو تحت طلب أحسن ما كاين في الأفلام المسلسلات والسلسلات وثائقية 100% مغربية.
صافي تهنين ويتونا صافي راه ما عندها بعد الخدمه واعر نبقاو نعاودوا في هذا الشيء راه ما نقدروش نبقاو نعاودوا مره واحده غنعاودها معاكم ونحبسها.
فرجة أحسن فرجة.
Nous sommes les lève-tôt, nous sommes les matinaux. Marocains et fiers, nous avons la passion dans la peau. Nous sommes les bienveillants, un peuple au grand cœur. Notre devise, transmettre tout notre savoir. Pour porter le flambeau des jeunes espoirs et célébrer ensemble toutes les victoires. La joie de vivre est dans notre culture. L'énergie positive est notre seconde nature. L'énergie, c'est la vie.
Assieds-toi, je lance.
Alors, madame, ça vous intéresse le cinéma?
Il m'arrive des choses bizarres.
C'est toi qui es chelou.
Tu veux qu'on fasse un trip à trois?
Bon. Je pense qu'on va plutôt commencer par un exercice de respiration.
Ne me faites pas vos yeux de velours, vous me troublez.
Bah, qu'est-ce que tu fais là, toi? Alors, content? Tu vois que c'est utile, la jeunesse.
Africa Business School is an inclusive hub of lifelong learners and mindful doers, shaping the business and societal landscape in Africa and beyond. It is a place unique of its kind. We are disruptive. We believe in a breakaway with existing education systems. We are confident. We take risks because we believe that it can work. We are passionate explorers. We believe that our differences are richness. We act as both an engine and the bridge for the diffusion and expansion of African business and innovation to the rest of the world. Africa Business School is an inclusive hub of lifelong learners and mindful doers, shaping the business and societal landscape in Africa and beyond. It is a place unique of its kind. We are disruptive. We believe in a breakaway with existing education systems. We are confident. We take risks because we believe that it can work. We are passionate explorers. We believe that our differences are richness. We act as both an engine and the bridge for the diffusion and expansion of African business and innovation to the rest of the world.
La distribution de courrier et colis fait partie de notre quotidien. Et si aujourd'hui elle devenait écologique? Le groupe Balid El Maghrib poursuit son engagement pour l'environnement, en complétant sa flotte avec des véhicules 100% électriques. Désormais, vos courriers et colis seront distribués sans émission de CO2, sans bruit et sans frais supplémentaires. Une solution durable pour mieux servir nos concitoyens et contribuer à un Maroc plus vert. Balid El Maghrib, avancez en toute confiance.
عندي بزاف ما يدار وما مسالياش. انت مسالي؟
مرحبا.
عرفتي راه كنتفكر لي فاكتور حتى كنكون في الخدمه وكنعاود ننساهم وكنعاود نتفكرهم حتى كندخل دار بالليل. راه خاصني نخلص لي فاكتور ديال الماء وديال الضو وديال التليفونات بجوج، وخاصني ندير هادشي كامل بلا ما نخرج حيت فيا البرد. وهادشي راه ماشي عكز، نو، حيت ما مسالياش.
بون.
وانت عندك شي حل؟
مسالية تسمعي الحل، حيت مع بانكو في افريكا ديما كاين الحل. بمسيو ديراكت، خلصي كاع لي فاكتور ديالك غير من تليفونك وبلا ما تحركي. بغيتو تعرفوا اكثر؟ بانكو في افريكا بويما.
أنا الباشا، أنا سيد الكل في الكل. نبغي حاجة سهلة الوصول. نكونكتي كل مرة نحكي ونعبر، ما نشبع من الهضرة دقيقة ما نصبر. معروفة بالعروض وحتى الخدمات، الريزو ديما موجود عند اتصالات. أنا الباشا، أنا سيد الكل في الكل. نبغي حاجة سهلة الوصول.
الباشا ديما كيختار اتصالات المغرب.
واجدين الويفي انوي. انوي معكم كل يوم. اليوم حياة كانت غتكمل 6 سنين، ولكن كانت ضحية حادثة مؤلمة. وكون غير الأب ديال الحياة احترم العدد المسموح به في الدراجة النارية واختار الحل الآمن ليه ولعائلته. وكون حياة مازال في الحياة وكتحتفل بعيد ميلادها. كون غير احترموا قانون السير، كون ما وقعوش هاد الآفات كاملين.
مرحبا باللي
Day or two, needless to say, I'm not some ends, but smear stumbling away, slowly learning life is okay. Say after me, it's no better to be safe than sorry. Take on me, take on me, take me in a day or two. Things that you say, is it live or just to play my worries away? You're all the things I've got to remember. You shine away. I'll be coming for you anyway. Take on me, take on me, take me in a day or two.
is that you recommend brands doing or organizers doing, even here in Morocco in 2030?
Voici de retour, 1, 2, microphone. Nous voici de retour, merci beaucoup. Comment allez-vous? Merci madame, je vous donne plein de bénédictions. Je me suis dit, s'il y avait une seule personne qui me donnerait la réponse, je vous donne... Vous voulez la veste? Bon, je vais la garder jusqu'au bout, si vous permettez. Mais je pense qu'il y a plus intéressant que cette veste aujourd'hui, c'est votre présence ici qui permet de créer du lien, créer de la valeur et d'enrichir nos rencontres. Nous avons plusieurs speakers à vous présenter ici de très très haut niveau. Mesdames et messieurs, je ne vais pas tarder à le présenter. Vous le connaissez forcément parce que si vous êtes dans les rues de toutes ces villes sur le continent, vous voyez passer ces mobylettes, ces voitures avec la lettre G, L-O-V-O. Vous aurez compris qu'il s'agit du CEO and founder of Glovo, M. Oscar Pierre, sous vos applaudissements, rien que pour vous. Let me see, help you for this microphone.
Hello,
Yes, perfect.
Bonjour Casablanca, hello. I'm really happy to be here. Just arrived today from Barcelona, where we have our headquarters and where we started our company. Despite my last name, I do not speak French, so this talk will be in English. And I will start with the very beginnings. Of course, I'm here to talk about retail media, but I want to walk you through how Glovo started, what Glovo is today, where do we want to go, and then I will connect that with everything we're doing with brands and with retail media. So this was me before Glovo, right in college. My only job before Glovo was working chez Airbus in Toulouse. I didn't like it. I wasn't having a lot of fun. I'm an aerospace engineer. And while I was doing this internship at Airbus, I thought about this idea, which was, hey, let's build a small company based in Barcelona where we can basically offer people anything in their city in less than 1 hour. No? It was a very high-level idea. This is the first product that we built. It was basically a very simple website where you could go. Sorry, it's in Spanish, but you could go to the bottom and there was a form where you could type in anything you wanted, your address, and that's pretty much it. Your name, that's it. People paid in cash. And when we launched this, we thought it would be a massive success. We got between 0 and 1 orders every day, depending on my mother ordering or not. So this didn't really work. We did this is my co-founder, Sasha, who joined in month 3. There's a very special day in Barcelona, which is Sant George, where people give flowers to their husbands or spouses, or girlfriends or boyfriends. And that was the first day when we did more than 10 orders. People were using us to send the flowers. And we could take some money from, fundraise some money from investors, and we invested that into launching the first app. So this is the first version of the app, super simple. It only had 2 buttons, order something or send something. We charged a really high price. So for the service, we charged around €5. And we launched it. We thought the app would be the solution. And no, it was not the solution. So this is the graph of orders for the first 1 year. As you can see, it's super flat. We were not growing, probably doing 10, 20 orders after 1 year every day. No? So it was very, very difficult business, as you can imagine, really difficult economics, no? Like paying well couriers, which is a huge part of our DNA, meant that in every order we lost money. And that's when we had a big inflection point. No? We were about to shut down the company. We said, hey, let's try one last thing, which is this marketplace of 2 sites, no? Users and couriers that we have built. Why don't we add a third piece into the into the marketplace and let's start working with local shops. No, at the end of the day, the few orders that we were getting were already sending us to buy things in local shops, but there was no formal relationship with them, no commercial activity. So that's when we launched an app that, despite the color, might seem more familiar to what you have, hopefully you have today in your phones, where we had not only the anything button, but also a bunch of categories, and inside every category, it looked like more like a quick commerce, where people could see content and prices and products. And of course, the magic piece of all this is that we started moving the revenue streams to the shops. Now shops, of course, they pay a commission for every order they sell in our app. And we use this money to make the service a lot more affordable for the end customer. So the price that the customer paid went from being super expensive to being somehow affordable. More or less, now worldwide, in average, customers pay more or less 10% in delivery fee of what they order in Glovo, more or less, which we think is a reasonable price and affordable for most people. So this is how we started. I want to share you now where we are right now and where we're going. So we think about three big bets in Glovo. The number one is always winning in food. How we talk about this, and when we talk about food means restaurants, no? How we like to think about restaurants in Glovo is the same way that Amazon thought about books, no? So it was like their first category, it was the main entry door for new customers, and then customers move into other categories, no? But for us, winning in the restaurant delivery category is super important. This is the countries where we operate today. And we consider that in almost all of them, we're now already the #1 delivery platform for restaurant delivery. This means that whenever people are hungry and they think about ordering, the first brand and the most used app that comes to their mind is Glovo. Again, this is extremely important because that's how people, our customers, build engagement. Now they start using us when they are with friends or with family. They don't want to cook. They order pizzas or burgers or salads. And after they start using us more and more, then they start looking into other categories, which I'll share later. We think the opportunity is really, really big. So maybe this slide, there's a lot of small numbers, but basically what you see here, every column is how many orders per capita per year people do in every country in online food delivery. No? So this is basically per capita, how big the industry is across many markets. And as you can see, of course, our industry is super young. We started investing seriously in most of our countries only like 5 years ago. But there's some other markets where the industry started 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and we see that things will keep growing. No? Most of our users still use Glovo as something very low frequency, no? Maybe only when they are with friends on a weekend, they're watching football and they order pizzas. But as the service keeps getting better and more affordable, people start replacing cooking and replacing some of the dine-out occasions with delivery. No? And that's how frequency, we think it's going to go up a lot. And by building the largest, the winning restaurant delivery platform, the biggest scale in every single city, we built 2 superpowers that then we use for other things. These 2 superpowers is one, we built the largest and most efficient last mile delivery fleet. No? If you think about a city like Casablanca, there are thousands of couriers that connect with a total flexibility with their phones, which allows us to move something from A to B in the most efficient way and in the most capital efficient way as well. The second one is that we built a very large user base that is really engaged. In Morocco, for example, already 1 out of 7 Moroccans are using Glovo on an annual basis. And many more are opening the app. 1 every 7 do it, transact. Moving on. So what is our second company bet and linking it with these two superpowers is to accelerate multi-category. No? So to accelerate everything that happens outside of food delivery or restaurant delivery. Our long-term target is that more or less long-term, next 3 years, is that 35% of our users use us for things that are more than go beyond restaurants. And we're trending really well. How we think about the opportunity, right? And I'm taking the US market as an example. Of course, this varies a lot market to market, but we think about global universe in 3 pillars. One is what I said, food, restaurants, where the online penetration is already fairly high. Second is groceries, where the size of the opportunity because of the online penetration still being super low is really, really exciting. And third is everything else, retail outside of groceries. No? So electronics, beauty, pharma, flowers, presents, anything else. I'm bringing here one example, which is Morocco. This is how fast the groceries category, so the one in the middle, is growing. And it's really, really exciting. We are working already very happily with very large retailers like Carrefour and Marjan. And based on the data we know, 70% of the online groceries orders in this country are happening already in Morocco. No? I think we all believe that, you know, in the future, in 10, 20 years from now, most people will buy groceries online. And we think we're leading this transition in countries like Morocco. And the third pillar is also really exciting, no? So, of course, in some markets, we compete against really, really well-penetrated e-commerces like Amazon, for example, or Jumia, where, you know, they have built a logistics engine to deliver things in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. I think we're taking this one step further, no? And by working with a lot of retailers and uploading all of their SKUs with the same prices as they have in their websites or in their stores, we're making available millions of products to customers in 30 minutes. No? So now all of these brands that are working with us are already delivering through us their products in 30 minutes. This is what we call this e-commerce turning into quick commerce. No? We believe that the future, you know, Amazon 20 years ago started with 2-week delivery, then they moved it to 1 week, then it's 1 day. I think Glovo is really well positioned to capture what the future is, which is a 30-minute delivery of everything. Finally, I would call retail media as one of our three big bets. We know it's massive and it's growing really fast. We work already with a lot of brands worldwide that want to connect with millions of customers that we have in the app. We think we have a super high intent of purchase. Every time there's a user that opens Glovo, they have already an intention of purchase in mind. So there's a lot that we can offer. And why we believe we're really well positioned for being a key player in the retail media wave is because of 3 things. One is we understand groceries very well. We think we're going to be the largest e-grocery player in every market. 2, digital is our core. Now, we were born as a tech startup, and we have thousands of engineers working to build our platform. And 3 is that usually our customers, they don't only have very high intent of purchase, but also they're very high value customers. With that, I will leave you with, I think, one video. So just to finish, I think we just started in this journey. Retail media is also new for us. Everything you saw here, all the products that we're offering to brands to connect with customers inside Glovo, but also outside of Glovo, is very new for us. But I think we're moving really fast, and we're super obsessed about building more products that will serve brands across the world to connect deeper with their customers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A big thanks you to Oscar Pierre for sharing the remarkable journey of global transformation. And just right him is quite interesting to see the face and the vision behind the creator. So it's really interesting to receive these huge speakers here. We are to reintroduce someone who signed a MOU earlier, the president of Union des Marques de France, Union des Marques in France. And this is Jean-Luc Chetrit to present the future of media is retail media. Let's talk with him about this topic. Monsieur Jean-Luc Chetrit.
Bonjour, good afternoon, salam. I'm very honored to be a speaker at the African Digital Summit. Honored because I see the quality of the audience. Honored also because I see the power of Gama, that I was so pleased this morning to sign a protocol of collaboration with Gama, and it's a great perspective for us in France. When I was asked to talk here, I was asked, what is the key topic for advertisers right now in France? And I said, without hesitation, retail media. And I was answered, yes, what are we talking about? Is it so important? And I said, not only it's important, but it's the future of media. So that's my duty now, to try to demonstrate why I'm making such a quote about the future of retail media becoming now the future of media. So, who am I to be talking to you about this topic? First and foremost, I'm a brand builder, I'm a brand lover. I've been working at companies such as P&G and Nestlé for a couple of years, and I've been helping brands to grow, becoming the CEO of Cara for about 5 years. And then I joined the perfect destination for me, Union des Marques. Because in Union des Marques, we unify 1,600 brands in France to build sustainable brands. And we help them with a team composed of 19 people. One of them is with me today, Jérôme, who is leading the digital performance capability of Union des Marques, and we work on is very critical to our success. It's a company named Numberly, who operates also in Africa now, and who is an expert in CRM, and who is helping us to build our capabilities on retail media. So, first thing first, what are we talking about? What is retail media? It's very simple. It's the full range of advertising services that can be offered by a retailer. It starts by data. And we'll come back about the powerful strengths of data. It continues with media activation. The classical one, in store, but now the new one, which are on-site, and the very, very new one, the off-site. So we're not even talking about being on the network of the retailer, but we are off-site the retailer, but still with the retailer at the heart of the media activation. And last but not least, again, we'll come back on this one, measurement. Because this is the beauty of retail media, is everything can be measured. Now, a very simple factor. If you have to remember just that one, please keep it in mind. We are talking about the third and fastest growing wave of digital. So let's compare it to search and social. It took 13 years to grow from $1 to $30 billion for search. It took 11 years for social. It only took 5 years for retail media to grow from $1 to $30 billion in the US. If you take now France, it's 12% of media is retail media. And we'll see the numbers growing and continue growing. So how do we get there? What's the secret behind such a rapid growth? Well, it all starts by the Graal quest, the quest for first-party data. And retailers have a fantastic power onto that. And I allow myself to take a couple of examples of Marjan. Even knowing that Marjan, of course, is at the early stage of retail media. But let's look at it. Loyalty card. If I'm not wrong, it's about 400,000 users of loyalty card in Marjan store right now. And loyalty card is a fantastic tool to get data. E-commerce. Again, if I'm wrong, you will correct. I understand that the application of Marjan was created in 2020. And since 2020, so we're only talking about 4 years ago, it's about 600,000 users who already have the e-commerce application. And last, we see the subscription here. So Netflix and Carrefour, or Sam's Clubs, with the ability to offer a platform where all the data is available for brands to activate them. So here we are, first-party data at the center. So let's look at how all of that works. It's very simple. It starts by the customer data. It builds loyalty programs. And then from loyalty programs, you can send ad and information relevant to your consumers. And with that, you get incremental sales that allow the development of your retail media networks. With that, you create partnerships with brands, and with these brands, you develop again your insight and the data valorization because you can value the data as a retailer to the brand. And that's the loop that you enter into, because of course with that you can still then improve your loyalty programs. So it's the virtuous circle of retail media which explains the speed in which it developed over the time. But it also was helped by 3 major disruptions. One is the development and the growing trend on fragmentation of the audiences, TV, but also, of course, the development of new ways. We heard this morning talking about the development of social media. This is one trend. Second trend, the end or the depreciation of third-party cookies, which will end at some stage. So we need to replace them by first-party data. And last but not least, I was talking about the digitization of the in-store experience that we see happening across the world. So this should lead, and this is leading to a win-win situation. Actually, a triple win situation. The win between the brands, the retailers, and the consumers. But let's elaborate what I'm talking about. So what is the opportunity for retailers? The opportunity, I already mentioned it. One of them is the partnership with brands. So it's a long-term. It started with proof of concept, test, and then it's entering into CRM kind of phase where it's all integrated. It's revenue through monetization of data, which is a graal for retailers to be able to get revenue out of the data. And it's a better knowledge because the experience of the brand owners, the team of the brands will help the retailers to exploit better the data that they have than if they do it themselves. So this allows optimization of all actions taken between brands and retailers. Now, we're talking about 200 more retail media networks, and I've taken a couple of them in Africa right now. Jumia, with the Amazon of Africa, is now one of them, also exploiting the opportunity. But many more across the world. Many more across different sectors of retail. We usually talk about grocery, but let's look also at pharmacy, department stores. All areas of retail are now really positively affected by retail media. What is the opportunity for brands? Opportunity of media improvement, because if you have the relevant data, you are able to exploit more properly, target properly, and measure properly your effectiveness. The understanding of the consumer journey, a better understanding of the consumer journey at all steps, and a better customer knowledge, because you can understand the reason why they buy and you see the effect. So let's take 2 examples just to see what it delivers when you see in concrete life. So one of those is a Nestlé Carrefour collaboration. This Nestlé has a powerful CRM tool, and they were able, by matching the data of the CRM together with the 14.8 million clients of Carrefour, so when you combine, you match the data, then you are able to measure what is the effect of your CRM on sales. And then you get the number which is presented here. You see that your CRM can deliver 10% incremental sales, because the people who are targeted with your CRM, Nestlé CRM, they get 10% higher purchase compared to those who are not. That's an example of what you can measure and deliver through retail media. Another example, which I'll make simple, but you can go and we can make the link to have the full vision, is the example of Danone Activia, with Carrefour again. And here it's about taking the segmentation of Activia, applying it into Carrefour, and actually finding that you can develop a segmentation that is more effective and on which you can then measure the effect of your branding and your ads in real life, because you can see it on site or you can see it actually off site in the sales, the actual sales that you have in the store. So you follow me, you have your segmentation, you apply it to Carrefour database, then you measure the effect of your campaigns, both on site and in store. What's the result? You have it here. On the e-commerce, you can increase your sales by applying your segmentation by 17%, and in-store by 25%. So that's the kind of uplift you can deliver. Last but not least, one very important factor, consumers. Consumers should get out of retail media consistency. What I mean by consistency, a relevant, proper, adapted message along the channel, along the way, from TV to what they see in store. So they should not see something inconsistent in the way the brands talk to them. Personalized. This is the beauty of the model. I was talking about the segmentation of Danone. Here we are. We can really deliver a promise of personalization. If we don't, we'll see that in the next slide, then we take the risk of losing the consumer. And last but not least, we can offer them new services with retail media. I've taken 2 examples of that. One is Clarins with Air France, offering free Wi-Fi on flight, and Chase offering cash back through brands to consumers. So what's next? And we're coming to the conclusion. What's next? The strategic challenges, they are threefold. Transparency. How do we get measured? And on Friday, I will announce in France the launch of a certification of retail data, because the trust in retail data will come from certification. The bargaining power between retailers and brands, and how do we get that into not a conflictual area, but really collaboration, creating value together. And finally, the organizational tensions between sales and marketing, media and sales, inside the organization, where we need to build the capability, but I know you will be talking about that in the next panel. So it's the time for my conclusion. Conclusion which I applied all my life, and which many, and I see smiles here, so many of you will not be surprised with the less is more. I think we should apply it to consumers. They want relevance, they want simplification, and they want sobriety. So we need to be very careful that less messages will be more effective. And if we do that, we have a fantastic opportunity for all of us here. So that's for me, and very pleased, hopefully, to have demonstrated the importance and the future of retail media.
Just on time. Thank you, Mr. Chetrit Jean-Luc, for your thought-provoking insight of the future of retail media and the tremendous growth you just mentioned. I just look at this wonderful room, and some people say we're missing a couple of people, so I need to try something with you guys. J'ai besoin de faire quelque chose avec vous pour essayer de provoquer des applaudissements spontanés, comme si ce n'était pas prévu et tout ça, histoire que les gens à l'extérieur se disent « mais qu'est-ce qui se passe qu'ils vont manquer ?» Donc je vais vous lancer un mot comme ça, je vais dire quelque chose, et ça va être comme si vous aviez vu Michael Jackson arriver, ou enfin, je ne sais pas, un artiste que vous aimez. Okay? Vous choisissez l'artiste que vous voulez. Vraiment, il n'y a pas de préférence. Vous allez chercher d'abord l'artiste, pour aller chercher les applaudissements intérieurs. Mesdames et messieurs, à l'African Digital Summit, sur les applaudissements de cette salle en délire. Ça, c'est ce que j'appelle le niveau 1. Je viens de manger, mais je suis un petit peu lourd. On va aller tenter le niveau 2. Est-ce qu'on est prêt? Ça, c'est toujours pour meubler. Vous dites qu'est-ce qu'il est en train de faire, mais c'est exactement ce qu'il est en train de faire. Il occupe la scène et je vous remercie surtout pour votre belle énergie depuis ce matin. Nous allons ici vous faire vivre un échange, un panel, justement sur cette fameuse question de l'International Perspective on the e-commerce, e-retail and retail media. Et justement, pour pouvoir officier ici ce panel, nous sommes très heureux de la recevoir et vous allez lui donner de l'énergie parce qu'elle en a besoin. J'appelle ici Fadwa Bizbiz, qu'on applaudit très très fort. Marketing Director of Marjan Group from Morocco, to moderate this panel. Venez à côté de moi, très cher. Vraiment, vous m'avez offert le sourire. Regardez-moi ce sourire. Est-ce qu'il n'est pas splendide? Est-ce qu'on peut avoir des applaudissements pour encore une fois Fadwa? Merci infiniment. Fadwa, je me permets d'aller chercher aussi vos autres panélistes. Laura Island, please come on stage. Global VP of Digital Brand and Insights at BIC. Thank you. Can I have a seat? Yes, first. And also I'd like to ask on the stage Labri Alaoui Belkhidi, CEO of Fula Fresh from Morocco. Suivi de Monsieur Amin Sadiq, Marketing Operation Director, Middle East and P&G from UAE, et nous allons aussi recevoir Saïda, autant pour moi, Saïda Najoula. Merci beaucoup. Saïda Najoula, VP e-commerce at Royal Air Maroc from Morocco. Est-ce que nous avons Alexia qui est présent, qui devrait nous retrouver dans quelques instants? Il est ici, merci de nous retrouver, Director of Africa FinTech from Ivory Coast. Merci infiniment. Fadwa, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Vous m'entendez? Alors, je vais un petit peu. Je vais déplacer un petit peu le décor pour pouvoir voir mes invités. Alors bonjour, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this e-commerce, e-retail and retail media. We live in an era where digital has changed the way businesses sell and consumers shop. We're going to dive into this topic with 5 talented speakers coming all the way from 3 different continents. Please, a round of applause for Laura, Saïda, Alex, Larbi, and Amin. I'll start with you, Amin. So you're the marketing director of P&G based in Dubai. My first question is for you. What are the key global trends of e-commerce when it comes to FMCG, and how is it impacting your business worldwide? Est-ce qu'on peut leur donner un micro qui marche? Faut allumer les micros en régie.
Fedwa, please say it again.
Alhamdulillah, et toi?
Ça va?
Super.
So, should we do it in English, French, Arabic?
As you wish.
Okay. So, when it comes to e-com, globally, I think that the global trend is about on e-com you can buy everything and anything. And it goes back to the consumer himself because it's more about convenience and the time of each one of us is very much valuable. So that time that any consumer want to spend, commuting to the store and spending time inside the store and line up, to pay at the cashier. This is what is driving, the acceleration of e-com globally. When I say globally, including, Morocco and Africa overall. When it comes specifically to the latest trends, what we start noticing is that beyond like the basic and regular e-com platform that we get used to now for the past 10 years, we see that even social e-commerce is trending massively. I think many of you did hear about TikTok Shop. It's huge in not only in China but in Asia now. We start seeing some kind of growth in the Middle East, and soon definitely it will come to Morocco and to Africa as well. This goes back to what I've been saying, at the beginning, it goes back to the consumer. And now the shop, is closer to the consumer than more than any time ever, because now it's even within your basic apps that you use on every day. Imagine that you don't need to leave your social platform to start shopping. You get a recommendation, from any of your friends or the people you know, and without leaving the same app, you can start shopping. By the end of the day, you will be getting what you did pay for. It goes back, to what I've been saying as well, is convenience, and the time of the consumer is precious.
Thank you. And coming back to Africa, how do we see consumers' behavior change online? And is it the end of the traditional store that we all know, like the Hanout in the neighborhood?
I don't know if a non-Moroccan will relate to this or not, but the small store in Morocco will never disappear. It's part of us for the simple reasons we have a concept. It's kind of unique in Morocco, which is, I would say it in Darija, which is carne, As soon as there is, the concept of carne, and you can go, just take whatever you want from Mou Hanout, and do not pay, and leave it to the end of the month. This is something that is quite unique in Morocco, which means that it will not disappear. And what we did notice, not only in the Middle East, but beyond as well, is that this will drive, the growth of the retail overall. So the online, will not come at the expense of the offline. It's an overall growth that is coming through it.
Thank you. My next question is for you, Laura. So you're the Global VP of Digital Brand and Insight at BIC. We just saw it with the last two keynotes. Retail media is booming worldwide, but it's still almost unknown in Morocco. Can you please tell us how big is it in the US, and how big is it in the marketing mix of FMCG brands such as BIC globally?
Sure. Before we get to some of those data points from international, I wanted just to give a simple definition of retail media. I know there's been some speakers earlier, but maybe not everyone was here. Simply put, retail media is media that uses a retailer's shopper data to target our shoppers. That can be on-site in a search placement where perhaps BIC, I work at BIC, right? We make a lot of pins. So we might buy the term school supplies so that we can be at the top of the list when somebody searches for our product. But it can also even be off-site, right? You might be searching your local news feed, and you might get an ad from Glovo advertising a product to you, and maybe you're a man and you're looking for razors, and you see an ad for a Bic Flex 2 razor. So those are some really simple examples of what retail media is. It is really big in the United States. It is true, and it's also big in Europe. The latest facts and figures I've seen is that about a quarter of FMCG companies' branded media spend is in retail media in the United States, so a full quarter already. And in Europe, that number, I think, is about 12%. But like Jean-Luc said earlier, the increase is incredible, growing at about a 20 to 30% clip. At BIC, we spend, in our mature markets, we spend 30 to 40% of our media dollars on retail media.
40%?
Yes, 30 to 40% sometimes, on some brands. It is becoming an incredibly important part of our media mix. There are reasons for that, which I'm sure we'll talk about a little bit more. And when we look at Africa, right, it's got a very different market dynamics, of course, this region. And so certainly it's on the much earlier end of the maturity curve. But as you have more innovative new players come in, like Glovo and Amazon, and then you also have large multinational modern trade like Carrefour, like Marjan.
Yes.
Of course. I think we will continue to see an increase in the retail media offerings that those retailers offer to brands to work together to better target shoppers. And I know everyone's already there at some level, even if it's not as sophisticated as the US.
Amazing. Yeah. And retail media is very often compared to other digital advertising platforms like Google or Meta. What are the unique benefits you see compared to these platforms?
It does have it has, I would say, 3 very unique benefits. One is that it's tapping into this really powerful first-party purchase data that our retailers have access to. The second is that it's a closed-loop attribution model. So what do I mean by that? I mean that you can spend your money and see the full path to purchase of someone then buying your product. And the last thing is that it really allows for incredible precision targeting of our shoppers that really makes our media dollars go farther. And so that efficiency is incredible, and these are the sort of key reasons why it's really grown to be very big. That said, it is not an either-or situation, right? It's important that when we're deciding on our media mix, that we're thinking about what are our campaign goals. If they're awareness and consideration, they're typically, you're going to have so many other touch points that you need to talk to your consumers, whether that's linear TV, streaming TV, social, et cetera. There's so much else you need to be thinking about. It's just that retail media now becomes a really key part of the mix.
And I remember when we were preparing the panel, you told me that you see the impact even in the physical stores. One figure that really struck me is that 85%, I think, of Walmart shoppers in the US, they shop while holding their smartphone in their hands. So really you can see the impact on sales even in the physical store. It's not only about online.
Yeah, they found even in the food and beverage category, people are on their Walmart Plus app while they're shopping the store, doing research, looking at reviews, and they're going to be influenced by any retail media display ads or search placement they see there. So it's a really, it truly has become an omni-channel world.
Right. One last question for you, Laura. So as marketers, we are supposed to deeply know our consumers. However, with the rise of retail media and the huge amounts of first-party data that they have, maybe they are starting to know our consumers better than us. How this is impacting the relationship between retailers and brands, and how can marketers still be on top of their consumers?
Yeah, I'd be lying if I said that it didn't change the dynamic between retailers and brands, but I want to think of it more on a real positive side, and that we really find ways to partner with our retailers to really target our shoppers in a much more relevant way, right? Targeting the right shoppers at the right moment when they're thinking about making that purchase decision and driving incremental growth that grows both offline and online. So it really is a way to develop a powerful joint business together. So I like to think about it that way. The other thing too is nothing takes the place of that deep consumer learning that so many of the brands here at the conference and here on the stage take to get to know their consumers, right? I mean, at BIC we've sold the same exact pen for 75 years. So we know a lot about those folks. We know a lot about those people. And we also really do a lot of that consumer work in each of our markets to understand the Moroccan consumer, the Egyptian consumer, the French consumer. And we're able to talk to them and listen to them and develop those really incredible campaigns that are so important. So retail media does play a role, and it's a really powerful tool, but we absolutely still bring an incredible amount of consumer learnings to the table, and that's the exciting thing.
Thank you, Laura. Very interesting. Your turn, Larvi. So you're known as a very successful serial entrepreneur in Morocco, co-founder and the CEO of Yola Fresh. Can you please share with us some trends about startups in Africa and in e-retail globally?
Okay, so thank you very much, Fedwa. So maybe to add on what was mentioned before, I guess on the main trends that we have seen on the e-commerce sphere, just to be relevant to the topic, is the first one, I guess, that we have seen is the shift to the e-commerce, to the marketplace model from the retail. As you all know, I mean, most of the e-commerce players like Amazon or others have started by being a retailer, buying and then selling their goods. And then you become in a situation where you have to own the stock, where you don't really manage, what the user wants, and it becomes very difficult business. And this is how Jumia, for example, started, or many startups started this way. What has happened at some point is that they started to focus more on becoming a marketplace, which allows them to not own the stock, to be able then to become more a platform where they bring traffic, where they handle the logistics, but you don't have to handle the inventory and the assortment and everything. So these marketplaces have allowed a lot of e-commerce players to move from being like a simple retailer handling maybe 1,000 SKUs to millions of SKUs, and which is exactly what the user wants. The user wants a big assortment. They want really to have the choice. They want all the brands. They want everything together. As also we have seen this marketplace happen, then the retail media come. The moment a marketplace has millions of users coming every month, this traffic has a lot of value. And this is something on top of having traffic, they have an intention to buy. You have somebody sitting on his desk with the wallet and clicking and willing to buy something, which is a very unique. So definitely this has a lot of value. And even at Jumia, we have started a digital house that became pretty successful because we were able to know who is exactly wanting to buy something. We have traffic, and we're able to propose that. The third one, I guess, is one that Oscar mentioned, the founder of Glovo, is the quick commerce trend is becoming something very, very important nowadays. Maybe the retail part of the quick commerce, because quick commerce started with food delivery, which is much more convenient to get your order in 30 minutes. But more and more retail has started to shift as well to quick commerce. And this is something that we have started to see a lot happening, and I'm sure that it's going to continue growing with time.
Yeah, interesting. You worked for Avito and Jumia before, and now Yola Fresh, and these are all marketplaces. Can you tell us what are the unique challenges that you are facing as an African player that maybe other startups or e-retailers don't know in other countries?
I guess if you take it this way, anything that has made e-commerce easy in the emerging markets have been pretty much difficult in Africa. So I would list them and you would relate. I mean, the first one is the logistics. I mean, in order to do e-commerce, you should be able to deliver from point A to point B. Amazon have started by delivering with UPS and the postal services. I mean, in Africa, there is not much offering for e-commerce. So technically, any e-commerce has to develop his own logistics.
Yeah.
And logistics is not only delivering a package, it's delivering e-commerce. It's not delivering a letter, it's not delivering a pallet, it's really delivering a package, which is something much different. So this is a big challenge to be able to develop your own logistics and at the same time to be an e-commerce player. The second one is the payment. I mean, in the US, 100% of the payment is online, which makes everything much efficient and much faster. In Africa, and I can tell you the case of Morocco before COVID, 97% of the payment was cash on delivery. And imagine all the hassle that you have to manage the cash and on top of the returns, because when somebody doesn't pay, he's returning. He's not accepting the delivery, so which makes everything non-efficient. And I guess the third one is educating the markets. When you start in a market where nobody trusts online, nobody knows what is buying online. And you have to come on TV, on radio, on ads, and advertise to explain what is e-commerce. It takes a lot of investment, and it takes a lot of time to get to maybe where emerging markets started by, already on a good position. And the last one, which is a trend that came in the last few years, when you have a P&L where your logistics cost is to the roof, where your marketing cost is to the roof, and then you have to make it profitable short term, it's almost very difficult. And with today's trends, a lot of investors are pushing these companies to become profitable very, very early on, which is one of the biggest challenges today. Like you have seen a lot of startups starting to slash on their costs, firing people, and even closing down. So I guess a lot of challenges for e-commerce players in Africa.
And still you are doing it for the third time, so good luck. My last question for you. So Yola Fresh is a company with the purpose of improving lives of millions of farmers and small retailers in Africa. Can you please tell us a little bit more about this and how startuppers or e-retailers can have a contribution in the social growth of Africa beyond, performance and results, really make a contribution to make life better for our consumers?
So this last experience, I don't know how I started, something in the fresh produce. Fresh produce is fruits and vegetables, and we're delivering, all the supply chain. I don't know why I'm here. I don't know. I moved from a position where we're having nice discussions with big brands and with, very fancy people and media agencies, and then I started to move to something completely crazy. So I don't know. It's happened by pure chance. I have started myself a little farming business. And I didn't even start. I was even thinking about starting. And then I noticed, as a smallholder farmer, I would not be making anything. For me, it was a surprise. Like, agriculture is a big part of the GDP. A lot of people make money in agriculture. And then when I was doing my own, business plan, I noticed I'm going to be making very few. The reason is that as a smallholder farmer, I don't have access to the customers directly. I don't have access to the retailers. I would not be selling to Marjan. As a smallholder farmer, I would be selling to a middleman. In Arabic, his name is Shannaq. And this Shannaq is a guy who's going to be stripping all the benefits from the transaction. And there is 5 of them in the supply chain. And technically, I felt that, with my experience in e-commerce, in tech and logistics, I had something to bring back. Yeah. It was not to make, I hope that I'm going to make some money out of this, but the main purpose was really to help a part of the population, which is the smallholder farmers that are not really catered for, the retailers as well, these traditional retailers, the mom and pop shops who are selling fresh produce, who are having a lot of hard time as well. And the mission of this is really to optimize the supply chain, to take the benefit that all these middlemen are taking and to distribute it back to the smallholder farmer and to the retailer and at the end consumer.
Yeah, very inspiring. Thank you, Larvi. I'll move now to Alex. You're the founder of Africa FinTech. My first question for you is, and you know it better than me, low banking penetration as well as cross-border trade complexity are among the barriers to Africa expansion in e-commerce. How can fintech solutions help us overcome these barriers and maybe help some startups like Yola Fresh to shine across the continent?
Merci beaucoup, Fadwa. Je vais le faire en français. La pénétration des services financiers au niveau de l'Afrique, surtout dans le secteur du commerce comme du e-commerce, doit être perçue de deux façons. Donc il y a bien évidemment la pénétration qui concerne les individus et puis la pénétration qui concerne les acteurs, les entreprises, etc. Aujourd'hui, on connaît tous ou plus ou moins l'histoire de M-Pesa qui a permis de faire un grand shift, d'améliorer le taux d'inclusion financière au Kenya. Et on connaît l'explosion aussi du mobile money un peu partout en Afrique. C'est un projet, c'est une innovation dont se targue aussi aujourd'hui l'Afrique, dont l'Afrique est aujourd'hui propriétaire. Toutes ces innovations ont été apportées par des startups, ont été apportées par des acteurs des technologies financières. Aujourd'hui, par exemple, ce qu'on sait du e-commerce en Afrique, c'est autour de les prévisions pour le e-commerce en Afrique jusqu'en 2028, c'est autour de 47 milliards de dollars qui seront générés par ce secteur d'activité. Les prévisions aussi sur le taux de e-commerçants ou de e-acheteurs, c'est autour de 40% de la population africaine d'ici 2025. Le positionnement des fintech, des fournisseurs de services technologiques, de solutions technologiques, est très central dans ce développement de l'industrie, dans ce développement du e-commerce. Aujourd'hui, les solutions de fintech, par exemple, comme je le disais, avec M-Pesa, permettent à tout individu de pouvoir avoir un compte bancaire ou un wallet, un portefeuille électronique, qui lui permet, par exemple, de stocker de l'argent, de transater, d'envoyer de l'argent, de faire du P2P, mais aussi surtout de pouvoir acheter et de pouvoir acheter en ligne. Le bon du e-commerce trouve d'une certaine façon son explication, son origine dans ce qu'aujourd'hui, une grande partie de la population africaine a accès à ces solutions de finances digitales, a accès au portefeuille électronique. Après, notamment sur la partie des SMI, aujourd'hui, beaucoup de solutions technologiques existent, beaucoup d'acteurs existent, beaucoup de startups aujourd'hui existent, comme j'ai un ami qui est là, Trusty Finance, qui a une solution pour tout ce qui est trade finance. Donc, il y a beaucoup de solutions aujourd'hui qui permettent, par exemple, aux SMI, aux commerçants, de pouvoir avoir accès à du financement, de pouvoir avoir accès à des solutions financières. Donc, on comprend que ce n'est pas tout et que ce secteur doit être encadré, mais dans le développement de l'industrie du e-commerce, les technologies financières aujourd'hui ont une palette de solutions, une palette de services qu'elles mettent à la disposition à la fois des acheteurs et aussi des SMI. Et bien sûr, quand on regarde un peu plus ces solutions qui sont proposées, on se rend compte que de gros acteurs comme Flutterwave, je parlerai tantôt aussi des acteurs comme Wave, qui permettent aujourd'hui, par exemple, de pouvoir acheter sur des plateformes, surtout Flutterwave, de pouvoir acheter sur des plateformes à travers plusieurs devises. L'Afrique, c'est 54 pays, mais on a autour de 34 devises, 32 ou 34 devises. Donc, il fait que faire du commerce en Afrique est souvent difficile. Mais aujourd'hui, les fintech permettent de faire du cross-border payment, quel que soit le pays en Afrique, et même au-delà, de pouvoir acheter en ligne et de pouvoir se faire livrer.
Ça, c'est excellent. Ça veut dire qu'une start-up dans un pays potentiellement de la ZLECA peut demain avoir accès à des consommateurs ou à un marché au-delà du marché national sur lequel elle opère grâce à des solutions de fintech.
Tout à fait, tout à fait. Je pense que ce qu'on essaie de promouvoir aussi, nous, à travers nos activités et justement notre organisation, c'est qu'on puisse avoir ce marché commun. Il y a une initiative qui existe avec la ZELCAF qui permet aujourd'hui, à travers une plateforme de paiement, le PAPS, qui permet de payer facilement, de façon instantanée. Et je pense que l'une des problématiques du e-commerce en Afrique, c'est l'instantanéité. J'écoutais ce matin la présentation de AWS, de Amazon, qui a la possibilité de livrer, quand ils faisaient le ranking, leurs statistiques, la possibilité de livrer en 15 heures, je crois 15 minutes ou 15 heures, des produits. Donc l'une des plus grosses problématiques du e-commerce, c'est justement de pouvoir permettre instantanéité. Et justement, les fintechs permettent aujourd'hui, à travers le paiement, de rendre instantané la collecte pour le e-commerçant. Et je pense que c'est l'une des choses qui permet de booster ce secteur d'activité.
Et peux-tu, s'il te plaît, nous donner un exemple d'une success story 100% africaine, d'une start-up de la fintech ou d'une solution fintech?
Je pense que les plus grosses success stories de la fintech sont en Afrique. C'est vrai qu'il y a les Revolut, etc., les Nubank, etc., les N25 qui sont en Europe. Mais quand on parle de success stories, je passerai M-Pesa qui appartient à un groupe telco. Mais aujourd'hui, des groupes comme Flutterwave qui sont des licornes valorisées à 1 milliard, à 3 milliards de dollars, qui ont fait des levées de environ 400 millions de dollars, qui permettent aujourd'hui, j'en parlais justement, de pouvoir faire des paiements en plusieurs devises. Je parlerai de Paystack, qui a été racheté par Stripe à 200 millions de dollars, et qui permet, à travers son API à tous les commerçants de s'être connectés, de pouvoir s'interfacer avec plusieurs plateformes de paiement, de pouvoir s'interfacer dans plusieurs pays. Je parlerai tantôt aussi de Wave en Afrique de l'Ouest, qui est aujourd'hui l'un des acteurs majeurs, Wave qui est au Sénégal, qui a levé 200 millions de dollars, qui est aussi une licorne, et qui permet, au-delà de faire du P2P, mais qui permet aujourd'hui, par exemple, de payer facilement, que ce soit dans le commerce ou que ce soit dans le transport. Ce sont des solutions aujourd'hui qui facilitent la vie, qui facilitent les activités. Et je pense qu'en matière de success story, il y en a. Moi, j'aime bien Chari et puis son modèle économique, qui pour moi est un exemple de réussite. Parce qu'au-delà de juste être une plateforme de B2B, ils ont rajouté une couche finance qui permet d'être véritablement intégrés. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, les petits commerçants, les agriculteurs, ils ont besoin de ces solutions-là parce qu'ils ont des difficultés pour avoir accès aux services financiers. Ce n'est pas toujours facile. Je pense au Maroc comme en Afrique subsaharienne. Donc, ils viennent avec leur modèle, au-delà de pouvoir juste être une plateforme où les gens peuvent acheter, où les commerçants, les agriculteurs peuvent s'exposer. Ils ont cette capacité, cette possibilité aussi d'avoir du financement pour se développer.
Merci beaucoup, Alex. Laura, I'm coming back to you. With the boom of retail media, do you think that retail media will become the #1 touch point in digital advertising in the coming years, or maybe the #1 media touch point overall? If you can answer in 1 minute, because we are running out of time, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go out on a limb and say yes in the US very soon, in Europe maybe within 5 years, Africa quite a far ways off, and maybe it will be more confined to modern trade and quick commerce. But I do actually, I mean, there are some brands, and I talked about my own brand, where we are close to half of our media dollars going to retail media. And the one thing that I think, the only little thing I'm going to add, it's gotten so sophisticated in the United States that we're actually using the shopper data to feed into our overall media plans to target on streaming, so much more awareness driving campaigns, et cetera. So when we think about retail media in that context, yes, I do think it will be top.
Thank you, Laura. And one last question for Amin. So looking forward, how do you see the e-commerce landscape evolving in Africa in the next 3 to 5 years, and how can we Africans get prepared to it? 1 minute as well.
Okay, so, first is why are we asking this question, And let me ask a provocative question. Do we have a choice, I think that's what Arabi is saying, will be a blessing for Arabi and his friends, because in the next 3 or 5 years, every single new shopper will be more online than offline, So any new graduates, will be shopping more online, which is obvious. And we should be ready, because if we are not ready, somebody else will come and do it for us. Maybe we don't want to be in that position, okay? So there are like 3 things, and again, we go back to the consumer convenience, to make sure that there is that convenience for the consumer. It's on 3 levels. One is the listing of products, which means in easy words, the consumer should be able to find anything he want to buy in any platform. 2 is the logistics. If you want to get the product in the next hour, the next 20 minutes. I think all of you are familiar with noon 20 minutes. You know, you can get anything in 20 minutes, okay? And the third thing is payment. To be able to pay in cash or to pay, directly, online, and also with some convenience of payments, installments, pay at the end of the month, pay 3 months from now. So just to summarize, we need to be ready with 3 things, listing of products, consumers should find anything they want, convenience of delivery, and convenience of payments.
Thank you, Amin. Last but not least, before closing this panel, we would like to showcase the digital transformation of Royal Air Maroc. So the leading airlines company is already making 28% of its sales through e-commerce and is accelerating and preparing to host the world for the 2030 FIFA World Cup in Morocco. Saïda will be talking about this. The stage is yours. Est-ce qu'on peut lancer la présentation Royal Air Maroc, s'il vous plaît?
Merci, la présentation est derrière. Merci pour l'occasion à Fdoua et à Sana. Je vais partager avec vous aujourd'hui des chiffres qu'on n'a jamais partagés de manière officielle sur la plateforme e-commerce de Royal Air Maroc. Donc c'est la première plateforme e-commerce du Maroc en termes de revenus, je précise. Je n'ai pas le... Ah super, merci. Donc, comme Fdoua vous a précisé, on représente 28% du chiffre d'affaires de la compagnie. Ça veut dire cette année, on va finir à 5,6 milliards de dirhams. En termes de progression, il faut savoir qu'on a doublé en 5 ans. C'est-à-dire que par rapport à 2019, on a fait x2, on est passé de 2,9 milliards à 5,6 milliards. La plateforme e-commerce, c'est 50 marchés. Donc de par le monde, dont un des marchés qui est international. On est traduit en 10 langues. Ça représente 258 200 pages de contenu. Et il y a 20 217 pages de moteurs de recherche qui sont générés automatiquement par des solutions de SEO. Les nombres de visites, on a plus de 86 millions de visiteurs par an qu'il faut convertir au mieux, au plus. Donc, on se spécialise, on fait de plus en plus de fine-tuning par rapport au conversion rate. Il faut trouver des niches, on s'appuie sur des solutions digitales. Et la base opt-in, on a plus de 2 millions de newsletters. Je vous invite, pour ceux qui ne sont pas encore inscrits, à s'inscrire avec nous. Je précise que les 5,6 milliards, c'est globalement dans le monde, c'est les 50 marchés dont je vous ai parlé, que l'on dessert. Le Maroc représente une petite partie de ces 5,6 milliards. Et,
si on peut passer au slide suivant.
Donc voilà, on a signé un partenariat avec Amadeus, qui est un des géants de la distribution aérienne, qui est assez spécifique, on va dire, par rapport au reste du retail, pour accélérer notre plan de transformation digitale. Donc pour 2025, on a un plan très ambitieux qui va avec le plan de développement de la RAM. Vous avez dû en entendre parler ou lire dessus, où la RAM a pour ambition de multiplier par 4 le nombre de ses avions, donc pour être à la rencontre du rendez-vous de 2030 de notre pays. Donc dans le cadre de cette stratégie de développement, on a signé pour avoir une nouvelle application mobile, un nouveau IBE, Internet Booking Engine, et un nouveau site web pour l'année prochaine, 2025. Donc, juste pour améliorer bien sûr la CX. Je n'ai pas pu, en 2 minutes, on ne peut pas présenter la plateforme e-commerce Maroc. Toutes les problématiques qu'il y a aujourd'hui, etc. C'est juste une overview qui est vraiment globale. C'est juste pour dire, donc, comme a dit Alex, la fintech, c'est un point clé du e-commerce, surtout pour des acteurs africains. Les acteurs africains, on a beaucoup de problèmes pour se développer. Les 20 méthodes de paiement que vous voyez, il y en a une partie qui sont dédiées pour chaque pays parce que les devises ne sont pas convertibles. Et une méthode de paiement additionnelle pour chaque marché, chacun des 50 marchés dont je vous ai parlé, ça représente entre 2 à 5% de croissance du chiffre d'affaires du marché en question. Donc, si on développe, par exemple, du mobile payment, electronic wallet ou du mobile payment direct dans un pays africain, on sait qu'on va augmenter le chiffre d'affaires du pays d'au moins 5%. On vient de lancer, par exemple, Orange au Sénégal. On a des taux de croissance, on est à plus 50%. Bon, c'est inédit parce que c'est des méthodes de paiement qui ouvrent de manière gigantesque le volume. Mais on va dire sur un marché mature comme aux US, au Canada ou en Europe, ça va plus être du 2-5%. Donc ça, c'est juste des exemples du mobile, des méthodes de paiement que l'on a sur le site. Certaines qui sont globales comme Visa ou Mastercard et certaines qui sont vraiment locales comme iDeal en Hollande ou CMI au Maroc ou d'autres méthodes de paiement comme en Côte d'Ivoire, MTN ou au Cameroun. Voilà, j'ai essayé de faire vite pour la fin. On fait attention, bien sûr, vous entendez parler de personnalisation, de customisation des services, etc. Tout le monde n'aime pas consommer de la même manière, comme tout le monde n'aime pas voyager de la même manière. Donc on va adresser un certain nombre d'offres, de services et de produits pour les gens premium. Donc ça va être du fast track ou de l'accès au lounge ou du sitting ou de l'access back. Donc on essaie d'avoir vraiment à chaque fois de développer de nouveaux produits et services parce qu'on sait qu'on va adresser de plus en plus de clients en offrant de plus en plus ces choses-là. Et puis il y a une panoplie de produits relatifs au voyage, comme l'hôtel ou la location de voitures ou autres, qui vont venir renforcer notre positionnement pour les rendez-vous du pays. Et enfin, les grandes tendances, et on n'y échappe pas, et je pense que tout le monde du e-commerce est d'accord. Le voice command, parce que Gen Z oblige et génération qui vient, et voilà. Le mobile first, on sait que 75% chez nous des visites se font sur mobile, donc c'est mobile first, obligé. L'intelligence artificielle et le chat GPT, je pense que vous connaissez déjà, on y va aussi. C'est tout ce qui est traitement de réclamation, traitement de formulaire, tout ce que l'on peut automatiser à travers des automates. Donc on n'échappe pas à la tendance. Et la réalité augmentée, la réalité virtuelle, donc on a comme projet d'intégrer encore des solutions qui vous permettent de prévisualiser l'intérieur de l'avion, de prévisualiser votre site, etc. Et ça va venir avec la livraison du nouveau site. Voilà, en gros, les 4 tendances du e-commerce auxquelles on n'échappe pas. Merci.
Thank you very much, Saïda. So as you can see, the future of e-commerce is exciting in Africa, and while we still have some challenges, the opportunities are even greater. On behalf of the Moroccan Advertisers Association, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you so much. Brilliant talk. Really, thank you. You did it well. Est-ce qu'on peut applaudir encore nos panélistes et notre modératrice pour cet échange enrichissant? On voulait peut-être, en regardant l'écran, nous allons vous demander de partager toutes les photos que vous prenez, toutes les vidéos pour enrichir un petit peu le contenu qu'on créera tous ensemble pour avoir un fil, une story assez cohérente, chargée, en utilisant le hashtag ADS Gama 2024 pour pouvoir retrouver ces images, ces interventions que vous aurez eu la chance de pouvoir capter avec vos téléphones. Donc je ne sais pas si on a la vidéo qui présente un petit peu cet élément, la régie. Et le temps de pouvoir partager cet élément visuel, on va d'ores et déjà regarder ce qui nous attend. Oui. Now we turn to an exciting session actually on the digital strategy and advertiser party in Morocco, talking about the digital trends results, digital strategy, and advertisers' priority in Morocco and beyond. And we have 2 people coming soon for this fireside chats with Mr. Luc Durand, Managing Director of Ipsos Morocco and Algeria, and Amin Benis, CEO and Head of Strategy at Trouble TDB at Rap Morocco Group. Can we have a round of applause for them? The video come at the same time that we can launch right after them. Yes, the microphone is on. Yes.
Bonjour. Vous m'entendez bien? Donc, stratégie digitale, quelles sont les priorités des annonceurs marocains au niveau du digital? Sans plus attendre, donc, on parle d'activités digitales. Qu'est-ce qu'on veut dire? Quelles sont les cibles, d'abord et avant tout, des activités digitales des annonceurs marocains? Sans surprise, première cible, les clients particuliers, les consommateurs, 95%, donc la majorité des annonceurs, pour l'activité digitale, c'est leur cible principale. Maintenant, en deuxième lieu, avec moins de la moitié, les entreprises, les professionnels, et finalement, pour le quart, les institutions et les employés de l'entreprise aussi. Quels sont les départements qui sont impliqués dans la stratégie digitale chez les annonceurs? Encore là, sans surprise, évidemment, le marketing à 90%, la communication, la direction générale une fois sur deux, et on va voir que c'est important, la direction commerciale et aussi pratiquement un peu moins de la moitié. Donc, en termes d'activité, en termes de département. Maintenant, quels sont les objectifs? Et là, on voit que ça se complexifie un peu. Quels sont les objectifs de la stratégie digitale externe des annonceurs marocains? Premier objectif, augmentation de la notoriété de l'entreprise, augmentation de la notoriété des marques de l'entreprise, c'est l'objectif numéro 1, suivi de près par la conquête de nouveaux clients et la fidélisation des clients actuels. Donc, la stratégie digitale vise aussi à conquérir de nouveaux clients et à fidéliser les clients. Travailler évidemment à la e-réputation de la marque et de l'image de marque comme telle. Maximiser les points de contact clients, en toute logique. Effectivement, on veut élargir, on veut maximiser tout ce qui sont les contacts avec les clients, tous les points de contact, et la stratégie digitale doit permettre ça aussi. Se démarquer de ses concurrents, se démarquer des autres. Maintenant, dans une moindre part, mais quand même assez important, augmenter les ventes, améliorer l'expérience client, enrichir la connaissance au niveau des clients, contrer la concurrence sur le digital et rajeunir sa marque grâce à la stratégie digitale. Quels sont les canaux principalement utilisés pour la stratégie digitale des annonceurs marocains? Sans grande surprise, les réseaux sociaux qui sont utilisés presque à 100%, presque par tous. Le marketing direct, les SMS, l'emailing, le push. Les sites web non marchands des entreprises, quand même par 85% des annonceurs. Les applications mobiles à 83%, mais avec une croissance de 18 points cette année, donc vraiment une augmentation très, très sensible de l'usage des applications mobiles qui sont toujours en croissance. Le marketing d'influence, les sites web marchands, les sites web commerciaux, et s'ajoute aussi cette année les plateformes de gaming, les plateformes de streaming et les plateformes de e-sport comme canaux utilisés. Comment sont-ils utilisés? Quels sont les outils digitaux principalement utilisés par les annonceurs marocains? L'achat publicitaire sur les réseaux sociaux, par la grande majorité, le référencement, les moteurs de recherche, les médias à la performance, le native ads, l'achat publicitaire sur les plateformes vidéo, les e-relations de presse, les influenceurs, aussi à 68%. L'intelligence artificielle a noté à 65% une croissance de 24 points, donc plus de 50% de croissance pour l'intelligence artificielle, son usage dans la stratégie digitale. C'est la plus grande croissance cette année. Les outils de e-listening, les chatbots, la réalité virtuelle et la réalité augmentée dans une moindre mesure. Maintenant, en termes de contenu digital, donc, ce qu'on voit, c'est que la très grande majorité des annonceurs, et c'est très bien, ont une stratégie de contenu spécifiquement dédiée au digital. On ne recycle pas, on a une stratégie de contenu qui est dédiée au digital pour le contenu, pour la très grande majorité. Cette stratégie-là, elle est basée vraiment sur des territoires de marque, des territoires de marketing spécifiques pour 88% des annonceurs qui ont des stratégies. Et 12% sont plus opportunistes, vont aller selon les actualités, selon ce qui se passe effectivement dans la vie économique et commerciale. Quels sont les formats utilisés dans le cadre de la stratégie de contenu? Tout le monde utilise le format vidéo. Les images aussi à 91% très élevés. Les écrits pour 2/3 des annonceurs et l'audio exclusivement pour le tiers des annonceurs. En quelle langue? 90% pour la majorité, ça va être en français, en arabe pour les 2/3 aussi, en darija aussi pour les 2/3 ou un peu plus de la moitié, en anglais pour le tiers des annonceurs et en amazigh pour 10%, un dixième des annonceurs. Selon les annonceurs marocains, quels sont les facteurs clés du succès de leur stratégie digitale? Qu'est-ce qui est le plus important pour que ça fonctionne, pour qu'on réussisse? Donc, en premier lieu, l'expertise digitale, interne ou externe. On reconnaît que c'est un domaine dans lequel ça prend une expertise. Si on ne l'a pas à l'interne, il faut aller la chercher à l'externe, mais l'expertise est essentielle pour réussir dans sa stratégie digitale. Des budgets appropriés, c'est une condition sine qua non aussi selon eux. L'engagement du top management, on le voyait tout à l'heure, l'engagement du top management est un critère clé du succès ou de l'insuccès. Et la connaissance des clients consommateurs, quelque chose avec quoi je suis tout à fait d'accord. Donc, bien connaître ses clients, bien connaître ses consommateurs, c'est aussi une façon de réussir sa stratégie digitale. Quels sont les freins? Bien, c'est un peu les contreparties. Le manque de formation. Si nos employés, nos équipes sont mal formés, ça va vraiment nuire à notre succès sur la stratégie digitale. Des budgets insuffisants ou absents. Pas d'accès, encore là, à l'expertise digitale. On considère que vraiment c'est une expertise qui est essentielle au succès. Peu de données caractérisant les clients. Donc, tous des freins au succès de la stratégie digitale. Et finalement, du point de vue des consommateurs, du point de vue des citoyens, un petit extrait d'une étude mondiale qu'on vient de sortir. Et on demande aux gens, est-ce que vous êtes inquiets du fait que les gouvernements et que les organisations, grâce à Internet, disposent de tellement d'informations personnelles à votre égard? Et ce qui est intéressant, c'est grosso modo, au niveau mondial, à peu près la moitié de la population qui est inquiète du fait que le gouvernement et les entreprises disposent d'informations personnelles à leur égard. Donc, 45% des gens, des citoyens de la planète ne sont pas inquiets, donc 55% sont inquiets. Au niveau africain, grosso modo, c'est similaire. 49% des gens ne sont pas inquiets que leurs données circulent. Et au niveau du Maroc, c'est intéressant, 62% des gens ne sont pas inquiets que leurs données circulent. Donc, une plus grande ouverture à l'égard de la circulation de leurs données personnelles auprès des citoyens marocains. Et finalement, l'impact des réseaux sociaux sur la vie des gens. Est-ce que les réseaux sociaux, selon vous, ont un impact positif? Grosso modo, au niveau mondial, c'est à peu près la moitié, 54% des gens considèrent que les réseaux sociaux ont un impact positif sur leur vie. C'est similaire au Maroc à 58%, mais au niveau de l'ensemble du continent africain, c'est 71%. Donc, on voit beaucoup d'enthousiasme encore au niveau du continent africain à l'égard des réseaux sociaux. Les gens considèrent que c'est un plus dans leur vie et que ça contribue. Donc, beaucoup d'ouverture, effectivement, à ce médium-là. Donc, je vais terminer. Je vais laisser mon collègue commenter d'un niveau plus stratégique ces résultats-là. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Merci à vous de m'inviter pour commenter les résultats de cette étude. Alors, quand on m'a invité, et je remercie ceux qui m'ont invité pour partager, faire un commentaire en tout cas sur cette étude, j'ai été très intéressé par le titre, à savoir les priorités. Parce que c'est un sujet qui m'intéresse toujours, de savoir quelles sont les priorités des annonceurs. Alors, quand j'ai lu l'étude, la première chose qui m'apparaît très claire, c'est la situation que je vois au quotidien. C'est-à-dire, les budgets sont très serrés, les ressources sont très limitées, que ce soit le temps ou les ressources humaines, les enjeux sont énormes et le paysage médiatique est surencombré. Ça, c'est la situation réelle qui, à mon avis, caractérise les annonceurs aujourd'hui et ce qu'on retrouve assez clairement dans l'étude. Dans cette étude, on voit aussi qu'il y a deux logiques qui s'affrontent parce que face à une situation comme celle-là, ça a l'air d'un cauchemar, ça a l'air d'un film d'horreur plus que d'un constat stratégique. Eh bien, les marketeurs doivent quand même faire le job. On doit quand même faire le job, même si les choses sont comme ça. Et donc, du coup, on essaie de s'adapter. Et pour s'adapter, il y a deux logiques qui s'affrontent. La première logique, c'est une logique d'efficacité. Alors là, on a envie de raconter des histoires, on a envie de générer de l'émotion, on a envie d'avoir de l'impact, on a envie d'atteindre les objectifs de la campagne, on a envie de faire bouger le cœur pour faire bouger les parts de marché. Ça, c'est la première logique. La deuxième logique, c'est la logique d'efficience. Et là, on est plus sur, j'ai tel budget, j'ai plein d'initiatives, il faut que je fasse tout, très vite, et il faut que je rentabilise chaque dirham investi. Et même si ces deux logiques semblent aller ensemble, en vrai, à chaque fois qu'on est dans l'une, on n'est pas dans l'autre. Parce que quand on est en train d'essayer d'atteindre l'objectif, on n'est pas en train de chercher à se dire « Ouais, mais je dois quand même rentabiliser chaque dirham. Ouais, je fais l'un, et puis après je reviens à l'autre pour savoir que je l'ai fait correctement. » Donc, ces deux logiques, quand elles s'affrontent, eh ben, elles génèrent ça. C'est-à-dire, elles génèrent quelqu'un qui dit « J'ai pas le temps de passer du temps sur mes objectifs. » D'ailleurs, je ne sais pas si vous avez remarqué, les 7 premiers objectifs, ils se tiennent en 5%. Et ça, c'est la réalité qu'on peut entendre chez les clients tous les jours. C'est quoi l'objectif précis? Ouais, je vais augmenter mes ventes, augmenter ma notoriété, générer du trafic. Donc, tous ces objectifs dont on sait pertinemment que c'est très difficile de les atteindre tous. Mais très difficile de définir avec précision les objectifs et les KPI qui vont avec. Deuxième difficulté qu'on retrouve aussi de manière assez rapide, c'est les priorités. Ouais, mes grosses priorités, c'est ça et ça, mais j'ai cette initiative, parce que celle-là, elle arrive du commercial, celle-là, elle arrive du DG, celle-là, ça vient de tomber, le concurrent a fait un truc, donc on se retrouve avec plein d'initiatives à gérer en même temps, et très difficile de les prioriser. Bon, bien sûr, tout le monde essaye, mais c'est toujours très difficile, parce que tout est prioritaire, tout est urgent. Mais ça, c'est pas nouveau. Ça, c'est des choses que j'aurais pu raconter l'année dernière ou l'année d'avant, et chaque année, c'est un peu la même histoire. Et à mesure que les ressources se font de plus en plus rares, eh ben, les choses deviennent de plus en plus difficiles. Mais aujourd'hui, puisque tout s'accélère et qu'il y a cette tension, il y a des bonnes pratiques qui émergent. Et parmi les bonnes pratiques, je veux souligner, et c'est pour ça que j'ai trouvé intéressant que l'intelligence artificielle remonte, parce que tout le monde en parle, mais parmi les choses que j'ai vu bien faire avec de l'intelligence artificielle du côté des annonceurs, c'est l'automatisation de certaines tâches qui prenaient beaucoup de temps. Ces tâches, quand elles sont automatisées, elles permettent de libérer du temps pour les équipes, qui souvent sont sous-staffées au niveau des annonceurs. Donc, elles libèrent du temps et elles leur permettent de se concentrer sur les initiatives prioritaires et en tout cas importantes. Elles permettent aussi de faire de l'automatisation marketing, donc de générer un grand nombre de contenus, d'actions, etc. Donc, cocher les cases de toutes ces initiatives pour être dans la logique d'efficience et en même temps, libérer du temps pour les initiatives bold qui, elles, doivent générer de l'émotion, elles doivent générer de l'impact dans la mentalité et l'esprit des gens. Et ça, l'intelligence artificielle ne saura jamais le faire, à mon avis. Et le deuxième sujet que je vois comme bonne pratique, c'est la formation. Parce que quand on voit que c'est beaucoup plus difficile de recruter des ressources, encore une fois j'y reviens, et qu'il y a toutes ces initiatives et que les choses changent très vite, les annonceurs qui investissent le plus dans la formation sont ceux qui se retrouvent le plus prêts et le plus vite à faire face à ces difficultés. Et ça aussi, c'est ce qu'on revoit sur le sujet expertise. J'avance pas par manque d'expertise. Donc, en gros, pour moi, cette étude résume assez bien les difficultés qu'on ressent. Et je pense pas que voilà, c'est ce que j'ai un peu à dire là-dessus. Évidemment, on ne cessera jamais d'être créatif face à tous ces challenges. Alors, bon courage. Voilà.
Et nous poursuivons ici nos échanges. Les speakers se retrouvent les uns après les autres avec des éléments forts intéressants. Les études, bien entendu. Merci infiniment pour cette approche de Ipsos avec M. Luc Durand, Managing Director at Ipsos Morocco and Algeria, et M. Amin Benis, CEO and Head of Strategy at the Triple DDB at RAP Morocco Group DDB Maroc. Nous allons aller chercher une thématique qui va certainement tous nous interpeller lorsqu'on parle de nos données, de l'intelligence artificielle, de tout ce qui circule finalement sur nous. On entend des choses vraies et des choses moins vraies. Si je vous dis forcément deepfakes, fake news, hacks, c'est des mots qui résonnent forcément dans vos esprits. Et justement, nous sommes très honorés de recevoir ici celui qui va nous dire comment protéger ce contenu avec l'émergence, ou peut-être même plus, la forte présence de l'IA. Mesdames et messieurs, recevons maintenant M. Fabien Aufrechter sous vos applaudissements. M. Fabien. Vice President at Vivendi from France. Merci beaucoup de nous rejoindre pour your talk.
Ministerial. Wow. Today, I wanted to talk about deepfakes, fake news, hacks, AI, but you've been working about and talking about all this during the whole day. So I'm going to start a little bit more simple. But before all, let me present myself. I'm Fabien Ofrechter, VP in Vivendi in charge of Web3, Gen AI, technologies. I'm also a side mayor of a city next to Paris, Verneuil-sur-Seine. First of all, I just wanted to start with a picture. It's not a deepfake, it's just an apple. I'm sure you recognize this apple. I'm sure you all have in mind what is an apple, but if you look at this apple, you might have in mind something else. I'm sure you have in mind one story. There's one story that everybody knows. Behind any religion, you can be Muslim, you can be Christian, you can be Jewish, you have in mind one story. The one of Adam and Eve. And just think about this story on a cultural purpose. Do you remember the story? You had a garden full of joy and beauty, and God said to Adam and Eve, don't eat the apple. You remember what was the meaning of the apple, don't you? It was said to be basically the knowledge. And the snake went to Adam and Eve, after a while, decided to eat the apple in order to access the knowledge and therefore to have a kind of power, because knowledge is power. Actually, you probably know the end of the story. At the end, God decided to punish Adam and Eve, but not just Adam and Eve, but the whole humanity. And the whole humanity had to start working harder and harder in order to try accessing the knowledge. I like this story because, you know, this story is not just a question of religion, it's a story of technologies. Why? Because basically, during years, the whole humanity had to work a lot harder and harder in order to try accessing culture, to try accessing content, to try basically accessing the knowledge. This knowledge is probably something you have in mind, because if there is just one thing which embodies this apple, it's probably something in your pocket. Apple is something which is very digital. And actually, the whole internet adventure has been a way to try accessing the knowledge, accessing the content. It was something very positive. And you probably have in mind plenty of stories which were positive, which are positive. One of them is the one of Jim Gilliam that you probably know. Jim Gilliam was a very tech evangelist in the US, and he had a very strong cancer. And he wanted actually to be saved, so he went to the hospital, but the hospital said, we're not going to do anything, we're not going to proceed the operation, because actually, you know what? It's too dangerous, it might fail. And he was very angry because the hospital was supposed to do the operation. But actually, he said, no, I'm going to do a blog, it was a few years ago, and you know what? All the activists of the web started to attack the hospital saying, hey, guys, you're not willing to do the operation, not because it's dangerous. It's because if you fail, you're going to have your score failing, you're going to have a bad reputation. You see the connection between internet and reputation? It was originally positive. It was something very good. And Jim Gilliam said, each one of us basically is a creator. Together we can create positively. It's why at the time, for years, it was said that internet is a kind of religion. It was a positive religion. It was a positive way of basically feeling that everything was possible and that the knowledge was going to be accessible. For years, this was the case. But now, you know, with the rise of Gen AI and the democratization of deepfakes, we are facing basically two stakes. First one, the one with democracy. The democracy is at stake, as you can expect, with media, and I'll come back to it, but also with social media and more globally with the whole internet. Second stake, well, we have an issue if you're working in a company such as mine, with the whole industry facing the rise of GenAI in front of IPs. You remember the strike in the US? You can expect a real transformation. And the GenAI is not just something positive, it's something that is making a lot of people afraid. We need to find solutions, we need to draw the way, but one thing is sure, facing these two really concrete stakes, and let's say with these two real risk of failure of the internet, there is one truth: the internet is dying. At the beginning of the year, I gave my first interview of the year as a mayor, not as Vivendi, but it wasn't me, it was my avatar. And I tried just to point out how risky it was going to be in concrete cases. If tomorrow, as a mayor, someone is doing a deep fake of me, saying that, I don't know, there's poison in the water, how do I react? I can't. How do the social media react? They can't. They don't even know how to do it yet, at least. We need to have concrete solutions for this kind of cases. It's raising. You have already plenty of cases of scams, but these scams were tiny. What is coming is much bigger. And that's, for me, the real risk, facing the death of the internet as we knew it, for something which is much more darker. And I feel like today, the internet cannot be a kind of positive spirit. It's a religion of the dark side. Today, I want to remain positive, though. Generative AI is a kind of sword that can really create, and all of you are using it, and it's good. Gen AI is not something positive or negative. The tech is not positive or negative. The tech is what you do with it. And we can create and create with technologies such as AI. So, no issue for me using it. But you don't go to fight with just a sword. You need also to have your protection. And you cannot go just with Gen AI. You need to have basically also something else. I used to say that the best protection with Gen AI, not just facing Gen AI, is the blockchain technologies. I'm going to show you why and how you can integrate for real in your industries. Usually, when I start talking about Gen AI and blockchain, you know, most of the people, they don't know anything about it. And especially with blockchain technologies, they have in mind cypherpunk, anarchists, and plenty of bad names. But actually, blockchain technologies are very simple. They are just a kind of register where everything is, one, safe, because it's transparent, secured, and decentralized. I used to say that it's like a notebook that is going to be decentralized in every computer of the people going to read the notebook. It's not going to be stored in Google or in Facebook or in I don't know what kind of cloud. It's going to be stored in all your computer, very decentralized, therefore more secured and therefore more transparent because you can all access the content. Blockchain tech is a way to secure, therefore, and to secure in a decentralized way. It's going to be a good way to basically prove the humanity of people with the validation of all the people accessing the content or starting to talk and discuss with someone. It's a good way to prove the humanity. It's also a good way to prove the provenance. And you will see in the next months, the proof of provenance is going to be the new headline everywhere in the media. Microsoft is starting, all the big names are starting, is going to be the next topic. Blockchain tech is a good way to decentralize the provenance and to showcase that is going to be authentic. And the authenticity of a content or of an identity is something super key. I just wanted to showcase, because I'm just back from Asia, a good case I've been just discovering in Shenzhen. Basically, it's the equivalent of the Gama in China. And they launched a platform that I'm just going to showcase. It's basically something very, very, very easy. You can create any content yourself, or you can ask a Gen AI. Here, I don't speak Chinese, sorry, but basically you just enter some content, a prompt, and it's going to create then, after showcasing if there's a mistake, well, it's going to tell you, okay, let's turn this prompt into your content. And you're going to be able to parameter. You're going to parameter all your little details. If you want colors, if you want a video, if you want a photo, if you want some text, nothing very new. You're all using this kind of device or software already. But the news is that at the end, it's not just creating the content. It's going to put your content in the blockchain, to print your content in the blockchain, to secure your content, and giving it a decentralized identity. And this is something very interesting because basically it's giving you the proof of authenticity of your content. Why interesting? Because the law in China is already recognizing this as a proof of authenticity and therefore of authorship. You cannot steal anymore the content which is made by the tech or made by the human. We don't care who is the author. It's going to be authenticated and recognized by law. It's a good way, therefore, to fight against fake news or against deepfake because you are able to see directly who made the content. It's not going to be anonymous anymore. Worst case would be pseudonymous, let's say. I think this is what should be done probably by most of the governments, starting to discuss about how to protect content and protect people. It's a good way, but also probably by all the different agencies. What is interesting is that all the contents are very simple. Here it's just a picture. It could be any campaign. They made plenty of campaigns for soda, for different furnitures, everything protected. And then, you know what? They can connect the platform also on social media in order then to be able to parameter the revenues. And that's very interesting because the revenues, therefore, are going to be transparent. Interesting for at least the brands launching their campaigns. Something else I wanted to showcase very quickly, same spirit. It's something I saw not in China anymore, but in Taiwan, because I stopped in Taipei just after. And this is interesting because this is basically the same thing, but not for the final product, but ahead of the GenAI. You take all the content you wanted to give to the GenAI to make then a content. Here, they put all the content they were going to give to the GenAI in the blockchain to be sure they were going to keep this content for them. Therefore, it helps them basically, when they create any content, to have the full authorship, the full propriety basically, of the whole content. That's something which is coming. It's coming because it's going to prove the authenticity, but also the authorship. They are going to be able to showcase and to prove by law that the content is there. In Vivendi, to conclude, we are part of this same story. We are part of the C2PA coalition of the Content Authenticity Initiative. We are also, and I am the Secrétaire Général for the Ligue pour la Sécurité du Web 3, which is involving the French government. But to conclude, I just wanted to showcase one case that I really appreciate because it's exactly what I'm showcasing to you. Basically, this case is named Click. It's just an application to secure any content. It can basically help you to certify a press release, but it can help you signing any content. This helped us basically to define authenticity. And basically, if there's just one slide to have in mind today, this is probably this one. Authenticity in the digital era is a proof of provenance, a proof of authenticity, a proof of time, a proof of place, and a proof of humanity. For me, this is the tools to reinvent the new internet. This is the way, basically, to draw the new Web 2 from the Web 3. This is what we are starting to use in Vivendi to certify content. Here it's just an example with press release. You just drag and drop a press release, you can secure your press release, and no one is going to be able to send a fake one. And this is something really important if you don't want to be scammed here with a press release, but basically with any kind of content, a video, a photo, a document, or maybe even your own identity. Therefore, you got it now. Designing the new internet and protecting your contents and your brands is not something mandatory, it's something of a question of life and death. If you want the new internet and the future of internet remaining positive, if you want basically to be able tomorrow to say that internet is still a kind of religion, a positive purpose at least, we need to protect and redesign the internet in order not to face the death of the internet, at least as we know it. Thank you all, and I'm happy to meet you after if you want or have any question. Thank you.
Thanks. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much, Mr. Fabien Ofrechter, to open our eyes about deepfakes, fake news, and us with your expertise and point of view. Now we shift our focus to the role of the young African talents in building the global brand of Africa. Our next speaker will explore how nurturing young talent can contribute to the continent's economic resilience and cultural influence. He is the Chief of the Staff Institutional Affairs Director of University Mohammed VI Polytechnic in Morocco. He's present the keynote of Nation Branding, how young African talents can contribute to building the brand Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Khalid Badou with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? I can't see you, but I hope you can hear me. Thank you for being here today. My name is Khalid Badou. I work for Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, and I've been serving for the last 20-something years in marketing and communication in different companies before taking new responsibilities and new role at the university. And today I would like to share with you my perspective regarding the role of education in nation branding and in developing the soft power of the African continent. It's today. Here we go. If I need to find another title to my presentation, it would be the power of education. I mean, how education can nurture and create a powerful image and a powerful brand, in addition to creating talent and creating capabilities in the African continent. As Africa strengthens its position on the global stage, it's becoming increasingly clear that education, our capacity to nurture talent, foster innovation, and cultivate intellectual capacity is the cornerstone of our international identity. We know that education is essential for development, but more than that, it is the key for shaping how the world perceives us as Africans. It defines our soft power, but our global image and our ability to attract talents and investments. Countries like Rwanda, Ghana, and Morocco are showing that by building a strong educational ecosystem and strong foundations of education, they are not only creating pathways to sustainable development, but also are branding themselves as centers of innovation, entrepreneurship, and opportunities. In fact, education role in nation branding is now recognized globally. Studies show that countries with strong educational systems are more likely to be perceived positively by international stakeholders. It's no wonder that Africa, top-performing nations today, have a correlation between investment on education and the impact on the growth and on their GDP. Let's talk first about Rwanda. Rwanda is a good model, which is a recent one. It started 30 years ago. And it's a country that has redefined itself at the global stage as a center for strategic investment in education, especially at STEMs, so science, technology, mathematics, and engineering. By 2019, Rwanda invested over 6.5% of its GDP on education, with a substantial portion going to the STEMs initiatives. This focus has sent a clear message to the global community that Rwanda is positioning itself as a nation that is committed to innovation and technology. The results speak for themselves. Rwanda is now home for Africa's first Carnegie Mellon University campus, and all the global giants, or a good number of the global giants, had established their branches in Kigali, like Google and Microsoft, who have today centers in the capital of Rwanda. These investments are not only bringing in capital. Know that Rwanda digital sector is growing 12% annually, which is quite it's very important compared to other African countries, but they are also transforming its global brand as an emerging technology hub. More than 40% of Rwanda university graduates are now enrolled in STEM programs. And this educational shift is creating a pool of tech-savvy professionals who are driving the country's global development. This is how education and nation branding intersect. By investing in a world-class education ecosystem, Rwanda is branding itself as a center for innovation, attracting both talents and global attention. Let's move to Ghana. What's happening in Ghana, where higher education is playing a pivotal role in shaping the nation's identity. Ghana's investment in education has steadily increased by over 4% of its GDP, leading to a rapid expansion of universities and technical institutions. Ghana's higher education system has become a key driver in its nation branding strategy, as the country produces skilled professionals who are recognized at a global scale. In healthcare, for example, Ghanaian professionals trained in institutions like the University of Ghana are leading advancements in public health, contributing to the country's improved healthcare indicators. Between 2014 and 2020, healthcare coverage in Ghana exceeded 10%, largely thanks to these local talents and these local competencies. In finance also, Ghana is becoming a fintech sector. With the presence of an important number of companies. 70% of Ghanaian companies are registered in the stock market and are being led by top university graduates. These sectors are key for Ghana's nation branding by creating a robust higher education system that supplies talents for critical industries like healthcare and fintech. Ghana is building a global reputation as a leader in knowledge-driven growth. In 2022, Ghana ranked as one of the top 10 African countries in the fintech innovation. This reinforced the point that education is not just about creating local impact, it's also about positioning the country as a global player. Let's come now to Morocco. In Morocco, education should be a key component of the country's ambitious nation branding strategy. At the forefront of these efforts are University Mohammed VI Polytechnic, or UM6P, which has become a symbol of Morocco's commitment to becoming a regional leader in innovation and education. UM6P is a clear example of how investment in education R&D is translating into a global recognition. It's not just an academic institution, it's a hub for research and innovation. With over $100 million invested annually in R&D, UM6P is tackling critical issues such as sustainable agriculture, artificial intelligence, and renewable energies. In partnership with world-class universities and research institutes, the university is developing new technologies to enhance agricultural productivity, which is crucial for Morocco's economy. You know that today, Morocco's GDP is more than 14% based on agriculture, and 30% of the population is working in agriculture. By leading this space, Morocco is building itself as a problem solver, not only for itself, but also for the African continent. So nation branding goes beyond slogans and marketing and communication campaigns. It's about creating and communicating value and reviewing the narrative of the continent. In Africa, our greatest value lies in talents, in our people, and education is primarily a vehicle through which we nurture the value. This is why education is such a powerful tool for soft power. By 2030, Africa is projected to have the world's largest workforce with over 1 billion people who are at the working age, which means that you can imagine the potential that this population can create if it is equipped with the right talent, with the right skills, and with the right education. This demographic shift is a golden opportunity to build Africa's brand as the world's future talent hub. Take, for instance, the African professionals who are leading innovation globally. Over 14,000 African natives are now working in big multinationals, technology firms, research labs. They're not just contributing to their respective fields, but they're also reshaping the global perception of Africa. This is where soft power and nation branding intersect. The talent we nurture today through education becomes the force of our continent, enhancing our international reputation. In conclusion, education is not just an internal tool for growth. It is the foundation of how we present ourselves to the world. Rwanda, Ghana, and Morocco have shown us that by investing in education, we can create a global brand that is built on innovation, talent, and leadership. Africa's future lies on its people, and the world is beginning to take notice of that. Our educational investments today will shape the global brand of our nations tomorrow. As we move forward, it is critical to ensure that we continue to invest in education as a long-term strategy for our nation branding. For those of you in this room, marketeers, communicators, educators, and leaders, I urge you to amplify these messages and these stories that we are creating together. Africa's success in education is its strongest brand. Let's make the world hear more about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Badou, to highlighting the transformative role of human capital in shaping a nation's future. Our upcoming keynote will guide us through the 3 steps of relevancy needed to activate a magnetic brain to attract lasting attention and makes a real impact. It is my pleasure to introduce Kelsey Vaith, Director of Strategy at the Infinity Agency from USA, to present her keynote on activating the magnetic brand. Please give a round of applause to our speaker, Kelsey Vaith.
Hello? Hello, hello, hello. I'm so excited to be here today. I'm all the way from Austin, Texas. And even though I'm a sea away from most of you, I feel that me and you are more connected than you may think. If I ask the question, why do you gravitate towards certain brands, I think that me and you would have similar answers. At least by the end of this presentation, I will convince you that we do. But there are 2 types of brands in this world. There are mirror brands and there are magnetic brands. Mirror brands simply reflect what everyone else is saying and seeing. But magnetic brands attract a new tribe. They create something new. They create something that your 8-year-old self or your 80-year-old self would be proud of. I believe that each one of you want to create a magnetic brand. Now, some brands think that they can create a magnetic brand simply by creating their product as a symbol of quality, the highest quality product, that people gravitate towards this. But when you look at the most magnetic brands out there, a Nike or an Apple, you'll notice one thing. They don't show any products. Their most impactful campaigns showed people. They were a symbol not for a product, but for a person. Or some brands come to me and they say, hey, Kelsey, we live in a cultural novelty. Everyone craves new. Who would want old when you could have new? If we just say new, everyone will talk about it. But we see around 5,000 ads a day. If you're on TikTok, maybe 10,000. But there was a study that evaluated these 5,000 ads to figure out what were the most commonly used words in them. Can you guess what that word was? It wasn't risk-free. It wasn't buy now, it was new. See, while new is one of the most overused words in marketing, one of the most powerful words in marketing still stand. You. When you use you in an email header or in an ad, people are more likely to click on it. People gravitate towards ads that literally speak to you. See, I think that's simple. Magnetic brands connect with one simple brand truth. Humans love themselves. We love seeing ourselves. If you're a millennial out there, you will approximately take 25,000 selfies in your lifetime. I personally took at least 100 today. We also love talking about ourselves. It's the reason why 40% of conversations, we talk about what we think and we feel and what we want. This is explained by the self-reference effect, which denotes a person's tendency to better remember information that is deemed personally relevant or that can be related to oneself. In English, relevant is memorable. This is the answer to the question earlier. Hi, I'm Kelsey Vaith, Director of Strategy at the Infinite Agency. I've been lucky enough to work with some of the most magnetic brands in the US and even in the world. In the US, Anheuser-Busch launched Budweiser. They came to us and asked us, hey, can we launch the America cans? Can you put our can in the hands of consumers? And so we placed it across the US. Or Pizza Hut. We ran one of their first influencer campaigns, and then we also revived the Hut on organic social. One of the things I've noticed by working through these brands is that they don't activate sales or ROAS. They focus on activating relevancy. Relevance is simply the quality or state of being closely connected. The more a brand connects to relevant information about you, the more likely that you will remember, notice, and be persuaded by the brand. That is the goal of advertising. When you think back to these campaigns, they are so impactful to this day because you relate to them. If you remember one thing from my keynotes today, you'll remember these 3 different words. Relevant brands attract. There's 3 different types of relevancy that can help create a magnetic brand. The first one is cultural relevance. Now, brands do not create culture. Who creates culture? People, artists, musicians, the next generational of youth. I see you. Culture is a collection of values, passions, beliefs that connect a group of people. They're what create your tribe. They define who you are. See, brands do not create culture, but they create their role in culture. If we look at the music industry, we have Apple, the giant, at least in the US, a symbol of creative. Yet somehow, if I asked you what music streaming service do you use, I'm going to bet that it's Spotify. Now, how does the disruptor of a music industry, the brand that brought you 100 million songs in your pocket, lose to Spotify? It's because they lost their tribe. They didn't define their role in culture. See, they thought cultural relevance was, let's put the Jonas Brothers on this ad, and people will relate to it. They thought their role in culture was anytime, anywhere. But Spotify knew that the role of music was powerful, that you don't just listen to music anytime, anywhere. You connect a song to a mood. That sometimes you want to listen to Happy Drake, or maybe you're in a sad mood, so you listen to Jonas Brothers. See, we may love these artists, but we want to listen to them at different times. Or me, it's okay, the breakup was mutual. Also me, goes back home, listens to sad indie. Me, I want to be a morning person. Also me, all night dance party. They understood that music connects to people, moments, and moods. They created a cultural platform that unlocks creativity and offers music for everyone. They literally created a cultural and creative vehicle to help you discover new songs. If you look at Daylist, they create a personal playlist made for you, adapting to your listening behaviors throughout the day. Bedroom pop banger early morning, all the way to 90s raves, rainforest late night. Do I know what songs are in that? No, but it adapts to your music behavior. They understood that it adapts to waves in culture. When you think about a major cultural shift in the US, it's gaming. Gaming used to be a hobby. Now it's selling out arenas. But besides esports, we also have Roblox. This is a community that people go and connect with. They understood that it's not a platform, it is a third sense of place. There is a makeup brand called e.l.f. that knew and understood this cultural shift. They understood that 70% of makeup or girls that applied makeup were also gamers. So they connected or created a product line called e.l.f. Game Up, and they met gamers where they're at. And here they understood that their role is a canvas of self-expression. Cultural relevance is about activating against emerging communities and attracting a culturally relevant tribe. The reason why you will remember a Spotify ad and not an Apple ad is because of cultural relevance. It's because relevant brands attract. The second type of social or type of cultural relevance is social relevance. Now, social relevance is like the TV show everyone can't stop talking about. For me, it was a show called Love Island. If you don't know what this is, it is a popular dating reality TV show. Now, I went my whole life without watching reality TV until this show, because I logged into Zoom and my CFO said, "Kelsey, have you watched Love Island?" I said, "No, and no, I will never do it." I went on TikTok, everyone was talking about Love Island. I went home and my boyfriend stood up and asked me, "Kelsey, have you watched Love Island?" At this point, I'm like, okay, I have to watch Love Island. Everyone's talking about it, right? So I went and I watched it, and I loved it. Like, I started binging it. But that's the power of social relevance. The more a brand is brought up in social conversations, the more it raises the status in your mind. I went from thinking that reality TV was brain rot to thinking it's an amazing case study in human psychology. That's the power of social relevance. See, the goal of social relevance is to share your brand. Word of mouth is the #1 form of marketing, a powerful form of marketing, but nowadays it's DMs. That's a powerful social and digital currency. The problem with social is that it's also ground zero for chaos, right? We're scrolling and we're trying to show up as a brand between this beautiful video of grandma and grandpa, but also between an orangutan. So what do? How do you stand out in a fire hose of content? You have to be unexpected. And Liquid Death, which is a water in a can brand, understood the power of being unexpected. Their tag is death to plastic. And they brought Murder Your Thirst to life, which this is a water brand, with Yeti. And they created a casket cooler. And they not only created this casket cooler, but they sold and auctioned off the casket cooler. Do you want to know for how much someone paid for this cooler? $68,000. They literally put a price tag to their brand, they generated conversations, and now everyone remembers Liquid Death's name because of social relevance, because they understood the power of entertainment sometimes have larger reach than paid media, or a more impactful reach. Or there's Stanley Cup, a 110-year-old brand that they created the same cup 110 years ago. Then they put it in the hands of sororities and Gen Z, and every single person wanted a Stanley Cup. But they really put fuel to the fire when someone's car literally lit on fire. And what survived? Stanley Cup. But what survived in the cup? She shakes it. Ice. Like, not only did the cup survive fire, guys, but the ice did. And who wouldn't want a cup that could last all day and make sure your drink stays cold all day? I need a drink right now, so I get it. So the CEO responded, and he not only gave her a new cup, but he gave her a new car. And this TikTok alone made it so every single person wanted a Stanley Cup. It's what drove a quarter of the growth in revenue, 76 million views on TikTok. See, social relevance is the more conversation you generate, the more people will gravitate. The reason why a 110-year-old brand suddenly had a resurgence is because relevant brands attract. Lastly, I have contextual relevance. This is how to make your campaign impactful. How many times have you heard right message, right place, right audience? You might do everything perfectly. You have the perfect funnel, but brands aren't experiencing a perfect funnel anymore. And sometimes targeting doesn't go perfectly either. Sometimes you create the creative and then you place the media. That's how most agencies do it. But sometimes when you have out of home, you may have a McDonald's sign leading you to the Golden Arches, but also to, sadly, diabetes. Or you may end up having a billboard have the wrong target. Those were impactful for the wrong reasons. But how to make creative impactful for the right reasons is activating when the message will be most resonant. Let's take Super Bowl, the biggest advertising moment for Americans, at least. But how do you make your moment stand out when it's the same for everyone? Well, picture you're sitting down with friends and family, everyone's eyes are glued to the TV, your ears are too, and then this plays. Or it doesn't. Well, in that ad, essentially everyone thought everyone was sitting on the remote, right? Like it showed the recap of the Super Bowl, and then it showed Tubi going up and being a streaming platform. Everyone didn't realize it was an ad in a moment. They related to the moment of everyone sitting on the remote and saying, Dad, like please get off the remote, where is it? Or think about Kit Kat. Fair tag, have a break, have a Kit Kat. They decided to activate when people crave a break from the stresses of everyday life. I don't know about you, but I find public transportation slightly stressful. So this placement was creative and impactful, not just because the bus literally was breaking like a Kit Kat, but because they placed their ad where people were stressed, where they needed to take a break. Or they created this hammock and placed it in the middle of a busy city, sometimes in festivals. They literally gave people a break. Or they created a bus ad here when COVID was happening, and you were in back-to-back-to-back-to-back Zoom meetings. In that moment, you probably craved a Kit Kat. They understood the power of contextual relevance, that to attract the greatest impact, you can connect to the moments that best bring the idea to life. I'm a firm believer that media can be creative. It's not just the creative team that can. And working together will create the most impactful creative. So the next time you are craving a break, you will crave a Tic Tac. And you will also remember this: relevant brands attract. Thank you, everyone. Remember to be magnetic. Thank you.
Yes is the best way to keep in touch with you guys. You can use the hashtag que nous avons partagé sur cette vidéo pour poursuivre, bien entendu, nos échanges ici en live. Et j'aimerais vraiment, si j'étais 1000 personnes aujourd'hui, j'aurais applaudi votre présence jusqu'à cette heure-ci. Merci infiniment. J'imagine que vous pouvez vous applaudir d'ores et déjà. Comme ça va nous donner un petit peu de force parce que beaucoup d'autres speakers sont là à venir vous offrir leur expertise, leur expérience sur ces sujets retenus dans la programmation. Thank you, Kelsey. Thank you so much. And as we continue, talking about AI is offering marketers crazy capabilities, but it's also essential to set realistic expectations. To dive deeper into this fascinating topic, please join me in welcoming the founder and CEO of Mass Analytics from the UK to present his keynotes on the future of marketing measurement and the impact of AI. Dr. Gama Jana.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's talk. My name is Ramla. I am the co-founder, and the president of Mass Analytics. So we specialize in media and marketing measurement, and it would be my pleasure today to take you through the journey of what is the present of marketing mix modeling, what is the present of marketing measurement, and what does the future hold for us. So if you look at how the current landscape is being shaped by the different measurement techniques, I would say that there are actually 4 dominant techniques that are out there that can help marketeers and brands measure the impact of their media and marketing. The first one is called digital attribution. It's heavily relied on third-party cookies. So basically, you would be tracking your customers from one touch point to the other in order to understand which touch point has actually impacted the sale. So there are some limitations to this technique because, for example, it doesn't account for your offline channels. It also assumes that everything that you do is actually incremental, meaning that there is nothing that is left to your brand equity or loyalty. So every single penny that a brand has in the bank has to be attributed somehow to one of those to one of those channels, which we know, of course, is not a true story. The second measurement technique that is dominant today in the world of marketing measurement is called marketing mix modeling, which is the field in which I specialize. So it's basically a methodology that relies on econometrics in order to look at all the factors that impact customers in their decision making. Say, for example, your seasonality, your external factors, your media and marketing levers, in order to understand how all these variables come together in order to produce a sale. So that is marketing mix modeling. One of the limitations of marketing mix modeling is data intensive. If you want to run a marketing mix modeling exercise, you would have to have at least 3 years worth of weekly data. And in addition to that, it's also time intensive when it comes to resources and time. The third methodology is quite ancient. So it's basically, we call it today RCTs, live studies, conversion. So this is the same thing to say experimentation. And what it basically means, it would be dividing your target audience into 2 groups. One is called control group, the other one is called test group. And then you would be making a treatment on one of those groups. For example, you would change the creative, and you would see the difference between the test group and the control group. And any difference you would see would be attributing that effect to your advertising, your creative, or your format. So of course, this is a very interesting methodology. However, it's very difficult to generalize, and also setting up a great experiment is very difficult because you need to make sure that your control and test groups are homogeneous. So if you see any difference in the way these 2 groups react, you could safely say that the difference is actually driven by the treatment, say, for example, the creative, and not really the fact that your 2 groups are generally not homogeneous. So now, if you look at the latest Nielsen survey for marketeers, in terms of the adoption of these methodologies, you would notice that marketing mix modeling is taking the lead with almost 52% of the market when it comes to the number of marketeers that would apply marketing mix modeling, followed closely by experimentation. However, when you look at digital attribution, we see that it's losing momentum with only 26% of marketers out there using this methodology in order to measure their media and marketing activations. And that actually leads me to talk about the future of marketing mix modeling, the future of measurement. So what's coming up? So this is a graph that talks about third-party cookies. And I'm sure that everyone here knows that since 2018, the world entered in an era where consumer privacy is super important, and we started slowly protecting the customer and the consumers from the invasion of the adverts that we are receiving every single day at every single moment of the day. And that started with GDPR in 2018. That obviously was specific to Europe, but obviously it had consequences in the rest of the world. Then we had the CCPA in California, and then I think where really the penny dropped is in 2021 when Apple in iOS 14 decided to stop IDFA, so it becomes impossible today to track any customer that uses an Apple device, which means that for advertisers, it's a missed opportunity because they won't be able to trace back the journey of their customers when it comes to the touch points that go through Apple. Google also mentioned that they would be doing something similar, but they kept postponing it. And early this year, 2024, actually, they did not really stop third-party cookies, but they put it as an opt-in system. And what does it mean, opt-in system? It means that you need to push the button, accept cookies, in order to be capable of being tracked, okay? But when you look at the latest figure, in the US, for example, only less than actually 1/5 of the customers would be willing to push that button of accept when it comes to cookies, which means that actually, if you look in the future, it would be very hard for any methodology that is based on third-party cookies to survive. And that's why we heard earlier on a lot of talks about the importance of retail media, because as you know, retailers own their first-party cookies, and this is actually the consequence of the disappearance of the third-party cookies. And if you look at the trend of marketing mix modeling, we also see that there is a trend upwards starting from 2022, and that's again because marketing mix modeling is one of these methodologies that do not rely on tracking of the cookies and therefore is immune to the future development when it comes to the consumer privacy. So, and of course, marketing mix modeling is not the only component. There are many other methods that one could use in order to measure the impact of media and marketing, appreciate the size of the ROI. And At the same time, this is a good opportunity for marketeers because it gives you a vast and wide majority of techniques to choose from, but that's also a challenge because you need to make sure that whatever stories are being told by these techniques kind of converge to the same conclusion. And that's where I think the future in measurement lies into what we call unified measurement. So what do you mean by unified measurement? It simply means that these methodologies need to open up to one another so you can use them in conjunction with one another to form a story about how your measurement has worked. So an example of that is that you would take, for example, your digital attribution, compare the results you get with your marketing mix modeling, and if you see a gap between the two, that's where you say, I think this is a good opportunity for me to launch an experiment in order to better understand the performance of that particular channel or that particular execution. And then once you run the experiment and you have a good read on the channel, you would embed the result of the experiment into your marketing mix model in order to understand the impact, in order to better appreciate actually the impact of that channel. And when I talk about measurement, we are not only talking about conversion, okay? So we're talking about the full funnel, top of the funnel, mid-funnel, and lower of the funnel. That would be your awareness consideration modeling, unique weekly visitors, for example, or branded search for your mid-funnel, and of course, your sales for your conversion. And all that should be measured holistically, and that's why we think that marketing mix modeling is actually the tool that can enable you to unlock the potential of all these methods because it can actually combine all these methods, and it can also take input from all these methods in order to enhance your measurement framework. Another thing that a lot of people talked about this in this conference is creative measurement and the importance of creative. This is something that is super interesting because we see that there are a lot of companies today that provide attention scores when it comes to creative. So those scores, again, could be taken into consideration in terms of enhancing your measurement platform, your measurement framework, and allow you to get a read on what creative worked best, what format worked best, what audience segment worked best for you when it comes to your marketing measurement. So we cannot conclude this presentation without talking about the elephant in the room. So probably everybody is thinking, where is the elephant? Where is the AI? Why we didn't speak about AI yet? And that's because I can stand here for ages and explain to you all the wonders that AI can do, and there is a magic wand that you just need to use in order to get all the answers. But unfortunately, I think today the future of measurement is far away from being only driven by artificial intelligence. However, I do think that there are some areas in measurement that could be actually influenced by AI and could be actually led by this. So the first one is what we call the data collection phase. Obviously, in any measurement exercise, you would understand what are the activations that you have run, collect all the data from the different platforms, be in Meta or TikTok or search or programmatic or your offline media channels, and put it in the right format, filter the data in a way that it is ready for measurement. And that, of course, would do with some automation, and AI would enable you to do that. The second component where I see AI intervening is actually what you call in data science feature engineering, because there's a difference between the raw data that you receive from the media that you expose your customers to and the way your customers respond to that media. There is things like carryover effect, cut-through, synergy, saturation, and a few more other effects that you need to build into the way you model your media in order to capture how your customers have really reacted to the different marketing activities that you had out for them. And for that, probably machine learning will help because you would be looking at the past experiments, you would be looking at the historical data, the historical models, and understand clearly what are the variables that need to be generated in order to capture better how these marketing activities work. And the third component where I really see as well AI having a big impact on is basically what you call in data science model selection. Because if you have raw variables and then after that you create features, you will end up with thousands of variables. But which means that you will also end up with millions of possible combinations of all these variables. So what is the optimal combination that really explain your brand performance? What is really driving your sales, your awareness, your consideration? And to do that, you cannot really navigate this manually, and that's where you would need AI algorithm, like genetic algorithm, for example, powered by some type of random forest, for example, in order to navigate these millions of combinations in order to provide a true story to your clients. And when I say true story, the most important thing in marketing measurement is that that story doesn't only have to be statistically correct, because statistically correct is only part of the story. And it's very important that you also tell a story that makes sense, that is implementable, that is actionable for the brand. And that's where your genetic algorithm should not only be statistically correct, your R-squared, your VIF, your Darwin-Watson all ticked, but at the same time, they tell you a story that your media agency could actually take and implement in order to improve your performance by 20%, 30% on a yearly basis. So everyone that operates in marketing mix modeling or in measurement know that we are far away from a full automation of measurement. However, we know that AI helps in pockets of this process in order to improve it as we go. And that's why I do really think that that magic wand doesn't exist, although we should be working all together, media agencies, measurement agencies, and brands, in order to create an ecosystem where we can easily process the data from its raw format to the format that it is really use it for decision-making and supporting your media planning. So my final note is that if you really want to know more about marketing mix modeling, there's a guide that I have written, which is the one is on its own in a way in the world, because we never had any publication about marketing mix modeling. If you want to know the nitty-gritty of marketing mix modeling, this is a free book that you can easily download using this QR code, and you can know everything about marketing mix modeling. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Darar. Data, yes, marketing measurements and the AI. Il est important effectivement de maîtriser, en tout cas, d'avoir les outils de mesure pour les données de la data. On le sait à quel point c'est fort utile. Et les instituts travaillent justement à analyser les tendances, le product content and the brand. C'est un plaisir pour nous d'accueillir maintenant le CEO de QualiQuanti, un institut d'études basé à Paris. J'invite Monsieur Daniel Beau, sous vos applaudissements, pour sa présentation très illustrée.
Bonjour à tous. L'idée cet après-midi, c'est de vous présenter 5 tendances en images sur le brand et sur le product content. Alors, pour vous dire 2 mots de QualiQuanti et de ma position, c'est la 4e fois que je viens à l'African Digital Summit et j'ai eu l'occasion de parler de certaines de mes publications, dont le premier ouvrage sur le brand content, mais également divers travaux sur les pop-up stores et bientôt sur l'IA. Alors, 5 tendances. Première tendance, les marques dans le monde virtuel. En fait, le virtuel, qui a été très à la mode il y a 2 ans, mais qui a encore un énorme potentiel, c'est un espace de liberté et de création pour les marques. Pensez qu'une marque comme Absolute peut créer un pays, des personnages, des objets qui sont très éloignés de son univers de boissons. Et quand on analyse de façon panoramique les contenus virtuels, on peut les classer autour de 2 axes. Il y a un axe qui va de l'individu au collectif, et il y a un axe qui va de la reproduction du réel jusqu'à l'imaginaire. Et ça donne un champ des possibles exceptionnel, avec 3 modalités de présence pour les marques. Première modalité, le fait de créer des avatars. Les avatars qui peuvent représenter le consommateur, ou le créateur, ou la marque elle-même. Également des lieux imaginaires ou des lieux réels, et des objets. Alors moi, il y a un avatar que je trouve exceptionnel, c'est l'avatar de Karl Lagerfeld. De son vivant, il a su créer un personnage qui aujourd'hui existe toujours, qui lui permet d'animer sa marque et qui est donc un actif majeur. Il y a une société qui s'est lancée à Paris cette année, qui s'appelle Caractère.Paris, et dont la fonction est de créer des avatars pour les marques. En effet, les avatars, ce sont des nouveaux assets qui peuvent représenter aussi bien des formateurs, des téléconseillers, des porte-paroles, des incarnations, des mannequins. Et il y a tout un travail à faire pour que cet avatar corresponde bien à votre univers de marque. Ça, c'était le premier thème. Deuxième thème, le product content. Le product content, c'est de l'information qui aide à choisir et à utiliser des produits et des services. Une marque comme Decathlon, qui est à la fois fabricant et distributeur, est particulièrement bien placée pour illustrer ces produits. Et donc, vous avez énormément de photos et de vidéos. Et comme c'est une marque internationale, elle essaye de communiquer par l'image. Vous avez, pour un produit comme Soubea, plusieurs vidéos qui sont sur les coulisses de fabrication ou sur l'usage du produit. Voici un autre exemple de Walmart. Walmart, aux États-Unis, le distributeur, quand il présente un produit pet food, il n'utilise pas moins de 19 vignettes. Et vous voyez que certaines de ces vignettes sont le recto du packaging. Et de plus en plus, aux États-Unis, le recto du packaging est en soi une fiche produit, une fiche informative sur le produit. En fait, quand on analyse la fonction du product content, on s'aperçoit qu'elle a un rôle majeur puisqu'elle accompagne l'acheteur dans sa délibération. Elle l'aide à peser les options, scruter l'objet, le comparer, regarder les avis pour déterminer son choix. Donc il y a deux fonctions principales. Le fait d'avoir une communication qui soit suffisamment précise et détaillée pour qu'il puisse choisir, mais également lui donner l'expérience du produit à distance, lui donner les aspects sensoriels. Et une marque comme Temu, pour une simple surchaussure qui coûte environ 1 €, vous voyez qu'elle arrive à vous le mettre en situation, à vous l'illustrer de façon extrêmement vivante et stimulante, tout en donnant des explications très précises sur les conditions de livraison. Les Asiatiques, et particulièrement les Chinois, sont très bons sur la mise en image des produits, sur les explications techniques. Regardez comment ils font pour le produit support du groupe SEB. Et dernier élément important, Google progressivement a évolué vers un moteur de produits. Si vous tapez tondeuse à gazon dans Google, vous verrez essentiellement des fiches produits et des contenus liés aux produits. D'où l'importance d'être au top sur le sujet du product content. Troisième tendance, le QR code. Le QR code, c'est le sésame, ouvre-toi du brand et du product content. Il est omniprésent dans tous les espaces, dans les espaces commerciaux, dans les espaces publics, dans les espaces privés, dans les packaging. Et il permet de déclencher des contenus aussi bien liés aux produits que liés à l'éditorial de marque. Le QR code, il accompagne le processus d'achat de toutes les étapes. Il aide à choisir, il aide à acheter, il aide à installer, il aide à utiliser et il aide même à entretenir et à réparer et à revendre. Voici un exemple de QR code de Michel et Augustin qui explicite toute la RSE, toute la stratégie RSE et en particulier la manière dont ils traitent le cacao. Et pour terminer sur les QR codes, je vous invite à flasher cet exemple, qui est un magnifique exemple que j'avais repéré à Vivatech il y a maintenant 1 an, qui montre comment la marque Le peut vous emmener vers un parcours onirique autour d'un château en Milan. Quatrième tendance, le social content. Alors le social content, on peut le regarder comme de la publi-information orientée sur les produits. Je prendrai pour commencer l'exemple de l'influenceur Secret de Peau. Secret de Peau a plus de 600 000 followers et c'est un as de la pédagogie cutanée. Il explique à grand renfort de visuels, de tableaux, comment ça fonctionne, l'efficacité des produits de beauté. Et grâce à ça, il est très bien placé en e-commerce. Mais dans les autres exemples, on peut citer Ice Nobody. Ice Nobody, c'est un site de luxe aux États-Unis qui met côte à côte les égéries, les artistes, les produits, la culture. Et donc, on est dans un melting pot, une pop culture matérielle qui est très intéressante et très stimulante. Alors, quand on analyse de près les fameux Reels d'Instagram ou les TikTok ads, on peut constater un certain nombre de points communs. Les témoignages face caméra, les démos produits, les explications de concepts, les argumentaires textuels et, bien évidemment, le hook. Alors, exemple de hook, est-ce que vous avez du mal à boire 1 litre d'eau par jour ? Vous partez en vacances et vous ne voulez pas que toutes vos plantes fanent à cause du manque d'eau. Et donc, c'est des hooks qui, en 1 ou 2 secondes, vous incitent à en savoir plus. Dernier conseil sur cette 4e tendance, les micro-influenceurs et les UGC créateurs sont d'excellents conseils pour créer du contenu. Je vous invite à les utiliser pas simplement pour créer, mais également pour réfléchir à votre stratégie éditoriale sur vos réseaux sociaux. 5e tendance, le Big Cali, l'IA et la Search Intelligence. Alors, le Big Cali, c'est le fait de parler du Cali à grande échelle, de l'étude à grande échelle. Alors je prendrai un premier exemple, c'est les commentaires qui portent sur la marque support sur Tmall. Il n'y a pas moins de 264 000 commentaires pour un simple produit, et ces commentaires sont associés à des photos qui vous permettent de voir le produit en situation. Cette matière première, elle est fantastique pour les marques, pour comprendre quelles sont les attentes. Il y a aujourd'hui des logiciels qui transforment les commentaires en fiches produits automatiquement, et qui du coup font des fiches qui sont particulièrement attractives. Dans mon dernier livre paru en 2022, Big Cali, je défends l'idée du qualitatif à grande échelle. Le qualitatif à grande échelle peut prendre plein de formes différentes, et je voudrais insister sur, pour moi, ce que je considère être la data ultime pour comprendre les besoins des consommateurs, la data search, la search intelligence. Je suis partenaire d'une société qui s'appelle Digital Value Insight, qui est la première plateforme de search intelligence et qui analyse au quotidien les sites comme Google, Yahoo, Bing, etc. Alors, c'est quoi les caractéristiques de la search intelligence? C'est d'abord des volumes de données colossaux, pas moins de 12 milliards de recherches par jour sur Google et autres. Une couverture mondiale, des requêtes spontanées, des insights concernant toutes les étapes du produit, des données fraîches. Alors, grâce à Digital Value, j'aurais demandé qu'est-ce qui se passe en Afrique? Eh bien, en Afrique, si on prend l'univers des constructeurs automobiles, il y a 1,8 million de recherches par mois sur les constructeurs, avec le premier pays, c'est l'Afrique du Sud, le deuxième, c'est le Maroc, 169 000. Alors vous allez me dire, quelles sont les marques? Eh bien voilà, quelles sont les marques les plus demandées aujourd'hui en Afrique? On voit que BMW, non seulement est leader dans votre zone géographique, mais en plus, c'est celui qui progresse le plus. Derrière, on a donc Toyota, etc. On a fait aussi cette question sur le luxe. Sur le luxe, il y a 824 000 recherches par mois, toujours l'Afrique du Sud 221 000, le Maroc 127 000. Quelles sont les marques, à votre avis, qui dominent le search? Eh bien, là, il y a une certaine omniprésence de Louis Vuitton. Il y a juste un pays qui met en valeur Gucci. Mais ce qui est intéressant dans ces approches macro, c'est que on peut comparer dans le temps et dans l'espace, et on voit que les marques qui progressent aujourd'hui, c'est Cartier, c'est Tiffany, c'est Hermès, c'est Rolex. La search intelligence, ça permet de détecter énormément de choses. Par exemple, le phénomène du lip oil, les fameux baumes à lèvres. Dès octobre 2022, on a vu que ça montait dans les recherches, et donc bien avant les ventes de Noël, qui ont été l'explosion du lip oil. Donc vous pouvez suivre vos campagnes de communication, vous pouvez suivre énormément de choses, et vous pouvez suivre aussi au niveau micro, parce que si vous regardez toutes les requêtes avec le mot lip oil ou tous les équivalents, parce que grâce à l'IA, on est capable de détecter toutes les formes d'expression, les noms des produits, etc., et bien vous pouvez rentrer avec un niveau de détail extrêmement précis sur tout ce qui a été demandé autour de votre univers. Donc la search intelligence, c'est vraiment une data exceptionnelle. Elle permet plein de choses, et ce que je vous propose, c'est de regarder une vidéo qui fait un peu en 2 minutes le tour du potentiel de la search intelligence. Donc j'espère qu'on va pouvoir envoyer cette vidéo. En tout cas, en attendant, je vous invite à lire toutes les possibilités. C'est la slide suivante. La search intelligence permet, comme vous le voyez, de comprendre la structure des marchés, les besoins des consommateurs, la force de votre marque. En fait, la société qui a développé cet outil, elle vient de l'univers du due diligence. Et si vous voulez acheter une entreprise, il n'y a pas meilleur indicateur que les évaluations search. Parce que si vous regardez, par exemple, vous voulez créer une société de paddle, il faut regarder à quel endroit on demande du paddle, comment le mot paddle est demandé dans le temps et dans l'espace. Il y a énormément de choses à faire. Alors, est-ce que la vidéo est lançable? Bon. Ah. Ben, c'était là. Are you listening? Est-ce que vous pouvez envoyer la vidéo? Désolé pour la frustration. Bon, ben, à défaut de vidéo, voici mon QR code Linktree, où vous avez accès à un certain nombre d'informations que je vous ai partagées ce soir. Et merci pour votre écoute et bonne soirée.
Merci bien, Daniel. Toutes nos excuses pour la vidéo. J'aurais même moi voulu personnellement la découvrir. Est-ce que c'est celle-ci? Je vois quelque chose partir.
C'est celle-ci.
Okay.
C'est celle-ci.
On prend le temps de la regarder.
Merci.
Solution and leverages the power of data science and AI to convert billions of searches into actionable insights for driving your future sales. Now, let's deep dive into the wine and spirit market. With Digital Value Insight, you will decrypt the evolution of the online demand on your product category and adjacent product categories and get an accurate understanding of variations. Is it seasonal? Is it structural? You will detect and quantify emerging consumer needs and trends. Did you know about bubblegum vodka? Few months after its launch, it became viral in the UK. Digital Value Insights offers a worldwide view of the strength of your brand. Spot at a glance where your brand is the most searched and where it is gaining ground. You will assess and compare the online strength of your brand with competitors. Smirnoff seems to have won the vodka brand battle in the UK, but for how long? Digital Value Insights helps you make the right decisions on your content creation strategy. You will spot the consumer's search intentions to target in SEO, SEA, and shopping. Working for a rum brand? Make sure your website appears at the top of the results pages for the most searched rum-based cocktails. We help you elevate your content and product pages. You will easily access the pages capturing the most consumer searches on each intention. Spot the best practices in a blink of an eye. Digital Value Insights helps you identify the top e-retailers capturing the online demand on your brand and focus your product pages optimizations on the most visible e-retailers to make sure they comply with your brand communication guidelines. You will refine your trade marketing budget allocation. In the UK, the share of the demand captured by a local retailer is the same as Tesco. Take actions to leverage the untapped potential of this retailer. Discover digital.
Voilà. Sachez que le groupe LVMH suit 900 000 mots-clés sur un grand nombre de pays. Et donc, c'est vraiment la donnée du futur pour comprendre très précisément l'avenir de vos marques. Merci encore.
Merci infiniment, Daniel Vaux. Merci bien. Effectivement, les données macro et ensuite un regard plus micro sur ces informations qui circulent. Et merci pour l'effort d'avoir cherché les données sur le continent. Justement, allons-y sur ce continent et arrêtons-nous du côté du Nigeria pour une keynote sur the brand sustainability, marketing and digital Africa. It's a great honor and pleasure to receive the president of the Advertiser Association of Nigeria, Mr. Osamede Obumwamwe, with a round of applause. I tried to do my best for the last name. Sorry about that, Mr. Osamede.
Hello, Morocco. It's an honor to be here, and it's such a wonderful country. And I'm falling in love every day with the country, and thank you for having me come speak to you about something that's a passion of mine. So sustainability for me is what I live by. I have personal stories, personal experiences to tell you. I just want to give you a conversation around how you shouldn't be so scared about it. When you understand it, you live it, it becomes a mindset, it becomes a lifestyle, it's easier to live with. I know barely have some minutes more, so I'll try and run through. But just to start and saying, why do I have this? I used to have 7 glasses. I would lose them. I wouldn't find them. I wouldn't know where I keep them. I kept buying, and I just got a solution that is sustainable. This is cotton. I can wash it. I can always have it, and it helps me. So it's something you guys should also live by. So I need to run through. These are the pillars I'm going to talk on. I would just like to say there are goals you need to know about. This is the definition of sustainability. I went far back so that you get to understand it's not new, it's not current, it's something we've lived with. And I was telling somebody just today, There was a time on this planet where people would only hunt or kill what they just need to live by. Now we would do so much in the bid to get by and we're wasting every resource that we have. So just to get a bit around what sustainable brands is, according to Forbes, the brand that's successfully integrated environmental, economic, and social issues into business and operations. So for you to be successful, it has to be part of your DNA as a brand. It's not just something you speak, claim, or say. It's something people will know you by and you always do. So these are the goals. We all know the goals. So I want to put in a bit of African in this conversation. And the reason why I want to do that is that I'm passionate about who we are. We are Africans and we're proud of who we are and we're proud to be Africans. Every country I have tried researching into have sustainable cultural practices. From the type of farming, the making of bricks to build houses using the sun to dry, to in Nigeria we do what we call fallow farming, in which you leave the earth to regenerate before you come back there, or we use compost manures to try and make food. Yes, it has its own pros and cons, but I'll say to you, when you communicate sustainability using concepts in your homegrown country, people will understand, people will believe, and people will live by. So as a brand, try and find concepts in your homegrown country to use to communicate sustainability. Don't just make claims, show them how you can relate to what I'm doing, because this is what I do. So just to run around climate trends, Global Economic Forum has warned that if we're not careful, at present 6 out of the 10 has passed its threshold. We're getting warmer and warmer and warmer, and we all know what that means. It also puts some figures around the 44 trillion economic value generation is currently at risk due to natural causes, and they are saying that environmental risk makes up to half of the top 10 global risk for the next decade. This is from World Economic Forum, and we all know what they are. These are eggheads, top-class business people that come together to try and move the earth forward. So they are currently warning, and they are saying to us, as corporate brands, we need to listen and we need to know what we got to do about sustainability conversations. So I try to bring in the 2.9 sensors, that sensor scale and temperature that we shouldn't pass. My goal in this conversation is around the SDG 13, which is about climate action. So a lot of brands, as I move forward, you will see what brands try to do. They try to preach sustainability, preach climate actions by making certain claims, and I also try to bring in some context as to why, how to avoid pitfalls with regards to claims you're making. So most people make environmental claims. And when they do that, because they know consumers are very passionate and concerned about what your brands are doing to the environment, brands try to use such knowledge to win over the consumer or the customer. Brands need to be careful when you do that, because certain questions will be asked, do you have such answers to such questions? So I tried coming up with some certain principles I think brands should be guided by in trying to make whatever claims they make. So I'm going straight now to misleading environmental claims. These are claims related to business or product environmental attributes that you cannot substantiate, or you omit important information, or you say more than the truth, just hype a bit or add some flair without being factual. It's a warning, and brands shouldn't go that way in trying to be sustainable or claim action. And so I try to get the different types they do, from greenwashing to grief shifting to green crowding. It's all defined there. I'm just trying to run through by slide. To greenwashing, these are all claims that brands make, and when they make it, they try to misrepresent whatever they are saying, and it is not good. So these are my suggestions on how to avoid it. Make clear claims. Never let your customers try to figure out what you're trying to say. If I'm saying I'm using the sun to generate power, let it be clear. Don't quote it. Just say it. Don't let them try to figure it out. When they are clear, they will believe you. Always be ready to provide proofs. So providing proofs means if there are questions asked, take somebody through your process and say, this is what we do. Don't have a script around it and try to use marketing or PR to cover the conversation. You also be ready to, all material information should be clearly stated. You should capture a holistic picture. Don't leave out any part of the picture. You know, people will have a way of finding out whatever you're trying to do. So I'm trying to guide brands towards making claims and claims they can justify, so that at the end of the day, you don't get found out when you have made a wrong claim. And it's even worse when you are making false claims, when you are lying to consumers. So if you're not sustainable, they will be angry, they wouldn't buy you. But if you lie because you want to deceive them, that's a double-edged sword that you don't want to be part of. So also ensure they are comparing apples to apples. Don't try to, you know, I'm more sustainable than this. And the way you say it in such a way that you're trying to paint a picture in which you're not really saying what it is. So I'm producing orange. I should compare myself orange to orange and not orange to apple. So to Gen AI. So how am I bringing Gen AI? I know a lot of digital conversations will go into Gen AI, but I choose to call it responsible Gen AI. I use this analogy. The gun in the hands of a policeman or a protector of people is different from the gun in the hands of the bad guys. So I'm hoping this is Gen AI in the hands of the good guys who are the marketers in this room, and I know we are all responsible people, and I know we're going to use it right. So I just try to highlight the parts of Gen AI that a lot of people will then ask around sustainability questions. That's around the energy piece. It takes a lot of power. You all know it consumes power in terms of when you are trying to get it to do what it needs to do for you, and also trying to, you know, cool the huge servers. I am of the opinion, and this is me, because I kind of understand how the whole AI piece works. AI is meant to provide solution, and I'm making bold to say here that eventually AI will tell you how to reduce the power to use AI. Because if you know AI would ask itself some questions. Where is the power generating coming from? Why am I hot whenever I do this? How can I slow down this or do this, that? So AI is very efficient in resource use, and I'm hoping it will be able to get us to sort the power. My time is clicking. So I'm talking about training the AI is also very power intensive. So with regard to sustainability, use AI, know what you are using with AI, also know whatever you're going to have to compensate for in terms of carbon footprint from here to air, but please use the AI. Then I try to come up with some guiding principles on the responsible use of AI, the kind of stuff you should use. Make sure it's ethical, sustainable. There are no hidden conversations in your AI. Ensure your training data is filtered or mitigated against bias, which is also something that AI needs to do. So when you're using AI in a digital Africa, make sure your data is not biased. So at the end of the way, you don't have to have conflict. So comply with every privacy, IP, copyright, data protection laws in your country, because also you're going to be using AI in the digital Africa to build sustainable brands. We need to ensure we are complying this way. So this piece for me is Planet Pledge. Planet Pledge simply means WFA has a framework around with the CMOs. Brands have come together and they are pledging to say this is how we're going to build our brands and ensure that our brands are sustainable and we are not damaging the economy, we are not overusing resources we don't need. And I think it's something that most brands should be proud of and should be key to. So I decided to bring it here and say to Moroccan brands, please look towards sort of having the pledge how you want to build your brand. I have a pledge on my own, which I will share with you. After I learned of this, I decided to say sustainability, which I know is a lifestyle and is a mindset. You just have to have your own pledge. How do I go about what I do? How do I do it? How do I ensure that I am living on this earth in such a sustainable way that the next generation of people will also have an earth to live in? Not that I will destroy it for the future generation. So you can take it as a personal call, which you then translate into building your brand. So these are the pillars. Commitment just means they are all committing to do what is responsible, what is sustainable, and what they will do in safeguarding the planet. The scale means whatever we are doing can be scalable, can get into a level in which it's still doable by everybody. So these are principles around it that I've tried to highlight here. So I'm also saying when you're building your digital brands. As you are tracking the customer from morning, afternoon, evening, from different stuff, ensure that sustainability cuts across. Don't do it on one platform and leave the other platform. There are a lot of platforms in building digital brands. Be sure you have your conversations with yourself that what am I doing on this platform? What am I doing on that platform? And please let sustainability cut through. Because we were trying to build sustainable brands in digital Africa. Sustainable brands means they would be here and in the next future. So this is a summary for me in which I've tried saying to you that the net zero is possible. Marketing has a role and a way of ensuring that we can change the hearts of minds of people. And I think marketing can do a lot in this campaign of sustainability. A lot, because we know how people think, we know what they do, why they do what they do, and this mindset change, which it's global, which we can preach. It's something that marketing should please take up and do, not just in their personal life, but also with their brands. So I tried putting on some figures for you to take away. This is a research data that was done, so sustainability is very strong around African brands and African marketers. They have given this research data to WFA, saying that these are the places where they need, there's knowledge gap needs, so we have 50 versus 35. Companies in Africa are taking actions towards sustainability, is 58 versus global of 35, and marketers feel more pressure from people expecting brands to help improve environment, 61 in Africa versus 47. So we have the commitment of brands, people, and please, we need to make sure we are building sustainable brands. So this is my pledge, and it's something I live by every day. I was telling somebody that even when I come for such conferences and when I go to speak, I just take some few days as part of my holiday because I don't want to make my carbon footprint, go back to Nigeria and travel. The thought in my head is, how do I make sure that I'm helping Earth continue? How do I make sure that I'm being sustainable? So I look for solutions on a personal basis. I go to the office, I replicate such solutions. I even tell the organizations where I think we can cut costs and still be sustainable. I feel it's something that we all should be part of. And thank you very much, Morocco, for having me present this to you. And I hope we all go home with our different pledges and make it who we are. Because sustainability is a mindset, is a lifestyle, and it's not just a word. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osamede. Thank you so much to emphasize to sustainability and the figures about the continent. Voilà, vous avez été très courageux de vous savoir jusqu'ici. Nous avons une dernière intervention dont j'ai beaucoup de respect pour votre présence ici. Ma présence moi-même depuis 7 heures du matin. Mais je me sens bien, je me sens instruit, je me sens enrichi. Merci beaucoup. J'ai quelqu'un ici qui me donne beaucoup d'énergie. Et justement, je vais le prendre et je vais le partager avec tout le monde ici. Permettez-nous ici de vous présenter une approche sur des résultats, talking about a digital trends result, measuring and digital performance, optimizing result, and transforming world. It's a great pleasure to receive here Safia Tari, Marketing Director at Amiz. Give them a round of applause, please. And Mehdi Mourhabit, Co-founder and CEO of Weebers and IBM. Please join me on stage. Yeah, the last, but can you give them a round of applause again, just to share energy. On va leur donner un petit peu d'énergie jusqu'au bout. Let me give you a microphone, maybe this one. Just take a few seconds. I'll just to double check. Is open? Yes, it's open. So it's coming.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Merci d'être resté jusqu'à la fin. On vous remercie vraiment du fond du cœur de rester. Et on vous promet de faire vite, vraiment 5 minutes. Mais on veut couvrir avec vous une partie quand même très importante qui fait partie de l'étude Digital Trends et qui concerne la partie, en fait, mesure de la performance digitale, qui reste quand même un élément clé et important dans toute stratégie marketing. Donc, tout au long de cette journée, nous avons vu des keynotes, des panels qui nous parlent de nouvelles tendances, de nouveaux médias comme le gaming, comme le retail media. Mais tout ça sans mesure de performance, je pense que ça ne sera pas valide. Donc, c'est très important, effectivement, comme élément dans toutes les stratégies digital marketing. Donc, on va voir les résultats justement de cette partie, de cette thématique dans l'étude Digital Trends. Et on va voir est-ce que les marques aujourd'hui investissent ou mesurent la performance de leur campagne ou du digital de manière générale. En fait, ce qu'il s'avère, c'est qu'il y a 75% des annonceurs et des marques aujourd'hui qui utilisent au moins un outil de monitoring de la performance. OK ? C'est vrai que c'est un chiffre qui est important, mais il y a quand même 25% qui n'utilisent aucun outil. Pour moi, c'est un peu surprenant parce qu'être présent sur le digital sans mesurer la performance est antinomique. Mais effectivement, de par mon expérience, ce n'est pas un sujet ou un élément sur lequel on va mettre du budget. On va penser à la partie production, on va penser aux médias, mais on ne va pas penser à la mesure de performance parce qu'on se dit c'est le travail de l'agence de faire cette mesure. Donc, quand on va creuser un peu sur les outils qui sont utilisés par ces 75% des annonceurs, dans le top 3, en fait, il y a des outils de mesure de performance des campagnes digitales, les audiences, l'analyse des audiences, et aussi tout ce qui est performance, la mesure de performance social media. Ce qui s'avère, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, des outils comme le SEO, le pre-test, post-test ne sont pas utilisés majoritairement par les marques. Je pense qu'il faut qu'on nuance un peu ces chiffres-là parce que ça dépend vraiment de l'industrie, de la nature de la marque. Pour une marque FMCG, on va aller plus sur des mesures de performance des campagnes, mais encore une fois, il faudrait mettre des outils pour mesurer l'impact de ces campagnes-là sur la notoriété, s'il y a un objectif de notoriété. Mais ce qui est étonnant, effectivement, c'est qu'on ne voit pas qu'il y a beaucoup d'outils qui sont utilisés directement pour mesurer le ROI des campagnes et qui ne servent pas finalement l'objectif marketing. Donc, il y a Mehdi Morabit qui est avec moi. Donc, je te prie de commenter ces chiffres et surtout de nous donner des insights de par ton expérience en agence. Pourquoi, justement, les marques n'utilisent pas beaucoup d'outils pour mesurer leur ROI?
Merci, Safia. Je sais, vous êtes très fatigué, c'est la fin de journée. Je pose une petite question pour rendre un peu la chose plus interactive. Est-ce qu'il y a des personnes parmi nous qui arrivent à calculer le coût d'acquisition client? Magnifique. Comment? Il me reste 9 minutes. Je vais m'éclater. Très bien.
Plutôt peut-être pas le coût d'acquisition parce que c'est toujours difficile de savoir le ROI et l'impact sur sales d'une manière plus directe. Mais ce qu'on fait plutôt, c'est le cost per reach and the cost per impressions.
Pour quel objectif marketing?
Ça dépend. Des fois, c'est juste to raise awareness. Et most of the time, l'objectif, c'est plus awareness.
Très bien. Très bien. En fait, ce que je cherche, la question que je souhaite poser, est-ce qu'on arrive aujourd'hui à mesurer le retour sur investissement de façon chirurgicale pour avoir un chiffre? C'est-à-dire, le client me coûte 1500 dirhams en budget marketing. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, on a ce chiffre-là? Est-ce qu'il y a des personnes qui arrivent à l'avoir?
Sur les sales, non.
Sans les sales, non. Ça, c'est important.
Sur les sales, c'est pas direct, sauf si on le fait avec des coupons ou bien des push notifications sur une application.
Magnifique, magnifique. Parce que là, on a tendance, on parle beaucoup d'outils, de technologies, etc. Mais il y a le facteur humain qui joue un rôle très important parce que à un certain moment, on peut avoir le meilleur CRM, mais si la data n'est pas saisie par les sales, par exemple, on va se retrouver à mesurer des KPIs qui ont une grande faiblesse qualitative. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres personnes parmi nous qui arrivent à identifier la source d'acquisition? C'est-à-dire ce client-là a fait une recherche sur Google pour me retrouver, il n'a pas rempli le formulaire, je l'ai retargeté sur Facebook, la première fois, il n'a pas cliqué, la deuxième fois, la troisième fois, il a cliqué au bout de la 6e fois, et il a cliqué sur l'image X ou la vidéo Y. Est-ce qu'on peut arriver à cette granularité est-ce qu'on peut avoir ce genre de détails? Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui vous avez cette data-là? Vous l'avez? Exact. Techniquement, c'est possible. C'est pas sorcier. C'est ça. Mais est-ce qu'il y a aujourd'hui des annonceurs qui arrivent à le faire? Non? Ok. C'est bien de mesurer. Mais la question qu'on se pose, est-ce que les KPIs qu'on mesure sont en lien avec nos objectifs marketing? Si j'ai un objectif de vente, ça n'a pas de sens de mesurer des impressions et des clics. Si j'ai un objectif de vente, ben je dois mesurer les différents indicateurs relatifs aux différentes étapes de mon entonnoir. Je vais donner un exemple. Là, par exemple, c'est pour le cas d'un promoteur immobilier. Je ne parle pas d'impression, je ne parle pas de clic, je ne parle pas d'engagement, parce que j'ai un objectif de vente. Donc, le premier indicateur que je vais suivre, c'est le nombre de leads générés. Et généralement, l'analyse s'arrête là. Je vais me baser sur un indicateur qui a une grande faiblesse qualitative et je vais réorienter mon budget vers les canaux et les contenus qui me génèrent le plus de quantité, mais pas forcément plus de qualité. Et les 3 KPIs que vous voyez après, c'est des données qui doivent alimenter par les sales. Et du coup, là, on ne parle plus de technologie. C'est vrai que la technologie va jouer un rôle très important pour croiser ces données-là en temps réel, mais on parle d'un facteur humain. On parle d'une synergie entre les marketeurs et les sales pour croiser leurs données en temps réel, pour identifier en temps réel quelles sont les combinaisons qui génèrent le plus de ventes. Il y a un chercheur américain, John Wanamaker, qui avait parlé il y a plus de 100 ans, il avait dit que la moitié de ce que je dépense en publicité est gaspillé. Le problème, c'est que je ne sais pas quelle moitié. Et là, si j'arrive à croiser ces données-là en temps réel, je pourrais réorienter mes budgets au fil de la campagne vers les vidéos, les textes, les offres, les canaux qui me génèrent le plus de ventes. Là, vous pouvez voir que sur ce filtre-là, je peux filtrer par message. Au niveau de la même campagne, pour le même produit, je vais mettre en avant le prix au mètre carré, je vais mettre aussi en avant le prix global, des annonces sans prix, des annonces avec les titres disponibles. Je vais utiliser des visuels statiques, je vais utiliser des vidéos, des visuels en arabe, des vidéos en français. Donc je me retrouve avec une centaine de combinaisons et l'algorithme des plateformes publicitaires va réorienter les budgets systématiquement vers les combinaisons qui génèrent le plus de quantité, mais pas forcément plus de qualité, parce que tout simplement, il n'a pas cette data-là. C'est une data qui doit être alimentée par les sales. Donc aujourd'hui, à travers cette plateforme-là, c'est un exemple d'un outil de mesure du retour sur investissement. On arrive à croiser ces deux données en temps réel. Et je pourrais identifier quel est le message qui me génère non seulement le plus de leads, mais quel est le message qui me génère le plus de visites au niveau du showroom et quel est le message qui me génère le plus de ventes. Là, c'est un autre exemple. Vous pouvez voir que là, on a la liste des canaux sur lesquels on diffuse nos campagnes. Le search, généralement, il génère des leads qualitatifs, mais plus chers. Mais là, on a une grande différence. C'est de comparer le search avec Facebook. Le search me génère des leads à 173 dirhams, alors que Facebook me génère des leads à 35 dirhams. On a déjà reçu ce feedback-là. Arrêtons le search, il me génère des leads 6 fois plus chers. Réorientons le budget vers Facebook, parce que ça me générera plus de quantité. Mais regardez le coût par vente. Le canal qui me générait des leads 6 fois plus chers me génère des ventes 4 fois moins chères. Sans calcul, le coût du call center ou du temps passé par les commerciaux à appeler ces leads-là qui ne sont pas forcément qualifiés, et ce qui crée une frustration chez les commerciaux. Les commerciaux ne vont plus faire confiance au travail qui est fait par le marketing, etc. etc. Il y avait une autre slide où on mesurait aussi, qui n'est pas là mais ce n'est pas grave, où on mesurait aussi les performances des commerciaux. Parce que quand on parle d'un objectif de vente, on est sur un process qui est très complexe. De la définition de l'offre, à la création de contenu, à la diffusion média, la qualification des prospects et le travail des sales. Et des fois, c'est des détails qui peuvent paraître très futiles, mais qui peuvent impacter tout le process. Donc, imaginez, j'ai une super bonne offre, j'ai un bon contenu, j'ai une bonne strat média, je génère des leads qualifiés, des prospects qualifiés, mais au final, le commercial n'est pas bon. Donc, à travers ce genre d'outils, je pourrais aussi mesurer la performance des commerciaux. Et la slide que je voulais vous montrer montrait la liste des commerciaux que j'avais sur le projet, le nombre de leads qu'ils ont traités, le nombre de rendez-vous qu'ils ont reçus et le nombre de ventes qu'ils ont closées. Et je voulais vous montrer deux commerciaux qui ont reçu à peu près 60 à 70 prospects qui se sont déplacés. Un, il a converti 2, il a closé 2, et l'autre, il a converti 24. Donc imaginez si on n'avait que celui qui a converti 2. Alors, on va se poser des questions, on va remettre en question le ciblage, le contenu, etc., etc. Alors que tout est bon, et ça a bloqué au niveau du commercial qui n'était pas bon. Et nous, à travers notre call center, on a appelé ces leads-là qui ne se sont pas concrétisés. Ils nous disaient que le commercial, peut-être qu'il convenait d'un rendez-vous avec eux à 15h, il se présentait à 16h, il répondait pas aux appels téléphoniques, il ne répondait pas au WhatsApp, donc c'est normal, il ne va pas closer. Donc c'est un process qui est hyper complexe et le message qu'on souhaite faire passer, c'est que c'est important de créer une synergie entre l'ensemble des équipes, surtout les marketeurs et les sales, parce que les sales ont une donnée qui est assez qualitative, qui me permet d'avoir une analyse plus globale pour identifier en temps réel. Je ne vais pas attendre la fin de la campagne pour dire que ça a marché ou pas. Je peux identifier en temps réel qu'est-ce qui marche et qu'est-ce qui ne marche pas. Voilà. Après, si vous avez des questions, je pense que sa dernière intervention, on peut...
Les outils existent, il faut juste qu'on les utilise et qu'on soit conscient qu'on peut tout mesurer. Et qu'on peut tout, voilà, les bons indicateurs, et finalement qu'on peut tout corréler à nos objectifs marketing. Voilà. Merci d'être resté jusqu'à la fin. Je laisse la parole à Eric pour clôturer cette journée.
Ce que je vais mesurer, c'est l'énergie des applaudissements pour nos deux derniers speakers. Merci infiniment d'avoir été jusqu'au bout. Et bien entendu, continuez ces discussions entre vous. Sachez que nous étions aussi connectés en ligne, puisque nous n'étions pas uniquement ici à Casablanca, mais bien entendu dans le monde entier pour pouvoir suivre cette belle aventure qui démarre pour cette première journée. Rendez-vous demain pour les plus courageux d'entre vous. Ici, on ouvrira les portes à 8h. Et dès 9h, nous aurons ici le Business Partner Manager North Africa de TikTok. Donc un rendez-vous à ne pas manquer dès 9h, dès le démarrage de cette keynote, et à 8h, bien entendu, utilisez les hashtags qui sont associés à ce rendez-vous pour pouvoir poursuivre l'expérience en ligne. Je vous donne rendez-vous demain. Merci infiniment pour votre présence, votre forte sympathie, votre chaleur, et on se retrouve dès demain plus frais, avec plus d'énergie. Bonne soirée à toutes et à tous. Bye bye.